Good evening, everyone. How is it going? Welcome. It is so good to see everyone, and thank you so much, Sparse, for forming up this group. How is everyone going? Neplion, Kiera, welcome in. It is great to see everyone. Sorry, we are. Oh, hang on, muted again. Test, test, test. We shouldn't be muted. How is everyone going? Rainbow Snipe, how are you going? Welcome in. Oh no, was she It's always a bit of a coin flip whether or not my OBS is actually going to just randomly mute me, so we're all good now. Not mute you, that's good. You can show just how easy I can be trolled. But yes, thank you so much, Sparse, for forming up this group. Really appreciate that. Sorry we're a little bit late. We just got back from catching up with my nan in the hospital. She had her hip replacement on Thursday, and she's coming back home tomorrow. So yeah, we were in the city today, and yeah, we caught up with her, and she's going much better. She's very keen to come home tomorrow. So yeah, we just came back from the city just then, got back probably about 20 minutes ago. But how is everyone going? Any spilled beans? No, not today. It's been a good day here so far. Yeah, just went into the city. I went with her, of course, because yeah, we were seeing my nan in the city, and before that, she was going to a fun little catch up in the city as well. But yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah, she went to a bake club in the city today. We haven't got to share their favorite nostalgic baked goods. So we're up late last night. Baking a whole bunch of absolutely amazing cookies. So we went to bed at about probably about 3 o'clock or so, but it was really good. Her cookies were absolute top tier, and we've got some more to look forward to later tonight. And Exodum, how are you going as well? It's so good to see you. And they were like marbled choc chip Nutella cookies. And I'll mute Discord at some point. It's just like right now while we're getting set up. And let me just sort of get in my bearings. But yeah, we are doing Cerus CM progression. We have a whole bunch of peeps in squad. A lot of people from our original sort of Harvest Temple group on EU, and we also have Fandral joining us as well. Here to watch this Bonanza. Yeah, I've also caught up. I have watched a guide on Cerus earlier today, so I am now absolutely well versed in everything relating to Cerus. Anyway, we might go unmute chat now. Josh, expert now? Yes. Hang on. There we go. You should hear Discord coming in. Let me know if it's too loud. I need to adjust any of the volumes or anything.
Also, we have to
RTO in chat as well. Let's go and give Vandal a shout out.
So you can't whine about boons, right?
He sent me a voice message at 6 a.m, but I don't think I can listen to that on stream. I don't know what
it's in. I spelled Vandral's name correctly. No. That is correct. Excellent.
I mean, just mute.
But yes, we're very excited to pick up Cerus Day. We've got our Condi Vertal up and running. I think I'm on the right build. Anyway. That looks like a correct thing. And yep, we've got all of that. We are all set. We're just waiting on one more by the looks. So we'll see if
What?
Cloud is joining. I think they are the last one we need. Another Thesis of Masterful Malice. That's good. Because I've only got writs on me at the moment. Also, let's go pick up some stuff from the trading post as well. So we'll do about 2 hours of prog today, and then we'll dive into some more shenanigans.
Me and Fandral on Scourge and Invert.
And Carrie, you scored a free air fryer like the ones that hold the tray. Someone's just throwing out. Didn't want to clean it. That's awesome. Free air fryer is hot. Just in the meantime, I might just toggle Discord. Once we get to the actual encounter, we'll turn that back on. I have to go to the office every single day, so your most exciting thing is catching legendary fish. Well, I'm glad you at least have that to look forward to. Sorry to hear you have to go to the office all the time. But yeah, how is everyone going to? Hope you're all having an exceptional day. And yeah, we are on the either last day or second to last day of drops, depending on which part of the world you're in as well. So yeah, if you still need Yeah, so if you still need access to your drops, make sure you come and get them. And Bloody Hope, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, mate. And if you want, I can also add you to the Discord group as well, so then it'll be easier if you ever want to fill at any point in the future. There you go, you should be able to see it now. And Surflop is a bit on edge because of backyard intruder. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Is everything okay in your place? Hopefully it wasn't too bad of an intruder situation. So is Kalimus Sith, that's good. Okay, let's turn Discord back on.
Mechanics, how they work.
So Sparse is going to be somewhat commanding, which is going to be fantastic. Not somewhat just straight going to be commanding this.
Because, I mean, the 6 mechanics are...
Okay, I'm probably not too fussed about our overall boon uptime on my end, so I probably don't need to actually show that.
Rage, malice, despair, regret, and rage.
Sharp blades, sharp minds.
Some people call them different names, like, for example,
There it is.
despair, people usually call drops or puddles, because that's what the mechanic is.
Blacksea Cat, thank you for the follow.
Gluttony, people generally call orbs or collection, and stuff like that. So for the first pull,
Gotta make sure mine actually
we will just
sit on our hands to warm them up because it's very cold here. It's like 10 degrees Celsius here today, which from Australia, that's cold.
Mechanics. And
Great dude, Ed. Welcome in. It's great to see you.
just to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
Not sure if it was a person or another animal, but you're good. I'm glad to hear you're good. Hopefully it was just another animal. Not the first time the intruder's been chased from ours or a neighbour's yard. Surflop, was it good that Surflop's looking out for you?
Mine is somewhat stable, I hope, Artie.
Yes, so far.
Yeah, but because
Oh, hang on, I should probably actually limit my
I'm
ping
also
here.
streaming, so
For some reason, like the game wasn't launching through Guild Wars 2 launcher, it actually gets a little bit fiddly with updates sometimes. So we're open it through like the native client, and it didn't actually save all our graphics things, so everything was absolutely juiced to the guilds, which especially character model limit, that was rough. Shadows, they were cranked, every single thing was cranked.
That stuff's almost 10 years old.
Breadstick Man, thank you for the follow. I was going to do
Remember who
something.
it
I
is who
forgot.
told me to put like shadow shaders on low. I know Bloom color grading color tints, but I can actually recommend everything. Well, everything looks bland as fuck, but everything is like super visible.
Oh, that's what I was doing, yeah.
Which settings did you say?
So you, in post-processing, you turn off Bloom color grading and color tint, the top 3. And at the bottom of the advanced settings, you also put shadow shaders on low, and I do character model quality on low as well.
Shaders?
Like if you do any strike with basically...
And yeah,
bad
Tyria Pride,
visuals,
the
well,
final events for
all
that will be on
clutter
the
is gone.
29th and
And
28th of
on
June. That's going to be
Nightmare
exciting.
Fractal,
And
the
Tilt,
orbs
yeah, we
turn,
haven't
like,
done
very dark blue, so they're, like,
Cerus
they just
EM yet.
stand
This will be
out.
the very first
Nightmare
time that
Fractal,
we
if
have done
you
it.
have low settings like I do, then you also will not see the
Fried cilantro oyster soup. I think that's
very
it.
shiny face at the end on
So
CM.
I've got good food now.
That face with all the colors is just awful to look at for me. That's also a reason to have low settings. Alright, we're all in here.
Okay, let's
For
go
later
start
during the
blasting.
fight, now we just go, and I'll do a ready check, and we just go in.
And thank you, Sparse,
So
for
we can
calling.
experience
Excellent. Discord
some
is
amount of
coming in.
mechanics.
And how is that sitting in terms of our voice? Our voice should be a bit higher. Good.
And in we go. What do you want to do in the future? The heralds should start ticking boons while we're in midair and flying already. Don't do a lot of damage, just do some auto attacking. The first mechanic we're gonna see is regret. It's the green. You have to have 5 people in it if it's a single green, or bad stuff's happen. The next mechanic is Despair, which are these circles that move with the players. You missed a dodge. Can we get you up? Yes.
Let's go in.
This is
and
entry.
just
It's a wall that rotates one full rotation. It targets a random player, and we just walk to the right of it, back to the left
stack
of it,
on tag.
and it's just with the full rotation. I have the illusion, which I now spawn. That is the Nullus. This is Gluttony. People call this collection of orbs. Collect the orbs. Stand in between them and the boss to collect them and not make them go to the boss. If they go to the boss, they hit
Just
the
trying to
inside
sweat
of
as
the torment.
much as possible here.
This is Rage. We can dodge this quite fine.
Our
If you
dodge
get
timing
hit,
on that is
you
actually a
get
bit different.
damage and the exposed debuff. Malice is starting to walk in. We can mobilize Malice and kill it while we do so.
Ah, cool, we got snap target on.
That we saw already. This is now the CC at 80%. Once the CC happens, any mechanics that are currently happening are cancelled. We do kill the small one, please.
Kill
Just
the
kill
little
the
one.
small ones, and then Gluttony.
Wait, you're supposed to kill the small ones?
Yes, I want to show you a bit of stuff.
But how are you going? It's
This
so
is
good to
triple
see you.
green, we can stack them. And now we kill the next one. Dodge these circles when they drop. I
Bad
saw
dodge
some
from me.
Successful dodges because it didn't get damaged by it. And for the Gluttony. This is Rage. As you see, Rage
Gotta
is
stop
big
letting
bigger
our,
if we do it like this.
F1 get to that many charges.
But this is not so important right now for us. We have 3 green now. You can stack them in normal mode at least. I have Despair puddles. Slightly away. Dodge them.
So I need to learn my timing for that.
And now a
Jump
few
that.
people went to the wrong side. And yeah.
I'm just
That's
practicing
what we
my
want to avoid in the future, in the boss fights, because at some point we will have those double walls.
Because yeah, I think my timing for certain mechanics here will be a bit different
You want to go to
because
the
of my
right side
team.
instead of the left. Because if we're going left side, then the small wall will catch up to you and hit you. You can distort it, but if you don't have distort and get hit by it, you get damage, and your wounds get not only corrupted or ripped, but they will also be transferred to the boss. This big range, as you saw, we tried to dodge it, but since it's the big one, we can no longer dodge it. We can start doing damage now. We saw pretty much all the mechanics. At 50% we have assist.
Okay. Right. Okay, so I have to do it just before they drop, so a fraction of a second before.
To the right, I saw more people on the right this time, very nice. There are a few texts that you can do if you go to the left side instead.
We will
which
be
we
doing
have to
CM
do
very
in
shortly.
some
This
parts
is
of
just
the fight.
normal mode. We're
But
doing
we
it
will get
to
those when we get there. Oh, we have all big guys. Would you look at that? Let's kill Gluttony.
yeah, we will be doing CM. We're just doing normal mode now to sort of get familiar with the mechanics that we'll need to do.
Let me just kill. Let's kill Malice next to it. Doesn't really matter which one, we just want to go through the fights. And now since all of them are big, we have all mechanics empowered, so we can show you how the other empowered mechanics that we didn't see yet work. Triple greens we will not be seeing during the actual encounter, but on normal mode they just don't matter.
I didn't actually activate my heal. Very sad.
Wall,
Oh, let's distort that. So I need to go to the right there. Nothing happened.
you didn't press the store, so something happened. We will be running something else that you can do, aside from pressing the stores.
Bit of stuff, thank you for the follow.
And we just delete the thing now. Big rage. Ooh, one was fast enough.
It's DPS loss.
Ooh, look at that. Big puddles. You can still dodge them the same way.
So I need to dodge a little bit sooner than that.
Those we will see no worse during the fights. The big puddles. It is imperative that we learn how to dodge them without getting damaged by them. Big walls. Before the wall starts, you can just dodge through Cerus' hitbox still. So you are positioned quite well if you find yourself a bit too out of position.
Galvanized Steel Pipe, how's it going? Welcome in.
Dodge through the hitbox and you are in a better position. And see. And Russ is 10%, but we will also be seen in the Cerus fight. And what's the end zone?
Oh, when the ball above your character starts dropping, you can press dodge. I think because of my ping, I need to go a little bit sooner than that, because I tried that before, just as it went. But I think I actually need to do it a little bit sooner. Which isn't uncommon, because I know, like, particularly with the rage mechanic, that I have to go a fair bit sooner.
I think he should be back now. Okay, let's reset. Let's turn on this now.
So I'll try. That will take me a bit.
To summarize, the orbs, the collection, gluttony. For those, what we do, we just walk in between them.
APB, thank you for the follow.
The orbs. There's one small thing though that you will have to learn. You need to move to them and walk or run through them.
Any plans to go for gold with the Janthir while Convergence CMs? Like, no immediate plans. I might try it at some point.
Gluttony collection as well. So if you dodge into an orb, you will not collect it.
Thank you again for the follow.
So running is required.
Another.
Even though dodging will get you there faster. When the gluttony is empowered, it will just be more gluttony orbs. But we won't. Yeah. For despair, the drops, the small circles, and the big circles behave mostly the same. They have the same amount of time before
Playing
they drop.
Guild Wars 2 right now.
They have the same time for the dodges. So you can train that in normal mode as well for the future.
EUD classes are a lot of fun. That
something
is
we will
very
have to do
true.
throughout the fight. There is a small difference between the small ones and the big ones, though. That is mostly important for the Mesmers in this squad. Regarding distort, the small puddles and the small drops can be fully distorted. So if you press distort, you will neither get hit by the orb dropping from above you to the ground. That does damage. The initial hit, the impact. And the puddles, when they're on the ground, they also pulse damage.
I think there are reasons in particular behind Condivert on this fight. I think it might be access to faster blade generation, which will help with things like distortion and things like that.
Yeah, that only protects.
You want range cleave, yeah, that also as well. That's probably the reason behind it.
Yes, exactly.
From the small ones?
Oh, I don't know about the small ones. But
I was talking about the small ones, the empowered ones. Those are the ones where you can only distort the impact, but when the puddles are big, then distort protects you only from the impact. Big puddles mean press distort and walk into them and you will still die.
Well, you should
and transfer strikes like, yeah, maybe later on. See how we're feeling after Cerus
The only people who
CM.
can survive the big puddles are the heralds when they have infused light active. Then they heal instead of getting damaged by them. That's the only players who can survive the big puddles.
Great.
But they also should not do that. So big puddles, only dodge the impact and do not walk into them.
Ooh, nice.
For the next mechanic, the Malice.
Making that
gold
gold
difference
back.
between the unempowered and the empowered one. Unempowered one, we get 1 Malice at, 1 player gets a Malice at, and for the empowered, 3 players get it. That's the only difference. For Rage, we already saw. Small Rage. In normal mode, it's dodgeable. big raid in normal mode.
I can
it's
show
not
boon
dodgeable.
tokens. Yeah, sure thing.
You get exposed when you get hit by it.
Hang up, let's
All it does
collapse
is damage.
that.
For the challenge mode, it will also give
There we
Cerus
go, you should be able to see that now.
empowered stack. But we will get there. We will fail the mechanics on purpose in the initial few polls to see what happens during the challenge mode. Regret, the greens. We will only ever be seeing a single green and not 3 greens, so we will not care about triple greens. The difference would be single green needs 5 people in it, or everyone goes down state. Triple greens,
Freeze this one, hopefully hands can warm up. I'm
feeling
feeling it as well. My hands are also quite cold, so I'm sitting on them trying to warm them up.
Will go down state. If you stack all 3,
Yeah, Guild Wars 3 is amazing.
but since we will not be doing triple greens in this progression, we do not care about triple greens. It requires a bit more coordination and learning, but it's beautiful once it works. Envy, the wall. From 100 to 80,
Thank you so much,
we just
Sparks,
have the
for
unempowered
leading
mechanics.
this.
So we have the single wall, which means
And
we
yes,
can
it's
move
Guild
to
Wars 2.
the walls left, and just walk slightly right after it goes off. So we barely have to walk. The empowered wall
Let's check to make sure
behaves
everything is working over here.
a bit differently. There is a second wall that starts
Yeah,
on the
there we
opposite
go.
side of the big wall, and that second wall is smaller and twice as fast. Meaning it will at some point catch up to the big wall. So if you're on the wrong side, on the left, when those two start, you will be sandwiched between the big wall and the small wall and will get hit by the small one. That in itself does damage and corrupts all of your boons and also gives them to the boss. That's why we want to go right for the double walls. We will see
Okay,
a bit
always
more
go
of
right
that
for
in
double
the future,
walls.
and there is some nice tech that you can do, because technically you can avoid the boon strip and giving Cerus boons by doing a very well-timed jump. Because the wall has
Favorite class is Revenant. Man,
two separate mechanics attached to it, pretty much. The flame wall
I do
that you
really
see
enjoy Mesmer as
itself,
well, though.
That is the one. That's the part that does damage, and the puddles along the ground that move with the wall. That is the stuff that boon rips. So you can jump over those puddles to get only damage by the wall and not get boon ripped. Requires some very intricate timing, and the timing's a bit unintuitive. But once you do it, you can just
I
stay
wish in
wherever.
Cape Town, South
technically.
Africa, or welcome in
And if you're out of
Stitch.
position and just jump, you will be fine.
It is
It'll
great
only
to
do a
see
bit of
you.
damage. Have I forgotten any mechanics? I think that was all of it. For now, we will just go in after the ready check. Wait a second, my phone just... Okay, nothing important. We will go in after the ready check is up, and we will just do the fight without any further explanations. We will just try to do the mechanics.
Alright, let's see how we go.
without
First
any
ever
portals
Cerus
or any
CM poll.
other added shenanigans.
First ever.
Oh, no portals, okay.
First since it launched.
I mean, for raid, you can do a portal if you want to. But yeah, just do that. One more thing. Let me just put a marker on you. Which marker do you want, Ezra? Yeah, you get that one. The confused scourge.
Circle.
I call that the
The
Naruto
confused
marker.
scourge. Sorry?
I call that the Naruto marker.
I mean, as long as it's not the arrow of shame, she's fine.
Yes,
She said.
yes, I don't want the arrow.
You don't want that
Thank
one.
you.
Look at that one.
Whoa,
No.
the shock, the
You're
horror.
toxic.
Yeah, just instantly, just first try.
I mean...
First try, it's
okay,
Cerus
so
CM, let's go.
Let's give me the arrow of shame. Ah!
That deserve it now.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
If that happens to anyone, by the
Yeah,
way,
that worked.
if that happens, you reset if you just fall through the floor. So like,
Yep.
don't glide to
As
the
long as you
platform.
don't hit stable ground down there on the roots, you're good. Else you have to GG, because you just spawn down there.
Before I click ready, always lie to the very center of the arena, don't land early.
Yep.
6 votes, easy game.
Just let all the way. Is he spawning?
I'm not seeing a
We messed up the...
Well, we won. Good job.
I guess we messed up the resets. Normally, Doctor and Cerus, you can just GG in there and they will reset. but
Yeah,
Isn't
no,
it-
Just wait. Okay, we can go now.
now it should have been reset because we got the charge on the left, on the right there.
you got shards? I didn't. I guess I already did.
Oh, yes.
I fight a lot.
Yeah, probably. I probably rest too early.
Madfish, welcome in. It's great to see you.
Mantra. Let's check that I am also alacrity. I am. Yep.
Just get him show up. Yeah, he knew he was going to
Let's
get
go in
instantly
3,
one tapped.
2, 1, glide.
Doesn't look good.
Yes, strike mission complete.
Oh, it is. Okay.
End is not.
We do a green.
Safe from harm. You're finished.
There will be some small difference. You will see the corners of the screen light up, and you will get this debuff. Bubbles, and somebody will have a malice out.
Weird dodge from me.
Out, but I couldn't finish.
It's fine.
Oh,
Look at the malice ad. It also has permanent resistance, which means the malice ad can't be immobilized or slowed. The malice ad walked in, and he has 5 stacks of power. I have another malice ad. I will just blink a bit. And we have another. Why do we have more mechanics? Why do we have so much more mechanics?
let's go stand here.
Yeah. It's an interesting question. Why do you do that? If you look around Cerus, you sometimes see a second smaller Cerus appear. Just do a skirt pop if you want to. If you don't want to, then we just...
What's on the other side?
Power is everyone.
Much better.
Oh, look at that. Another wall from this side. We have to walk through Cerus because the wall will end here.
It's a bit chaotic now.
And another wall, yet again. Amazing, right?
You're finished.
Let's make it to 80. I want to show something else.
Well, we're still alive, so that's good.
Always walk with me when Cerus does the split. Oh, we have a green.
Oh, we're gonna do the clutch
Just
together.
eat that mechanic.
Yeah, since no, not Orbis. I mean, Sin and Desert.
I'm still already dead. I died from.
Oh, that's you, Sin. That's it. That was. You kill the middle big one. The middle one.
Kill.
Not the side one.
Let's go stand in that.
I will delete one of them. Fuck, I missed.
Oh, hang on, wrong one.
Good job.
Yes, I pressed my blink button.
Tried. Oh no, it's
That's amazing!
Explosion noises.
Wait, do we have legendary challenge mode? Why did we instant die?
No, we don't have legendary on.
Oh, because we failed the greens in that way.
Yeah.
Mike, I feel furious.
Yeah, okay. There were a few things.
Vigor.
As you may have seen, we had way more mechanics. That is because, in the challenge mode, the center Cerus does the exact same stuff that we know from normal mode. In the exact same order, I think.
Okay.
But the...
Another.
Occasionally, we get a smaller Cerus on a fixed position around Cerus. There will be 6 small Ceruses, each of them embodying one of the mechanics. When that small Cerus appears, shortly after it appears, it will do its respective mechanic as well. So we will have double mechanics. That's why we, for example, had drops and
Can we dodge through that wall?
malice ad at the same time. At some point. Or we had collects, or we had rage and some other stuff at the same time. That will happen throughout the fight. The fight will always be the exact same. So the same mechanics will always be happen in combination with each other. So it is imperative that
So I will
we
definitely
just
need to
learn
play Condibert a bit
how
more
the fight
outside
works,
this so I can actually get a bit more
what mechanics
comfortable
come
with the
after each other,
fast
so we
pace and
can
nature of the rotation.
sometimes pre-position accordingly, or for me and Desera especially, so we can do our portals well. I myself am not experienced on Heal Chrono in this fight, so I will be learning the portaling and all that stuff as well as we go. I've only done DPS before, so I've only been listening to commands until now. It will be quite a lot for me to try and take in, but I hope I will at some point no longer fail the portaling. That's why we have Artie here as well. I'm here to instruct you on some stuffs, and Artie is here to scream at me to not fuck up.
Thank you, Artie, for coming along and filling as well.
I mean, I said yesterday, what did I say? I'm your trainer's trainer, because Spars knows how to do the fight, but he is new at here, Chrono.
Knowing is a bit of a stretch. I've been doing a progression and started last year in June with that, and so it's almost a year since I've killed, since I've done the fight properly. I've only recently done a 6-hour session with Fandral, Artie, and Planix like 3 weeks ago, where we just killed, I think, 2 times. Yeah, 2 times.
Skin.
Aside from that, I've been out of it for a while as well, so will take some time from me as well.
Recharge and
So
teleport to
now,
friend. That's
what we're
great
gonna
value
do-
if you want to get that now.
At the start, we will have the green, and then we will have the
Storage
drops, and at the
expanders,
same
also
time,
great.
the Malice ad will happen. What we want to do for that, the person who gets the Malice ad will have the edges of their screen light up a different color.
FR,
When that
thank you for the
happens,
hydrate. Good looking
locate
out.
your Scourge. The Scourge will put a portal
Yeah, apologies
towards
for a
the
bit
south,
rushed in starting up
so
today.
just behind us, and you just take that portal, and we all take that portal. What we're gonna do, we take the portal, the Mesmers will pretty much stay on the portal as they are. Before the orbs drop, they press the start, and all dodge forward in unison. That's something we will have to do at certain points during the fight as well. Not necessarily forward dodging, but right, left, or some other stuffs. But
I might even
want
start
all the Mesmers
distorting.
to take the portal, and the Heralds, and I want all players to take the portal.
I'll start distorting the orb
And
drops as well.
Stand on it, unless you're Desera, Orbis, and Sin. If you don't have, if you
It's probably better that I learn the timing. There's probably going to be a point later in the fight where I actually do really need to know that. Whereas I think my
This will
timing might
teach
be a
us a few
bit
things.
different. It definitely seems that
stack
for
properly,
Rage, I've always had to
to
sort
not
of
dodge early,
tune
and
that.
to dodge properly.
It's a different timing
If you
for me
don't dodge
compared
properly
to
and don't
what I
have the start,
normally
you
have
will
to
just
do.
die from that, because you will get hit by all the impact damage of all the orbs that are stacked on us. Why do we want to do that? We will have less area littered with the drops and puddles, so we have more space to work around with, and the ad will be on that portal as well. And while the ad walks to the boss, all the Mesmers, all the words pretty much, everyone who can cleave through the ad towards the boss will just target the boss and be on the ad. So we can cleave the ad alongside the boss and kill it that way.
What happens if I drag?
If we don't have enough damage to do that, the ad will run in. Because we cannot immobilize
When does that get?
as it has
That's
resistance.
the position where it's like right on the vertical stream as well. That
That is
obscures
all
things a
we're
bit
gonna
too
do for
much.
now.
You bring
the sec-
DPS, but by
Yeah,
the way,
we'll bring
not
that
involved in this. So Sin and Orbis, after
there.
the whole dodge thing, you just go back to the boss and hit the boss again.
Yep. Only the words or scourges. I mean, DPS scourges, not you, Desera. Only classes who can cleave from range, stay on the ad, and kill it while cleaving the boss as well. Always target the boss. So he's the main target for all your skills, and the ad just is collateral damage. Let's try to see how we get that working.
That
we can also-
debuff earlier, is there anything you should do with it, or is it just...
Extreme vulnerability.
Yeah.
That one only shows when you get hit by a green. The greens do not go off at the exact same time, but slightly after each other, I think.
Yeah, they do.
So, if you get hit by another
DPS
green,
wasn't too
while
bad.
you have the
You
extreme
can definitely up
vulnerability
it.
debuff, that's how the game guarantees you go downstep from it or you die from it. So it doesn't pretty much do anything if you do the greens properly. But since we're only ever gonna see one green, it doesn't matter for us. But if during the split, when we killed one of the ads, when we had the 6 ads up, we got triple greens at the end. And that can happen if we have a bit low damage to kill the one guy. Because on challenge mode, we already get back from the split after we killed one of the big guys, or the small guys. So if you don't have the DPS
pretty
to
arena.
kill them before the second mechanic in the split appears,
I'm very excited for Stranger
we
Things.
may
Season
have a
5.
random triple green. If that happens, the greens need to split, stay still, and have other players come to them. 3 in each, and 1 player is the wild card who can go anywhere. But let's not worry about that for now.
For the portal, so I portal out for the ad. Do I have the portal for the AoE rage then?
Seriously, are you doing
Sure.
unit Noah mode?
see it.
Potentially.
Yes, you have.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I should actually add Ah.
Portal south.
I'll add Discord into the vertical stream,
You're
so it's not actually there
behind
yet.
us pretty much. Just be on your position. So we're green first. When the drops appear, that is when
Slice them apart.
the ad appears. Okay, a Scourge. Burst Portal.
That's not there.
Wait. Oh, okay, I thought it was ad before. Okay, sorry.
No,
Timing was shit, yeah.
That's a little after the
GG.
the ad will,
And let me actually add in
portals out
Discord
with
to
the,
vertical.
With the puddles.
Yeah, sorry.
Audio
that was my
input
fault.
All
capture.
good, all good. We're all here to learn.
There's an application,
Not like
audio capture,
I'm
Discord.
experienced, We're too experienced in the fight. And the only one who
There we go.
gets to talk shit about all of us is Artie.
Yeah, but that's most wholesome dude, so we're good.
Not yet. Not yet.
You know that I'm trying to prove raiders aren't toxic is one of my top YouTube shorts.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, glide.
So immediately after the green.
Altus, thank you for the follow.
Yep,
And
yep.
Nada, you
Same
as well,
time
mate.
As the puddles appear on us, pretty much.
You're finished.
Stand on your Scourge, take Portal,
That was
a bit early. So a little strong for you.
I don't have
Okay. You are dead.
You're finished.
Let's go again. Also, a few people did not take the
If you join a static that does flower strap, feels nice to play build like Condi Firebrand on the spine. So what's the difference between the two?
1-2 seconds later.
I've only watched like a few guides on
then
it,
move
but that part I'm not
forward
actually up to speed on
immediately.
yet.
Don't do that, no.
Yeah, we stay.
Adam, thank you
if
for the
you're a
follow.
mesmer.
Vigor.
You have to swap available.
Yeah, you can go left and right, like that's completely fine, but then like after the dodge you want to
It's
be
only
on the etiquette.
But the person who has the ad, the malice ad. If you're a mesmer and have the malice ad, you stay on the portal. You drop the ad there. So the ad is somewhere in the middle. then we
Okay,
can
so
all
keep
come
an
together
eye
in the
if we
middle,
do
and
get
as
the
soon as
malice,
ad
then we
walks
take the portal.
Slightly forward,
Mesmo, I think we
just
stay
stay on
in.
the ad with
That's
the
my
buds,
takeaway.
target the boss and cleave it. The quick DPSs just go back to the boss and do their damage. Everybody else stays on range during that until the ad is dead. When that happens, after we drop the ad, there is also the wall, so we just move slightly to the left, so we dodge the wall, and then we move a bit to the right, so we just
Zane, thank you for the
can
follow.
move the wall on one full rotation without having to worry about it, since it will stop before us. We go in 3, 2, 1, glide.
And welcome in, Artia, and thank you for billing for us.
Glory. I feel fury. A stuck blade restored. Sharp blades. Sharp blades. Dodge this.
Beautiful.
There we go. Back dodges. Okay. Here,
Ouch.
I see a few too many people going to the boss. I mean, I did as well, and the ad will walk in because of that.
Sharp blades. Sharp minds.
Got a few stacks there.
Yeah, but walk in. Let's try that again until we get that coordinated well. I want to check if we have
Eddie,
enough
what's up?
damage to kill it. Because if we don't have enough damage to kill the
Eddie's
ad,
also had a little bit of an eye
then we'll be
infection
able
over the
to
last few
instead,
days as
and I will
well.
pull it all the way to the
Clearing
edge.
up well though.
So
It's looking much better
then only
today.
one person will take the bottom.
Vigor.
That's what we want to try to check here. If we have damage to cleave it to death, for that it is important that the mesmers stay in range. If we don't have damage, then I will be doing a chrono portal instead, and only one player
Sharper
who has the
still.
ad takes it, and the rest just spread around the boss and then dodge towards it. Why do we put it at the edge? I lied about the resistance being permanent. Resistance prevents us from immobilizing the ad or slowing it down. The resistance takes, I think, 30 seconds to disappear. we cannot bootstrap the resistance, so it has to run out naturally.
Hey, thank you for the
So
follow.
we can put it all the way to the edge. The resistance will run out by the time the ad is close enough to the boss for us to cleave it to death. So when that happens, the resistance runs out. Me and Desera will immobilize the ad, and Orbis as well. I think he has rifle.
I can go rifle.
No, just for now, don't.
In offhand. It's fine.
Our immobilizers should be enough to give us enough time. So if you don't have the
It's run
damage,
back.
we will
Thank you
put
for
it
the
to the
follow
edge,
as well.
wait for the resistance to run out. Once it has run out, we immobilize it, and then we cleave it, because we will have more time since it's not moving.
Let's just do the other thing first. Let's just do the thing that we're trying to work out, and then.
Yeah. I was just saying
Unless
why
you take the
we
portal
wanna try
during
the
and dodge
cleave
evade
first.
frames. Okay. So the biggest difference is bigger leeway in the dodge. You know, to stack is tight for some
No, we're good,
dodges.
we're good. We're
If you
safe.
dodge
I saw
early, it's
somebody
not as
dropping.
bad.
Nice.
Okay. Is the dodge timing impacted by ping? Because I feel like it is,
We're still
but
learning.
don't want to be
mechanics in the
mistaken
fight, so
from
the
that.
damage is not yet that high of a necessity, but at some point, once the mechanics are internalized, we want to work on how damage, because that will be the most important part of the fight.
Sorry about the delay. I couldn't target the boss for some reason.
Skill issue.
Yeah, yes.
We got one. What can I get you? Yeah, slightly to done. You guys are not on the ad. Where are you?
So there I got the timing completely off.
And the aerial war. We don't have damage, do we? No. Barely not. I want the Mesmers to stay in range.
Dodge forward, dodge on the ad, like get on the ad and just walk with the ad or behind it.
Bigger.
I do.
Recover.
Okay.
We will have to do that several times during the fight, where we are not on melee range, and just cleave down an ad on the boss, and cleave through the ad while we target the boss. We have to do that several times during the fight, and it's quite nice that we can experience that at the start already. What is it with the might and sub 3?
I should be giving enough.
We have 13 stacks, and Fenrir has 16. I mean, for now, we don't care about that. We do the mechanics, and then we can worry about that after.
Also, quick question.
yeah,
The timing for
because we
the
have
dodge on the orb drop, I've seen it in various guys be like, as soon as the orb starts to visually drop, that's when you dodge. Is the timing of that impacted by ping?
Yes. It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Needs to be on NA.
So I'll have to probably
So
do it
that's
slightly
why,
earlier.
That's why you should only play Bert or Herald in this, Josh.
Perfect. I can roll with
That's
that.
a good choice. You have the slot available for this, just the slot with 3 to 5 blades, and you should be good. Also, while we're stacked all up
Stort and dodge, perfect.
and only a few fuses are off,
Is there any difference
you may not be
between
able to
Steam
see
and standalone
your own
client?
circle
Not practically,
expanding
no. Only that
too well.
if you start on one, you have to
If
stay
that
on
is the
one.
case,
Like, you have to buy all
look
the
at
expansions
another
through either
person's
one.
circle that is off, who is off stack. So, for example, Orbis
You
or
had to
Sin,
dodge when the circle
or
was
Desera,
half full. Yeah.
the 3
That's-
non-Mesmers will most likely be off stack. So you can see their
Yeah, I'm just
own
gonna
circle
distort
more
then
clearly.
dodge.
All the
That's
circles
what I'm
go at
gonna
the
have
same
to
time,
do.
So just watch their circle and dodge
And also I could
accordingly.
even
Once
save
it
Signal
almost
of
fully
Illusions to
hits
make sure
the,
that's there.
Hits full growth.
Or maybe
we
it's
can
later
also
in the
do-
fight when you worry about that. Then you'll
Cerus
deal with
will
that.
do the animation, and when he slams down his, I think, wings, or is it fist?
Yeah, 250 ping. It is what it is.
He's raising it up in the
Sorry, wrong.
Hi, Addy.
Slamming down the fist is for
How you
something
doing,
else.
sweetie?
But you can also try to go by the animation that Cerus does. This is a bit more inconsistent because we will also have drops from the side ads and they may not be in view for you. So try to not go by Cerus animation, but by the expanding orange circles instead.
Distort, then dodge. Distort and dodge, and that will be my life.
Wouldn't we fix it if we swapped Sin with Orbis? Because we have.
No, the Jedi has to be the sculpture before.
Yeah, Jedi will just die
yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
Don't-
Okay.
don't quote me. I'm gonna keep an eye on the bar in the fight because I noticed this one time when I was with LN and my boon knock time was terrible, but my entire time the bar I had 25 might, so it was very confusing.
It shows 16 here.
Yeah, I know. But
On Arc, yeah, but sub 3, so Desera and Orbis, you can, on Fandral you can just, and RC you can check how much might you have in the actual fight on your character.
Yeah, and the part that confused me is that that's only on the boon table it says it, but in the buff stats in actual Arc it shows it as fine. So
Okay, so that's just a boon table thing.
But don't quote me. I'll check.
Yeah, but it would be weird if Desera didn't give might. That would be weird. Scourge gives so much might, and you have enough might as well. Yeah, Thief not giving 25 to himself, that is just...
Yeah, if my quickness is 100%, my might should be 25.
Yeah, if your might is not above 20, then something is going terribly wrong. That's illegal for a Deadeye.
Okay.
I can do the portal even later, actually. But we don't even have to play it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's MC.
We had some early dodges. Should have done that. Behind. Now we have to walk a bit to the right. Walk the wall.
You're finished.
Wall is coming.
So yeah, I need to...
Slightly.
There we go.
Barely not. Barely not.
But someone is dodging all the
Yeah. We can try that again. We go to the end and we try to do it again. Another thing, try to collect the orbs. You may have seen that we got 9 stacks now, but we only got 3 orbs. Why is that?
More when you see that portal was
That was supposed to be a skill portal.
I have also.
Side. Oh. Once inside, oopsies, we GG that, and we try to do the dodges again. That is something you have to internalize.
Alex,
If you're a
welcome
Mesmer,
in.
Do not be afraid of the orb drop. You have to store it. Later in the fight, we will have double drops, one after another, but for that you have your Signal of Illusions to reset the distort. So as a Mesmer, or as a Vert, me as a Chrono have to work around a bit because I don't have distort reset, but as a Vert, you have distort reset as well for certain parts. So you should never be afraid of the impact drop. It's better to dodge late instead of dodging early. Because when you dodge early, you will dodge into the place where all the other people will dodge, but you will put your puddle there.
Alright, so I need to just distort, land, dodge.
Impact,
Distort,
but
land,
will
dodge.
into your puddle and get damage bite and possibly go downstep bite. That is why it is very important that you get the dodging timing correct for that. So we try again.
Fire, thanks for staying. Yes, we'll do that after this poll.
Staying back with it.
If I forget, remind
Only
me.
quickness is allowed to be at boss after that first drop. Yeah, Boon Table shows 25 might now. I don't know what that was already.
A little even later.
Distort and dodge.
That's fucking distortion.
Yeah, I thought I could do one on this short straight after. Sorry, that's my bad. I got a bit greedy.
Beef, brain, move slightly to the right.
Then again, now with this distance.
Yeah, barely what to.
And we are playing Guild Wars 2 right now.
Another illusion. Let's try again with the drops. Just drop it and come together. The illusion I want to see if we have the damage. No drops for now. Also, look at Cerus. He has a small orange. Oh, it dropped in again. It has a small orange HP ball. Or had it. What does that do? He had barrier. Any ball that reaches Cerus will barrier. That is the side we're on. I will
Safe
come to
from
I will go
harm.
for
Barely.
that. Let's GG that.
Cool, GG. And we're standing
Reroll
desk.
from the side ad. It moves the same directions as the one from the big Cerus. So every single wall in this fight will move counterclockwise. One thing, the small ad will always target their big wall towards the main boss. So if you see a wall that is not coming from the main boss, you will have to be on the correct side of it. For that, we were on
Think
the
of the
wrong
hydrate.
side, so we all got blasted by the damage and the boom.
It's like PoE and WoW had a baby. I could see that.
Once we get a bit
And this is
more
a-
used to the fight and do all the mechanics
But doing our
and stuff
best, we're also
properly
super
and
sleep
have all the damage,
as well.
we want to face during or after that wall we just saw. So we want to be at like 82% or 83% when that wall appears. We were at 85, at 88, but we also did some stuffs that we usually don't do because we tried to kill the ad again, like that. With the second ad that appears, what we usually do, we just port it away and just let it walk and face during that, and then it will just disappear by itself.
New PoE
during the
League
phasing.
one starts next week. So excited. Hell yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, we go.
So I have to start just trying to nail down that opener. If I can get that on muscle memory, it's going to be good times. Didn't actually have the boss targeted.
Wait for portal. Wait.
Yeah, a little bit slow.
And now.
You can use now.
Okay, okay.
There you go. And now you just went portal and then we got the right after.
I should dodge forward there.
The person that
Was
didn't take
not
it.
on boss. Okay, do that again. One of the quick DPS had the lower side.
I've only
Was
played
not
like
to the
a
right.
few
That's
minutes
single
of,
there.
not a few minutes, like a few hours of
I was on
PoE
the
1.
left.
I played much
So
more
was
of
me.
PoE 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, everyone should take the portal there, by the way, right? That's you just go back to the boss after, but everyone should port.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Is it
So
Yeah, I
when
don't
you
know.
have the debuff or the ad, because either way it glows.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to see whether you have the ad or the debuff, because either way it glows. But I
Ad
just-
glows
no matter what.
blue around your screen.
Yeah.
Blue?
Yeah, the
Does it
debuff
already
from the
glow-
green should go
it
away
already
slightly.
glows orange.
You also
Yeah, the
get
ad spawn is random.
an audio cue with the ad.
Yep, the ad spawn is fully random, as far as I know.
Yes, that is.
The wall, I think there are some ways you can bait it, but for our
So if you're
purposes,
playing a
the wall
Cyclone
will target a
champion,
random player
or transition to Armor Stacker Smite.
where it starts.
I'm not sure what that's referring to,
from
but
the
it
boss.
sounds fun.
The ad wall will always target the boss, but the big wall from the boss.
And DC,
will
where can you watch
always
this
target a random player.
widescreen
That is
instead of
also
short style? You can
important
check
that
me
we
out on
stack
Twitch, and I should have a pinned comment
why
as
we
well
want to take the portal,
in the chat
so we
or the
can
vertical,
be in
which
the
will
same
direct you
position
to the landscape
and bait
version.
the wall right on us. Then we just move slightly left, and after the
So
wall
you've got
starts,
options.
we just move slightly right. We are still in range for the ad.
And Lazy,
to
you
keep it
have
down
over
while
5k hours in
bursting the
PoE
boss.
1. Hot damn.
That's why we want to do it this
As long as
way.
you know who the wall targets, it's also random.
We
Okay.
go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Everyone needs to position well.
Might and glory. Untouchable.
Sharper still.
Bit slow on the opener there.
Sim, some ticking. Okay, there goes the ticking portal.
Was that fine or
That was good.
all the timing? Okay.
Okay, we will need to walk to the right slightly. Stay on me. Try to hit the boss and cleave the other reds. You walk through the portal.
Back on my feet.
Oh, that's Artie. Good job. And did not die.
It feels dangerous if somebody pre-dodges, so it's harder to keep you.
Yeah.
Two already dodges there.
Yeah, I'm mad.
Very nice.
If you want,
Yes, always on the vertical stream, I always have a,
try
well,
to move to
if I remember,
the
I should always have a
left.
pinned comment that will
If you
direct you
wanna
towards the
move off
landscape
stack, try to
one.
move to the left. So the wall starts a bit more to the left, so we just get.
But you can see much more
to the
information
left,
there.
And then we have the ad still in line and don't have to walk too far right, so we're out of range of the ad. So if you want to be off stack, try to be left.
Can I have Lieutenant real quick?
The what? The lieutenant? Yeah,
Lieutenant,
where is it? Lieutenant, there you go.
So sorting out this particular
because we're
mechanic, we
standing
can
just to
nail
do
this,
the
then we'll
box real
be
quick.
in a
We're
much
standing on
better
the arrow,
spot.
with Scourge portaling backwards on this line, right? Just like super easy. And then the Malice should spawn on that exit, and then other people can, if you're not sure of distortion, you don't have distortion, whatever, you can basically go left and right, either side, dodge forward, and then go back on the line to the ad immediately. So we bait the wall on this, go left briefly, back on the ad, and then as it comes around, we go around the boss anyway.
Yes. We would
So
have
that's like the order of things. The only people that don't stay on the end after the dodge forward are the bounty
It is
bases.
Sin and Orbis. You are allowed to grease DPS on boss. We will have to do that several times during the fight, where we have dodges and then need to come
grab
together
some
again
food
to
there.
bait a wall. So it's important that we all, after a dodge, stack.
Oh, pin comment doesn't have a link.
For example, I already go off stack for the dodge, so whoever wants to look for other people's
It should do
circles,
if you
to
click
see
on it.
the
It's got a
charge
link
up,
on there.
You can just look at
If you
that.
maybe
Yes,
click
we'll
on
do
it
the
and
same,
expand the link.
probably,
Yeah. I mean, I stay on
Yeah.
stack, but there's a
It is
already
there.
off, so you have at least
Might
one
just have to
person
expand
that
it,
is
though.
off stack and properly visible.
I'll check that as well for like future when
Do you
I
still want
like
me
check
to
it on
take
my
the
phone.
portal?
Yes, everyone.
Venten, thank you for the follow.
And then we just dodge forward, and then after
It might be
dodge,
like
you
a
can go back
format
to
issue,
the
which I'll have to
spot.
consider. Maybe I'll bring the link up first, but we'll see.
Like, we can swap that for you particularly later, but for now,
For now, that's not, yeah.
Slice them apart.
Bit slow.
Right.
portal. To right.
Distort.
Forward and then get on the line.
Good, push, some don't
And stay on the ad, stay on the ad.
line to the left.
And right.
Right, that was a bit silly. Okay.
Dodge
You
this.
clean the ad move with the ad, so your F5 also hits. It may work. You not. Okay. Let's try it out again with this one. So you drops again. Dodge towards the ad.
Oh, I actually got the timing.
And
Mostly.
try to leave it. Ignore the bolts for now. Oh, the ad stuff, that stupid thing.
Another.
Are you not porting this yet, or?
Not yet, not yet. But a third portal moment.
I missed it.
I just
Together,
want
right?
Do I have to place it differently, or
It was right, yeah.
okay, because
I was best class to play with
I'm
Nate
just
and mostly
asking.
solo. Like honestly, every single
I
class
did
is
that.
going to have
Oh,
great
okay.
open world
No,
PvE builds. So that's not really too much of a
The ad was
concern.
in a different place because we're not porting that yet.
So that's alright. Good.
What we usually do, I also port the ad
Good
the exact
looking
same
out.
direction.
I'll make sure to test that.
yeah.
See actually.
So I port on the same spot 2
Yeah,
times.
I will port the ad.
No, it's not
there
like
as
you have a
well. I mean,
massive
we will-
advantage playing one.
For you,
Not
it's
at all.
basically just port to wherever the ad is coming from.
Yeah.
If the
See what that
Sparse
looks like on
decides to
my-
put it in like some entirely different direction, just port the group there, so they're on the ad.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
that is the
But it
port
should
there.
be, if he does it correctly, it should be the same direction.
Health.
Yeah.
Vigor.
Just say
Covering.
there's another. If it's another direction, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes I'm blind.
I will try to do the portal now, Artie. But if I fail, then
It's not a continuous build portal, so
might have
just
to check
like
that
a
later.
normal portal.
Yeah. Okay. Since I don't do the first portal yet.
Yeah, you open the portal after the wall is done.
I
You
will
basically
save
start the
my
portal.
Signet of Illusions
But I do know and remember.
for the Distort.
That's as far as I remember portaling, to be honest.
I'm playing Mesmer and this is Virtuoso.
Another.
Yeah, really bad opener there. I started in completely the wrong. Started in completely the wrong.
Scourge. Okay. To the left, a bit more. The wall stops a bit more to the left than it seems. Okay.
I make a pretty good team.
Oh, I think we got it. Nice.
Take the bottom if you have. And take it back. Then drop. Together, now we collect.
It's sus, but we did it.
Else the boss will get a stack. We got one stack. Rage, portal, towards the art. It's behind us, stay there. Good. Clean it.
Just move the art and shoot the boss.
Yeah, it does the weird walk.
And the wounded base can go to the... Oh, you ported the ad slightly wrong. It was possibly should not be on this side out yet.
Yeah, I should have ported it more to the right.
Sorry, your
my bad.
Wi-Fi is
That was
having
on me.
issues.
Okay.
I just ported it full south as well, like
See,
the
actually,
boss,
if,
at least not
this
on me,
build
yeah.
command
what
works.
I did wrong there, the wall of the side ad moved the same direction, so we got blasted by it. I should have ported more instead of 6 o'clock, like 4 or 3, like where Artie put the hard marker.
See if I actually got that command working.
So we are on the correct side of the ad, and we just cleave the thing and then move to the other side, so we don't get blasted by the wall. That was on me. Sorry for that. We go in 3, 2, 1, light. Oh,
Doesn't look like that command's working.
Blade sharp mind.
see? Nobody saw that. No, you didn't. Don't grab me.
Yeah, that command should work, but it's not, so I probably have to set something up in the bot to do it.
Trying so hard to fight my old muscle
You
memory.
have this boss. You have this boss. That's the stupid.
It's my dodge.
Yep, we do that again. Distort has 3 seconds on a record, I think. If you have full blades. It takes a while to trust Distort like
Since all that
this,
command
but
ain't working, is Virtuoso at least back in Mesmer? Yeah, that's it.
watch the players off stack and press Distort properly. Yeah, don't worry. Fandral also did a lot of failing on that, and I mean,
Commands.
even on
Ah,
latest
yeah.
LCM,
Why is that not
people
saving?
did fail that for quite a while.
Okay.
Once you get used to it, at some point you don't even need Distort anymore if you know the dodge timing well.
Now let's
For
try.
example, if you watch
Now that
Luca
we've
do that, he
enabled it.
just stays on the Mesmer stack with Harbinger or Scourge and just dodges. It's
It usually takes a
It's
minute.
amazing to
If it
watch
doesn't work, then
once you know how to do
there
it.
we go.
alright. 3, 2, 1, light.
I feel furious. Blade storm.
Sharper still.
You're finished.
Just a bit of your soul. Try it.
Slightly left. Nice. Right line for this.
Splendid combination. Slice them apart.
There we go. Almost.
Take the thing, take it back. Then drop.
So I need to use Distort. I need to always have Distort up.
Outside, towards the yard. Very nice. Stay here, we click down the yard. Oh, that's a before that, whoopsies. This time we're on the correct side of envy. Yep, good. We move through the boss, so we don't get blasted by the wall. We have drops, we just hit them not far away, just hit. Back to boss. We will have this
Step.
wall, completely wherever, and we will be phasing during this.
Cool.
Okay, you do regrets, me or descent. Zera. This one is.
I just need to always rely on distort. So basically, I just always need to have distort up, so I need to actually base my signet usage around that.
Separate the greens and 3 each. 3 in each.
Oof.
You can ready. No, don't GG, don't have a GG, don't have a GG.
He can rest because of this.
Yes.
If we are
My
close,
bad.
it will take down and die.
I will never GG there.
Funnily enough, that happened also in the Fandral kills, I think, in one of them.
Yep.
Rage.
Ever since on CM, it's a very interesting fight. Yeah, there's a lot more incredibly like punishing mechanics here.
You can do a Scourge Bottle.
Scourge Bottle, yeah.
And I
Yeah,
failed
that
my
mechanic
talking,
there,
talking,
that-
sorry, GG that.
That feels cursed,
Yeah.
honestly,
Later
on
on,
Oceanic
What we
Ping.
can do, we can incorporate a skirt portal, so we can just greed on boss, portal out, dodge towards the portal, and portal in again. We can try that.
But yeah,
this
I'll be
time.
using my Signal of Illusions, honestly, just to reset
Do the portal.
Yeah, yeah. Just the
distortion
opposite of
after
rage.
any of those orbs. So
Yeah.
then for every orb I
I
have
will
it.
try to position better. I was positioned.
But that's
to
just
the
sort of
very
the rule
south,
I'll
but I
have to
should
set
be
myself,
positioned
or
more
else
towards,
we're not
this
going to
side,
have it when we
so
need
the
it.
rage will be
We're
over
on
there, and
EU
then it will
bliss.
just-
My ping's about the
yeah.
same to NA. Joys of Australia.
Yeah.
Fixing an arrow.
Never GG except play.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like. Yeah, sorry, Artie. Let's put Art here again and circle here. Okay.
Marcus. I like Marcus.
Yeah, at some point I will do this by memory. But for now, I will do this by Artie. But the damage is already slightly improving. We're still doing some mechanics, so damage is not quite as high as we need it to be. But we will get there once we have developed some more routine. I am confident.
Is the miles
They go pretty good
okay
opener.
now? Or
Yeah, it was just that Iron Beam in first.
Beam table lasts a bit longer.
Opener was pretty good.
Yeah, it just drops at the end there.
Support.
For God's
Ah,
sake.
did I?
That was fine. To the left, to the right, that's good.
Click, click, boom. You'll be doing that one for days.
oh, that went.
Where's the heart? Drops again, just lift it around. We do the left after. Reach.
You're finished.
No. It's there. Very nice. Hey, yeah, what do the flanks do? I forgot to mention that. Towards the up, please. Very nice. Keep the ads down. That will be quickly the rest go through. Dash through.
Let's go bot.
Move across. Drops again.
You're finished.
Not far, we can breed with them. Good dodges. We will just do the wall thingy. And after that would be a rage if I recall correctly, but we will be phasing. Okay,
You go deal with the regret.
regrets. We do gluttony things. And one bottle comes through you can collect that.
2 orbs are coming
Oh,
up.
even though I didn't see the second. Yeah. So there, we just collect and we move back to the big guy.
Just for a second.
Let's put the left to the anywhere.
I should have distorted a bit earlier.
Blasting and already work towards middle. It will take down.
Contract
And the arrow. Do the green. And afterwards, as the rage appears, you can do a Irish portals. As the rage circle appears, not when the corner appears. Yeah, results.
Where is it? Ah. Oh, I managed to.
Stack together, stack together. Right side this time, we have double wall from now on. Okay, let's see a few
I did the
people
jump.
getting lost by it, but Cerus did not get in.
Sharp blade, sharp
Continue split portal to hard distance.
Thank you, MQ, for the follow.
Yep. We got some stacks. A little bit late in the quarter, so there was double correct. Let's just correct again. One to go.
Yeah.
What now, team? Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh yeah, someone paid attention.
Good job.
Yes, yeah, you were not
No,
in.
they
Yep.
confused. That's all I was like, that one.
Green and lost things.
I kind of forgot.
Other drops during this, after this drops again immediately. If you do not start with another person, you can just control all the many drops.
These old circles are no longer real.
Yep, I will talk about that later. And Fandral is doing the okay, jump the wall. Good. We're on the correct side. What we normally would have to do, jump the wall again. Nice, and we move over to the other side. That is the first double wall, double wall. That's usually fucks up people if they see for the first time, like it did with some of us as
Okay, let's just stay stacked.
Swift and steady.
First, correct. Move with the green, move with the green, move with the green. If you have green, you move where the most orbs are. So the most people are here, us, when you collect.
22 stacks. Spicy.
But now let's
Any direction.
any direction.
It's
Don't need to do
port.
that far. What's GG got?
Yeah, sorry,
All good, all good. I'm way too slow with calling stuff out. And commanding while doing healing and trying to portaling is
Just
raining.
stick
Nice.
to the like most important stuff to like what's currently happening. That's
okay, good.
I think it's definitely easier for you since
Yeah, also, for the portal things, RT, bit
I'll be
earlier.
really quick. Be right back.
Yeah.
So also,
Might be a good
just
time to take a
hard-
few minutes break.
hard.
We are at half
Good
time.
start.
Anyway, okay, let's take 5 minutes. 5 break.
Excellent. We'll take a quick break, go stretch our legs, and we'll be back in a
awake
few
already or
minutes.
something?
Reaper enjoys around the world rejoice. After years of languishing on the outskirts of PvE content, getting laughed at by classes with their 40k DPS benchmarks, watching in horror at every set of patch notes as your axe just received another 5% damage buff, ArenaNet has finally graced us with the buffs we've been crying out for years. Now, raid bosses will battle a class 11 years in the making. Power Reaper has awoken. Welcome back, everyone. As of the last balance patch, Reaper got some massive buffs to its overall damage, and has returned from its Heart of Thorns glory days. Not only that, the Reaper Shroud 3 skill, Infusing Terror, has had its damage reduction increase from 20% all the way to 66%. This means you can stay in Reaper Shroud for longer, spin to win for big old numbers, and are more survivable than ever. All these buffs get stacked on top of Reaper's already easy to learn rotation, its hard hitting skills that feel super fun to land, and all the Lord of Death roleplay you can muster, which turns this into one of the most fun DPS builds Guild Wars 2 has to offer. It's a good time to be a Necro enjoyer, friends. Let's jump in to the premier power damage Necro spec. When you equip Reaper, your Death Shroud will be replaced by Reaper Shroud. Here, your Shroud skills get replaced by far more aggressive AoE skills. You can also get your cosplay on with the very edgelord Scythe while in Shroud. An important note, your Reaper Shroud is a big piece of the damage puzzle for you, so you'll want to avoid as much damage as possible while in there to protect your life force. More life force means more damage. Your Reaper Shroud auto attack will cleave through enemies and grant you life force on the third strike. Due to one of your Reaper traits, the last hit will also recharge your Shroud skills. Death Charge will catapult you forward, attack 9 times, and blind your enemies. This skill will be the largest overall contributor to your overall damage. Infusing Terror will grant you stability and a huge 66% damage reduction for 6 seconds. You can also reactivate this skill to fear enemies around you. Always try to activate this when you're in Shroud, just for the 66% damage reduction. This will protect your life force and let you jump into Shroud more often. Soul Spiral is one of the most fun skills on Reaper. You'll spin to win, attack 12 times, and inflict poison. You'll be wanting to use this every time you enter Shroud. Executioner's Scythe will deal a huge strike of damage and stun your target. It will also deal more damage the lower your target's health. For this reason, we'll want to be using this when our target is below 25% health for some huge punts of damage. For our weapons, we'll be taking Greatsword and Staff. On Greatsword, your auto attack chain will regenerate life force, and on the third strike, will inflict chill and completely recharge your Greatsword 2 skill, Gravedigger. Gravedigger is one of the classic Reaper skills. You'll deal damage on up to 5 enemies around you, and if you hit an enemy below 50% health, it will instantly recharge. Towards the end of your rotation, you're going to be spamming this like crazy. Death Spiral will strike 5 times, with each one being a world finisher, inflict vulnerability, and regenerate life force. Nightfall will cast an expanding AoE at your feet, blind and cripple enemies, and also convert 4 boons on enemies into conditions, which is super handy. Grasping Darkness will attack and chill foes in front of you, and regenerate life force on every hit. One thing to note though, is that this skill will have a very long aftercast, time after you've applied your damage where your character isn't doing anything. You can cancel this and speed up your rotation by casting a skill immediately after this, swapping weapons, or stowing your weapon. On Staff, your auto attack, Necrotic Grasp, will peer through enemies and regenerate life force on every strike. This skill has very low damage, so will only be swapping to Staff for our 2 through 5 skills. Mark of Blood will deal some strike damage, inflict bleeding on your foes, as well as grant you some regeneration. Chillblains is one of your most important skills on Staff. You'll deal a nice chunk of strike damage and inflict chill and poison on your enemies. It also leaves a poison field, which will be taken advantage of with the world finishes on both Gravedigger and Death Spiral. Putrid Mark will deal strike damage, act as a blast finisher, and transfer 3 of your conditions back to your target. Very nice as an emergency condition cleanse. Reaper's Mark will deal a massive spike of damage, and inflict fear on any foes that it hits. A good chunk of our skill bar is going to be dedicated to Wells, which will provide ticking AoE damage over time. This damage will be amplified even further when we hop into Reaper Shroud. Outside of that, we have a free utility slot for some extra damage or utility depending on what the fight needs. We also get some great value out of minions for the full Necro experience. Bloodfiend will summon a little friend to fight alongside you, who will transfer health to you each time it attacks. You can also quickly sacrifice it if you need a quick spike of healing. Well of Suffering will inflict vulnerability on enemies and deal 6 huge spikes of damage. This is your highest damaging utility skill. Well of Darkness has some great utility as well as providing awesome damage. You'll blind enemies on each strike, which is super nice for mitigating damage on you and your party, and deal 6 spikes of damage. Outside of your Wells, You Are All Weaklings is your highest damaging skill. It also is a stun break, will grant you might, inflict weakness, and deal more damage if you're in melee range. It's also an instant cast, so you can use it at any point in your rotation. Flesh Golem will usually be your default elite skill. It's a useful meat shield to draw aggro, and provides a huge amount of single target CC. If you need to swap out a skill for different utility, always swap out You Are All Weaklings first. It's the lowest damage skill of your 3 utilities, and your 2 Wells are incredibly important for your damage. You can replace this with Spectral Grasp if you need some extra pulls for mob control or for CC. Corrosive Poison Cloud is an amazing projectile barrier, which is very useful on fights like Adina and Slothazor, where projectiles can be a big issue. Well of Corruption will give you higher upfront burst damage, which is great if you're in a fight with short phases. You can swap out Flesh Golem for Lich Form to get some extra burst damage at the start of the fight. You'll basically pop into Lich Form, activate your Force skill, and then pop right out. Chilled to the Bone is fantastic in open world. It provides lower damage than Lich Form, less single target CC than Golem, but it has a newly lowered cooldown and can really shut down trash mobs. Now for our traits. As you'd expect with a power DPS build, our trait choices are centered around cranking our power damage as much as possible, and taking sweet damage modifiers whenever we can. Spite is here to pump our overall power damage, and comes with a whole heap of damage modifiers and increases. Spiteful Talisman will cause us to deal increased damage to enemies without any boons. Given most enemies don't apply their own boons, and your squad will generally try and remove them if they do pop up, this will basically be active all the time. Awaken the Pain will cause Might to grant you more power and less condition damage. Revenant has a very similar trait in their Devastation line, an amazing trait for a power damage build. Close to Death will cause our damage to... And we are back, and we have one of Jess's amazing biscuits.
Still in a flower pattern around it pretty much.
Let's
Circle and then dodge towards it. All take the portal, and then we will be in the same position, all stacked for the flame wall
Nutella,
appearing.
chocolate
That
chunk
flame wall is
cookies.
also very important that we all stand to the right
It is
and move around it quickly.
so unbelievably
Because
good.
while that flame wall is happening, this side ad will do the double wall towards the
Arcanor,
boss.
welcome
So
in.
if you don't move fast enough around the boss, then you will get blasted.
Froggy,
by the
welcome
side
in.
ad
Fazlan
big
looks
wall
similar to me.
that
Very
just
nice.
strips all of your boons and is not avoidable unless you distort. But we do not want to do that.
Managed
is
we
the
have
plan.
overcome our peak
You
just from
can, because you don't need it for
HDCM.
anything else, but try to avoid it if possible. We don't want to learn bad habits. I see, Artie, you put a star marker there now, trying to confuse me. Let's go. And the cloud guy is not awake yet.
I feel
I was to watch Sin do this, and now I'm stuck playing.
Yeah, I mean, my plan also was to just have you watch from the sidelines as you intended to do, but we got a thank God for that. Sarah goes to portal.
That was brought back there.
You have restored, pretty smooth.
Oh, GG.
You can start distorting when these circuits are like halfway done already.
Yes.
Like, you have easily enough time.
If you're 5 blades, then halfway is easily possible.
You can apparently also just distort and walk out of them if you don't even want to like dodge and risk the bad
Only
placement.
for the small ones.
Yeah. Sorry, the small ones. What is that? P50?
Yes.
Yeah. After 50, we have big circles.
Any classes
and if
you
try
don't
to walk
play.
out of the big circles, you will delete yourself.
Like, I play everything to varying degrees. The ones I play the least are
Distort and walk out.
Mirage and
So you
Blaze
don't
War.
risk dodging early.
Everything else I play, but somewhat at some point. Those are the ones I'm least familiar with, though.
dodge this.
There we go. Oh, Blade Sworn's my second one.
Good.
Too early.
Stay. Left.
Now
Right.
you're finished, bigger.
Blast.
Sharper still.
Splendid combination.
Yeah.
Take. Yeah. You drop and come back. Drop and then collect.
Sharp blade, sharp mud. Blade storm.
Okay, so there I can actually be facing.
We went through. Stop up to the
Big Howard, thank you for the follow.
Now it's like to go out of this. You may be setting it otherwise.
Another.
Through the boss once it's dead, it walked in. Didn't have the damage.
You're finished.
Droppers.
Hurts, doesn't
That's it.
Trying to go around, we will probably be facing during this.
Okay, first phase pretty clean.
Okay, kill regret. You do the gluttony.
Sharper still.
Need to actually swap
Ones to
weapons
your
there.
left on the stack.
Betlash, how's it
Can
going?
collect Some of them.
Dodge this.
Okay, I deleted one. I will out of the rage, just walk out. And then do a bit more damages, and we can already start moving towards the boss. Move towards arrow.
Rise and see.
We
Another.
will do a green, and then we will be trying the circle of the rage. The opposite of rage. Do the skirt further behind. Nice. Go around us. And take it back. Stack together. Go on the right side. Walk around quickly. Run all the way around.
One with boss.
Slice them apart.
But it continues but from hard to defend.
Go pick these up.
This person take portal.
Thank you, Martin.
You didn't take portal, whatever.
Sharp blade, sharp comment.
No collection, you can prepare your portal.
Where to? So,
Selection.
portal is boss. Where is it?
You scuffed your portal.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't see the second that I tried to find it, but I was stupid. Should have been towards.
I was waiting the portal.
Help. Another. Bigger.
Double drops. Must be anywhere.
All equipped like 12% late or something.
Oh, that is some real close ones. Yeah, let's reset that. Yeah, I fucked that one up as well. So what went wrong there?
Yes, we are doing the
for
standiness
second
right now.
ad,
Thank
first of
you.
all, the person who had the malice ad, the first one, during that time, didn't take the portal. So the malice ad spawned right next to us and it walked in. Then I tried to looking for the second one and I didn't find it. But I should have ported to Star again, right?
Well, to about there. So when the ad walks, the first one walks from Star, and as soon as it passes over this line, you just open the portal exactly.
Double wall, always go
towards
to the
Star on
right.
second ad, yeah.
So you
We'll
want
try
to
and
be
lock that
there
in.
already when it crosses the line and just open.
Yes.
Because then you have your portal cooldown back in time before the end of phase 2. If the
So my thinkies were correct, but since I didn't find it, I just blinked anywhere.
Dodge boss needed, but get there. Okay.
That was on me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that was the first one. I couldn't find the portal. There was no FP
Rough fight.
anywhere
Oh, this
when I
is
walked
like
it's on hard. The portal's on hard.
yeah, the legendary mode. This is like the hardest encounter in the game. I think maybe aside from some of the winning games, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, this purple, it's great.
Cool. I got through my
Color mechanics.
initial rotation quicker there.
No, there's like all the portal stuff usually happens when markers are it. So,
There we go.
also when the spawns opens portals, you can also just mention where he has put them, in case he ever has put them elsewhere and for whatever reason.
Portal with the arrow.
I don't need to take that.
I did not have continuous go for that one.
No, that's correct.
There's a weapon here. I mean, I double tapped it as I wanted to get it back. To get back to it.
Sharper still.
Yeah, we don't need it now, but it's fine.
Doesn't matter. Portal towards the arrow. You're safe. Free. Green. It's died. The green goes off, and then we walk through. Now we need to panic and do it over quickly. Drops. Oh, that grease drop. I'm not sure what it was, but it is fine. Yeah, we faced a bit late, but that's pretty much the latest part we want. And BXCC, I want every single verse to press F3 with full blades of pressure there.
Yeah, it's
So when you get close to 80,
I'm not spamming spear 4 anymore.
Okay, one got eaten by the brew. Come to the brew. Out the rage.
down with that. I need to cycle through my things a bit faster. Tag. Wrong shatter.
Swirl? I think it was.
Teleport.
You are swirled after the map, there's a
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, you confused me together.
on the right side.
Oh,
Quick
boy.
ones, quick ones. Somebody clip the thing. Try to. Oh no! I'm dying myself.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Team split from hard to stone touch.
Yep. port doors.
And you can already place it on hard and then go to the end of time. Now, you want to open like 2-3 seconds ago. That should still be fine.
I hit it. Take the portal. Right. Last one you also can do a sketch portal, but the 11 portal is still there, and now we do a cleavage.
Sharp.
So in this case, I'm not doing it.
No, we'll go and do this later, I guess. But like it's completely fine to just know to do sketch portal.
Yep. Some people do, and you won't need the cooldown for anything else, so you can if you want to. But if I do my port correctly, the portal will still be up.
There we go, we did it.
Now we do quick runnies, very quick runnies. We want to be past this one because it will just blast you, and that is a jump moment. Rest quick. And okay, you get blasted, but you want to get past. No, that jump is not a jump. That is the big. You can only jump and sit up.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. That's.
This adder, you can just kind of afford to use the edge somewhat blinded pretty much.
Rage for you there.
That's way.
You never want to port diagonal. Always directly in a line away from the boss.
GG.
Oh, never mind.
I mean,
Where do
I
you
fucked up severely before.
ideally the portal there?
Yeah, sure, I'm great doing it. When we form up for structure, we can do that.
Now let's do all the proper markers.
Okay.
Got it.
So one thing I'm needing to do is walk backwards and then dodge forward. That's just a movement that I don't do.
In my time zone. Or maybe,
So that's something I need to sort of commit into muscle memory. And so let's backwards and then forwards. Go backwards. No, do it again.
Should I
Just wait until we get some endurance.
I have energy so I can prepare. It's honestly so
So
nice.
go backwards, then
It's
forwards.
so nice.
Okay, Desera, please ask again. I didn't catch that.
can you tell me where did I?
Gonna
Where
go
should I have
backwards,
ported?
then
That
forwards.
case, where I killed
Need
you.
more endurance.
It's just, yeah, the
So we
movement from my
stood
backwards to
thoughtfully
forwards.
on arrow and just somewhere this direction.
Okay.
Just in a straight line, not afraid.
Or southwest.
Yeah, it is always.
Okay.
No, west.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like, it's
Backwards,
just somewhere,
then forwards.
somewhere
I've got
over in
distort,
this
so
white
I
area,
can
pretty
actually.
much.
Just make
Okay.
a straight line so you get the most distance from the boss. And try to make sure that the exit is outside of range,
Backwards,
else
then
people
forwards.
may have to walk back. Like,
Yeah, I was too late. So late.
Backwards. Then forwards.
I mean, that one was.
Reputation.
I mean, earlier the portals were fine. They were just at the edge, as they should be.
Yeah.
For your
Backwards.
portal, by the way, Spaz, when you open your portal on time, like a little earlier when
Peak
as you did
gameplay.
just now,
Yeah.
you have it back when we do all the wall jumping and stuff. You can portal from the boss, just also just to the west.
Practicing our
or
movements.
Just like very far away, pretty much, just as far as.
As soon you're not muted, you're talking to us and your chat, I
Oh,
guess.
please, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah, for the portals, I don't have them all too well memorized,
Here
so a bit earlier on when the portal.
Okay, I think
has
we've got
to
it.
open,
We've mostly got
especially
it.
with Continuum split, so I
Very
can generate
excited.
clones. That would be great.
Thank you so much, Jess. Jess is absolutely wonderful and has made us a great dinner of southern fried chicken, Alfredo, and some onion. Thank you so very much. And some corn as well. Spring onion, red onion. Thank you. That's going to be incredible.
Are we ready, Josh?
Yep, just having a mouthful.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, I'll be having lasagna after this as well.
I feel furious.
Made a big master yesterday.
Hell yeah.
1/4 already gone immediately, but the rest is still there.
Oh, I should have actually swapped far sooner. There we go. Pretty good. Oh boy.
To the right, I think I saw someone getting corrupted there.
me?
Someone's boss. Good. That was wrong. Sorry, that was the wrong marker, I think.
Okay.
It's kind of okay, actually.
Ooh, nice.
Distort. Dodge. Yeah.
At least on the right side of the ad, right? That's the important bit.
Very happy with that.
And when the rage appears,
Let's keep passing. Look at the scourge. Now that's good. Now we clean the guy.
don't stand in the puddles for too long.
Yep. Dash through. You wait for the green to go off, and then you walk through. No need to run early. If we run early, we may have a chance of failing the green. So if the green stays still, you
Dodge.
stay still.
So we need to tighten up that timing there a bit.
You'll be phasing during this. Okay, regrets, and we do gluttony.
Not too bad, like everyone's DPS is pretty damn close.
You'll be feeling that one for
I didn't
days.
collect that one.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
Yeah, I tried to blink it away, but I'm not. Triple greens. Flip the greens. Reach. Solved. Very nice, very nice. On arrow. On arrow.
I'll do it with my son.
Range. Goes back by slightly, then the scourge. Be on your scourge. Portal. And take the portal back. Stack up properly.
Oh boy.
Hey, clones.
Serious.
Trying.
CS portal from hard to edge after portal is done.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
Take it out.
Already make new entrance in hard. From portal.
Right.
Hey, thank you
Not
for the
gonna help, it's
follow.
on me.
Go to add. Go to add.
Open. Or go through. Out of the rage. Either block is fine. No keep the odds.
Blades, sharp mind. I make a pretty good team.
Perfect. 9 stacks, we're getting there.
Double drops. Drop stack solo. First ones need to be greedy, the second ones need to be off course.
Not my finest timing. I need to.
Together, big stack. We want to back roll. I saw a few people stacking
Perfect.
after those double drops, we need to full stack and be past this. Yum.
Ah,
Good
should
job,
be-
having the front.
jumped over that one.
The ward's coming. Portal next on the edge and the right. Find it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, it wasn't the anyway.
Oh, that was this good. Yeah, no, that was it.
Oh my gosh, no. Okay.
They on me with the green. Something
Oh, rage. Already go with him, boss.
Yeah, around away from boss, towards the ad. Complete the ad.
Just take it out. Don't get any average either.
Yeah, that one is still hard. And go.
perfect.
Yes.
Oh, it did the thing. Very sad about it. Oh, this side.
Yeah, we will get some things in. During this. Yeah.
I've never done this first.
Yeah, normally would have phased by now.
Yeah, like a law.
You feel gluttony. We all feel gluttony.
And yeah, you can check our YouTube channel. We have guides on all of the different add-ons that we are using, namely Nexus and Arc
If you want to be
DPS.
fancy, as far as you can do a continuous split portal from
Oh,
the ad to hard.
I feel furious.
So don't have to run back.
Help. Bigger. Recover.
Nope, I didn't get general plans, sorry. We moved to hard.
Where is
there's
hard?
a- We stay on hard. As soon as the rage appears, you do a squad portal towards the squirrel. Swirl.
Let's go for.
Oh, there's the score.
Okay, GG.
Fucking god.
What we want to do there, at this part, we all want to stack.
But yeah,
together,
main one
agree,
to look at
portal
will be
to the
Nexus.
swell, so we bait the wall. in
Exalt,
that
thank you for
direction,
the follow.
And as soon as the wall
We can have some more Alfredo and chicken.
appears, or the wall arrow appears, we take the Scourge portal back, so we are in a good position to just walk around it. So if the Scourge portal is a bit too late, then people cannot yet take it back because there is that little cooldown for the Scourge portal to activate it again.
So we were on hard on it. Okay.
Yeah, we do from
Thank you,
hard
Zayed, for the
towards
follow as
boss.
well.
So if you look from hard towards boss, it will be to your left forward. Okay.
No,
I did a
Nexus
few
is
fuck-ups there
different
as
to
well,
Nexus mods.
But damage was a bit low.
Sharp blades.
For the first phasing, we still phase after the drops. What we
I
want to
didn't take
do,
portal, didn't know where it was. I think it might have been a bit late.
preferably before the drops, if we have very good damage, we phase during the wall or before the wall even. That is where we want to end up in the end, because throughout the whole
Everyone
fight,
pretty happy
our
with the
damage will
damage?
probably only get lower because we have more annoying mechanics to deal with. So, for the first phasing, we can already gauge how well we'll probably be doing for the rest of the fight. And right now, we do not have the damage yet, but we're still learning mechanics, so that is totally fine.
Nexus is honestly it's like a better version of the Guild Wars 2 add-on
Orbs,
manager.
as Orbis mentioned, orbs will not only give the boss stacks, and each stack increases his
Nexus
damage
is
by
so
5%.
good.
Orbs will also give the boss barrier, meaning any orb we let go through is a DPS loss. So taking orbs is a DPS increase for all the DPS monkeys in here.
So not quite backwards, but sure.
I did it again.
Miss Huggies, hot bottles, and we GG that.
I wasn't roll to attack.
You don't need to be on stack, so if you don't have infuse light, you can just be left or right of it slightly. Or do you wanna try learning the perfect dodges?
I've been using infused light on it so far, if I'm being honest. I've been going to the site all the other times.
You can use it, but remember it's less duration than distort. Infuse light is 2 seconds only, so you have to press it later.
Also, you as a herald, you have to learn to do it without, because you only have it every second dodge at times later on.
Yeah, later on there will be double dodges in quick succession right after each other. And for that one, you will be slightly off stack, but you will have more than one drop stacked on you. You won't have all the Mesmer stacked on you, but you will have some people stacked on you. And for that, you may survive if you fail your dodge, but you may also go down if Cerus has too many stacks. So you have to learn the proper dodge timing.
Thanks for the hydrate.
It's the exact same
And you're
dodge
doing
timing
exceptional, by the
in
way.
normal mode. So if you want to train that, just get like 3, 4, 5 people together, get to 80%.
The timing for the
or to
drops is
50,
throwing me a bit.
make
I need
the
to get
despair
that into
puddles
muscle
big,
memory.
if you really want to, and then train getting out of the despair puddles. You can also just do this with these small despair puddles. The timing
With my
is the
thing, is it
exact
just the
same for
case
both
that I'm
big and
always going to
small
need
ones.
to rely on distort to get it consistent?
Oh. Oops.
And don't drop yourself. Ooh, this cool. And then I drop myself. Good job, Spars.
I feel
Yes,
furious.
I am very good at this, as you may have experienced so far.
Sharp blades, sharp eye. You're finished.
I'm lying, of course.
Annie, how's it going? It's great to see you. Hope you're having a great day. We're doing our very first day of Cerus CM Prog,
This was backwards. Good.
and it's going.
Good, very nice. To the
Side
left,
step.
to the right.
I make a pretty good team.
Last thing.
Blade storm.
Also really.
Let's say we're somewhat learning Condivert. Oh, like we know it. It's just not quite muscle memory yet. What strat? I think unit. I'm actually not fully across the strats.
Droppers. I do the first feedback.
There we go.
Here, you do the ones out. And collect. I want no orbs on the boss.
Nice.
Very nice. We turn towards the
With support. More. Good target boss.
That was also the wrong side against boss.
Yeah.
Dodge
I'm
through.
very not good at this.
Wait, we
I ported it towards circle, right? I should have ported towards triangle more. Yeah. The markers were...
everyone, make sure to go check out Fireball Annie over on their amazing Twitch channel. They're a long time friend of mine in Guild Wars 2 and a fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamer. We've known each other since the very early days of Raid Wing 2 in Heart of Thorns.
I just
Thema, thank you for the follow.
orientated myself with the markers instead of the directions, so I just ran to circle again, and before
How have you
changed the
found
markers
Cerus,
to the actual
Annie?
markers, the circle was a bit more off. That's why I put it there, sorry for that.
Yes, and he gets my highest form of recommendation. Double thumbs up. Where are we going?
But the first skirt portal dodge and that proving is going very well. Once I get my shit together, we will be at 50% almost every single time.
Yeah, pretty quick.
Vigor. Recovery.
I wanted more, I doubtful more.
It's in agreement.
Oh.
Dodge backwards, round, to the left. Dodging backwards is
The feeling
fine,
when you
but it's also
accidentally
a bit
shatter,
dicey because if Cerus decides to target you while you run around, the wall may be at a slightly cursed position.
Cool, that's good. Don't die, that's the dream.
The drops.
You'll be doing that one. Vigor.
You have 2 stacks on them. The orbs and the others I wasn't collected. So you will have a bit lower damage because of that. Towards the outfits. Like here, one side. Just clean it down. Some first better green. Hit the greener, you will come to us. It's not the greener.
Should have actually delayed that a
Play
bit.
with the green. Go with it before you. And then walk across. It drops next. Slightly away, you can be greedy. Roll.
Step, there we go.
Blade sharp line.
Okay. Gluttony for
Regret.
us. That is not gluttony.
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Actually, how long are you going for? We shall see. Might be another half hour or so, but we'll see what everyone's appetite is.
Split apart with the greens. 3 each. 3 in each.
Not solved.
Take.
Ah,
No, it's
almost
taken.
GG.
Why am I still there? Ah, I was too far. I wasn't spared. Slightly back away. Use the skill portal from laser if you have it. Take the skill portal back. Stack on out.
Should have taken. Oh boy.
Side, move around.
Oh.
Move around.
Make bones, by the way.
Yes.
CS from hard to, what is it? Yeah, I guess, yeah, somewhere over.
Let's go collect orb.
Make a little new thingy.
Double orb.
Get ready to open. No.
Opening. Yeah, let's take the portal of the Rage Abyss. Take it now. Yeah. Oh, good. So, didn't take what left in the portal.
Vigor. Recovery.
Dwarfers. That was close, but these need to be away from boss. The first ones can be greedy. We come together, stack together, forward stack. Good, nice bait, that's what we want to see. Watch out, not being boss hitbox, it will blast you.
Oh boy.
And move around that boss.
Good job.
And move through boss. Or the other side, yep.
On the edge.
Sharp blade, sharp mouth.
Just someone
Thank you,
behind
Super
us.
Roses, for the follow.
Corner portal, just behind us to the edge. Someone.
I'll do the feedbacking. Do the boom. Do the side sound. Like all things. Nothing else.
Then skill for range towards the edge.
Towards me, there's a wrong. Yeah, towards the end.
Freeze it. Ah.
No, but out. Good.
Walk out.
I know what you did. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, watch out. Don't
Yeah, more pretty edge.
No. What we do there is if the ad walks too close, dagger 3, and I do spare 4 if I have.
Yeah, I know I did.
I didn't put it far enough to the edge there. It still have the. Nice. Gluttony. Everyone in gluttony. Can't collect the orbs. Some will make it more.
You can at 50% just continuously feedback on the portal to heart.
Sharper still.
I guess we don't have to run that thing.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Licious, for the follow.
we had
Oh,
the
where we going?
average, so that was not happening after that.
And there's you want to
If I have missed any chat, I do apologize.
Wait.
I take it back.
Oh boy.
Switch ball was a bit close.
Ah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was not the spiral either, but it's fine.
Whoops. Okay.
Correct. You can already prepare for a triangle. And then when the collection is all done, open inside first.
Inside course.
So like. Inside boss, oh yeah, there you go.
Sorry, that was a bit inside boss. Inside boss. Inside boss.
Yeah. Because everyone calls at this point in China.
Did you do that? No, we don't. Wait, no.
Oh, sorry, I hear
We did.
GG.
Yeah, sorry, that was not. That would have been.
I got
now
this.
we see Artie
What does James
having a
Bond do when he
second
goes to
drop.
bed?
That's Where
He goes
the
undercover.
arrows needs to do dodging properly, and the verts
Love
need
it.
to have their
Yes, feel
single
free to
illusions
provide
available so
another.
they can
Sultan, not too bad.
distort. I brain farted a bit on that. Should have not said GG like 10 seconds into the fight later.
Vigor. Recover.
Okay. The mistake there was that my portal was a bit too far in, so the ads couldn't be mobilized yet. And this area you see hard and swirl. As you see, they are not in a straight line throughout the middle. Why is that? Because when you go to hard, and then have a portal entrance there, and the exit is at swirl.
No, feel free to
Cerus
provide
will,
more jokes. I'm just a
target
little
us
bit
at
distracted
swirl,
with the
and the
encounter.
line will go from swirl through the middle, but not hit hard. So the small wall will be right next to us on hard when we port back and move away from us, so we can just follow the small wall.
So I have to be careful to place it on. To begin on hard, to slow.
Yes, it needs to be so. It is not allowed to be a straight line from you through the boss.
Okay.
You need to be slightly left of boss, so we don't end up in the small wall when we return through the
Yeah,
portal.
RTO is helping out
And
today.
you guys, when we take
Originally,
the
they were
search
just going to
portal
come and
there,
sort of
you just stand on the
observe
search
and
portal,
provide tips,
don't move,
but they're filling in for someone
and
who
as
couldn't
soon
make it.
as
So
the
yeah,
wall
everyone go
indicator
check out
appears, you
RTO
just
as
take
well
it
over on
back,
Twitch.
and then we just run around it.
Oh, did I not shout you out already? I'll do it in a bit once the cooldown's
Or
gone.
the portal that
Get it all typed out and ready to go.
Basically, we run all around the wall.
But I forgot to press enter.
Right, and then you just run away from us to triangle, blink back and join us for the double collection. And
I
then
would
at
not
the
judge
end,
you if you
just
shouted
open
out yourself
inside the
as
boss
well.
because everyone passes the triangle.
Oh, I put okay. I blinked there and opened there, so I just put it on triangle and then opened the exit in boss that way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I did it the other way. Okay.
Yeah, that's easy because then you just like as everyone is coming to a standstill, getting ready for collection stuff, or you're already on triangle.
No, I would be
all-
110% fine with that.
Into collection and
Yeah,
you're
I did
just
it the other way around. I put the
Because if you don't do it, then I just
and
will.
then blinked out and then opened. But that's the wrong way. Okay. Makes sense.
Do you want to explain this again, the triangle square situation there, before we get there again? In detail? Or?
We can, but I'm not sure we will get there today anyway. So I'd rather do a quick poll, so Desera can then leave.
Yeah, okay.
That's not me.
Oh, yeah, Jasmina and Gemina, sorry. That Sufferance can leave. I mean, if we had Cloud, we could just replace Sufferance with that one, but guess what?
Sharper still.
There's no single clown with this guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't getting shit for this from before.
Take the bullet. Good.
Real quick, quick reset.
Quick reset.
Not my move, not yours.
Like sometimes you're doing this.
There we go. Everyone, go check out
well,
500. Go
yeah,
drop them a
don't
follow
really
if you haven't
touch this
already.
myself.
Make sure you do it.
You don't need to be moving this arrow, just stay on stack and put it away. If you are slightly outside of boss hitbox, just backwards. You don't need to be moving.
It's also not like you're the biggest CPS ever, right? So you can really take your time with preparing portals and aiming them.
If you have trouble seeing the swirl marker on you guys, I can also give Desera a different marker for a different color, or you can put a personal marker on it, or on the character, on Desera, so you always know where your
Okay, so spiral is Scourge Portal.
The Scourge Portal is not visible quite well on the ground.
Coach Destiny, how are you going? It's so good to see you, mate. Hope you're having a great day.
A circle,
Everyone,
a bit more visible, I think.
go say hi to Coach Destiny on Twitch. Great friend stream. Another fantastic Aussie
So
streamer.
that Sufferance can
And aimbot, we're playing Guild Wars
have one
2.
last pull, and then I
Yeah, how you been, mate? How you enjoying the Switch 2? We're doing some Cerus CM prog right now. Having a great time. Doing okay. Not sure what our best pull has been.
Sharp blades, sharp knife.
We're getting the opener pretty down packed though.
Like Chaos Aura. That's good.
Pretty good.
Bigger. Recover.
How'd that feel? Excruciating?
Like the Scourge Portal. Left,
There we go.
to the right.
That's gone.
It's got the ass tankers and take it back.
Distort, dodge forward. Go
Correct,
collect
swing
orbs.
up on the opposite side. No stack goes in, very nice. Towards the art, please. With the Scourge Portal. Very nice.
Thank you for the inventory, clean.
Yeah, move up towards the greens.
We'll do that after
So
this
you can
one.
Start. And through the boss. No stacks, very nice. We have the rocks, just drop them slightly away, that is better. There was some big green there. Don't run so early. And succeed.
Blades away.
Okay, you do regrets.
Regret.
You do gluttony.
Sharp blades, sharp knife.
This is awkward. I think we do that one, I guess. I still need to work on my report deletion. Drop them to the side. And walk to arrow ready.
Crusader Knight, thank you for the follow.
Back away from rage slightly to the Scourge Portal. And take the Scourge Portal back and stack on. Run around the right side or jump the wall if you're there. Did you manage to jump, Josh?
I did.
I only saw you getting down.
It's glorious.
Yes, portal from March.
CS Portal and Heart. Portal open. Wait, what? What?
That's not what you want to hear. No.
Why did that not work? ICS and portal. I get that.
Do the second portal card, yeah.
It's not an half, it's...
Feels this we are playing Condi Virtuoso.
Yeah, it's fine. I won't take it, I'm just walking the
Oh, I know what I did. I didn't put my portal exit on Cerus. It just didn't register before I blinked.
Sharp blades.
So that was my actual portal exit from the first continuous bit. Drops. Those first drops can be aggressive. The second ones need to be off course. Start together. Keep running around. Keep running around. That one will be the first I will. Okay, be on this side. Very good. To jump this.
Nope, no jump for me.
And to the other side over there.
Sharp blades. Sharp
My help. Bigger. Recover.
Two.
Yeah, that was already. Yeah, that was because you opened it later.
I'm sorry,
No, that was not.
That was me. I'm not rooting in the fight yet. I didn't know yet when to come. It will take a while.
That was because he opened the other one earlier. Later, he didn't have to put on back yet. Oh, that's that.
There's Josh if you can. Else, I took the portal.
Slice them apart.
Ouch.
Drops in my face during this. No, I did not.
There we go.
Okay. Gluttony, everyone.
Blade sharp knife.
Do you need to own the latest expansion to unlock housing? Yes, all the new homesteading features, you will need the latest expansion
Then
for
we have
it.
to choose a lot of area. Okay, that is just nice as very, very good. Take corner portal.
Look at me taking a port.
I'm taking portal. Pass, exactly. As soon as you go
Best to not collect the orbs in that phase? Okay.
Slow. Very good. Stay there, stay on the marker. And take it down. Just like that. We want to run around.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of people run on foot. They, you can prepare your thing on triangle.
Where's the triangle?
gotta get Orbeez.
When the second correction is done, you can open in circles.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Correct. Portal will be open inside those tickets. We'll all take. Now, from the verticals. Leave the ass. Leave the ass.
Stay in glimpsing.
Yep. Build a line. Build a line. You dodge right towards square. Stay on square. Reset the distort and press distort again. And dodge forward. Yep.
That's so much early dodging going on. Holy shit.
Yeah, we need to work through the early dodges. And we will. Oh, we have 5. I didn't see that. Yep. That is the first big double dodge that we want.
Oh,
But we GG that. And that was the last pull, and we got to see the double dodge for the first time. I still
Not too
have
bad.
Portals, but
40% on first evening,
our
I
damage
think that's
is
okay.
getting a bit better. We're not quite where we want to be yet, because we're still not phasing all too early. But that will only improve as we do the fight a bit more and get more routine in it.
So on 40% we're doing not the flower, but the lines.
Not yet. That is what I wanted to discuss still. There
Everyone
are
go check
two
out Fandral as well.
ways we can
Thank
do
you so much, Fandral, for joining
the
us
portals
tonight.
there. At this double dodge. When you do towards triangle and then square for the second dodge, so a triangle
Should we
with form a
go
line
drop
and then dodge right,
Sinner
come
of
together
Apollo
on
as well?
square with all the mesmers and the glinters, stack there, and dodge forwards on the drops. It is very important that we do not dodge early to the right and that we do not dodge early forward. That is what we have there quite a lot. there is another option how we can do this. What we can do,
And yeah,
there is
everyone go check
another
out
strategy
Obscena as
called
well.
flower strategy,
And thank you, Annie.
where one
Really
sub
appreciate that. Thank
forms-
you.
When we do that towards triangle, one sub forms a line to the right of triangle and the other to the left of triangle, and we both dodge inwards towards triangle. Then a chrono portal, a mesmer portal will be opened in the middle there. We spread around it in a circle and dodge towards the portal, and then all take
inventory
it
cleaning.
back. That are the two options we can do there. I would like for everybody, until next time, to look up a few flower strat videos.
Flower
and
strap
see
videos.
which one you like better, and then we can come to a decision there. I mean, we still won't get there very often, but I want us to have a proper decision formed on which strat to do once we are able to reach that point
Once we
consistently.
get out, we can tidy the rest of these
So
up.
next session, it will be still fine to not have a proper decision on that probably, but in 2 weeks or the session after the next one, I want us to come to a decision so we can do that singular strat for the rest of the progression. I will link a flower strat video.
Excellent.
in the
Thank you for
channel.
that, Sparse.
It's also on Void Launch. That's the one I will link probably. And then you can just look at it and see which one you like more. Also try to look at the unit strat videos to have a comparison for both.
If you
Another thing
heal the heal scourge or Sparta, you can just watch my gameplay video stuff as well.
Yes,
just to
RTS,
say what you guys are
videos.
doing. Yeah.
Okay.
His YouTube channel, on his Discord. Planix also has some nice VODs for it. If you ever need any help with scourging or heal chronoing, just ask Artie or Planix. They are both very experienced in both those roles, or in the fight in general. Planix you can pretty much also ask for that. He has done this fight on every role pretty much, or the Heralds as well. But I guess Sin has Orbis, since Orbis is a purple Cerus already.
I like this fight is overall less punishing than
I hope you
HTCM.
somewhat enjoyed the first session. Excuse my fuck-ups, I will try to do better in the future. And it will only go upwards from here, I hope.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. That was really fun. And thank you, Sparse, for leading that. I super appreciate it.
I am trying to help.
And yeah, thank you to Plen, Artio, Sin, everyone else who joined as well. Really, really appreciate everyone coming along. So thank you.
Not Plen, Fen.
Ben, sorry.
If you call me Ben, I'm gonna take that, man. That is like a huge compliment.
Fandrel, thank you. I appreciate you, mate.
You're Blendrel.
I'm
You have to forgive me. I'm also working off like 4 hours sleep.
So,
I guess we all were just not to have
who would have?
So am I the only one who got 6 hours for once? And am properly rested? Nice.
You're the
I didn't
mature
expect that to
adult
be the
of
case.
us.
I got like 6 hours, 6.5 hours, I think.
Yeah, but how many times did you get 2 hours this week, Sin?
So Sin, the two of us are the only responsible.
I slept in yesterday, so I was actually caught up on sleep yesterday.
So Sin, the two of us are the only responsible adults. Not even
Yeah,
us
I was-
the responsible adults.
Yeah, I was talking with
I don't know
Aki
about that.
and Fan and Orbis and everyone, and I was like, no, I'm going to sleep, and then I raided over to Fandrel. I was
Yeah,
like,
she'll
no
hang out
problem.
It got worse, by the way. When I wanted to end after your stream, or after your raid, Teapot raided me.
Oh god.
oh god.
Yeah, I saw, but listen, that's really not truly what caused it, but because before I even raided you, you had already decided to go into a new convergence. So really, it's your own fault.
I actually forgot I was in that convergence till Archie mentioned it on Discord, like, hey, aren't you in a
How
convergence?
did you get into the convergence though? Because you went from
It's a
Wing
public one.
2 and all the way over there.
Yeah, it's a public one, yeah.
Yeah, but you still traveled over to get it.
Oh, I don't have my
Yeah, but they're
loading
open
thing.
for, like,
As soon
50
as we
minutes
like
a week
load
to
into
pick
Wizard's
it up.
Tower, it overloads the encoder. Nice.
See, some people
also,
just have privileges.
Yeah. Orbis, there's a reason for the portal thing, what you asked, by the way.
Yeah.
Because
that?
it's a double chrono
As soon as
portal
we
thing,
load in.
And,
Hey Zara, thank you for the follow, mate. I
you
appreciate
have,
that.
all the DPSs pretty much on the boss.
Loading strings
all the
feel a bit
time,
long at the moment.
very early
Yeah,
phase.
and even the fact it was
And then you
overloading
only
the stream
immobilize
as well.
One of the ads and you don't deal with the
Hang on, I
second
might actually-
whatsoever because it's walking.
Might actually just get into a map that doesn't do it. I also actually need to go back to my
With the
Guild Wars 2
LCN, you
launcher
kill it as well, but for regular CN,
setup.
like, don't
It's actually been like
bother to deal
super
with the
fiddly and
second
updating
or
recently. It
whatever.
won't actually
I mean,
update unless I
think this is
manually tell it to
much more
update,
diversion, but yeah.
which is sketch.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And regarding the flower or unit strat, please come to an educated decision on that. I know that Orbis would really like to learn the
Like
flower
honestly,
strat.
it's probably because we're playing off
It's
the.
less used strat of the two. And it is a quite nice
It's
one.
probably because we're
I'm
playing
curious
off
about
the
flower
base
strat as well,
launcher,
so
which
I'm
hasn't
leaning towards that
loaded
one
into things
too.
for the first time.
However, we
So I
would
think it's
need
actually
one
loading into everything
mesmer
for the first
to
time and
take
it's caching it.
portal as well, because I alone on a chrono cannot do all the portals for the flower strat, especially at 10%. That's when a mesmer needs to have a portal, a second mesmer.
And that also means that Mesmer doesn't have double distortion and has to be able to dodge well.
Yeah, that mesmer replaces Signet of Illusions. That is quite spicy for that one mesmer player.
I was as a good gamer, then that just works for it.
Yeah, if we have a good gamer regarding that.
Okay, there we go. Seems to have
probably
stabilized.
Like not being panicky is definitely like the worst is always all the dodges, right?
Yeah, I know Josh could technically do it in terms of gaming skill and calmness, but for his issues will be the ping, because he won't have double swords. So Josh could do it, but should not if we were to do flower strat.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
agree. That's
probably
I
shouldn't.
think that's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. I will link the videos for both of those strats. Compare it.
The ping
and
is the
then
truest, yeah, 250 ping.
Let's see how we decide in 2 weeks.
I linked the Scourge video.
And what I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to go just chatting. I am going to, just going to exit out of that and see if I can get that to stabilize. Is there something new with the game? Yeah, we have a new patch. The final patch for Janthir Wilds. Hang on, okay, so let's, can I go all? Yeah, I'll see if I can update all of my, yeah, there we go. Just in the background, I'm updating all of my accounts. That might actually be a lot. But yes, we have the final patch for Janthir Wilds, so the final story for the Janthir Wilds patch. So yeah, new map to explore, new meta event, whole bunch of new quality of life. It's a great time. I think Militia Module Pathing is saying to simulate orange AoEs and practice dodging. That would be really cool. Okay, so let's try. You play in 250 all the time? Oh yeah, I play in that all the time as well. It's just on this encounter, there's a few like really spicy things. And so let's try. Let's see if I can bring up NA. I just have to honestly get better at distorting a few things. The time is saying generous. Yeah, like with distort, it's not too bad. I also just need to make sure I actually have distort up. Hang on, can I just turn down? No, I can't turn down the encoder. I'm literally on Twitch's thing. Hang on, I might actually just tone down a few tabs. Okay, let's go back to display. There we go. Okay, now, there's going to be a few other random things running in the background, like, hang up, shift escape. I don't know why you have LinkedIn in the... Services? Startup apps, here we go. Okay, let's...
Fireball Annie gifted a tier 1 sub to Jackalbutt.
Annie, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you. Enjoy no more ads and your wonderful Addy emotes. I'm Jackalbutt. Ah, no, I want to disable Xbox. Phone link. Parsec, no. Share launcher. Hang on, let's sort this by enabled. Turn off OneDrive. Because I can't wait. Yes. That's going to be good. Okay, processes. Yeah, I need to bring that down. My time issue has not been a wake issue. Yeah, if I have more than 4 hours sleep, we should be okay. Just getting to the point now with our current setup. That's warranting a CPU upgrade. How was the internet? Sending 28? Cool. Yeah, it's chilling there. And yeah, Guild Wars 3, it would be years and years away. Is it Discord that's doing it? Let's yeet that view. We're actually going to start minimizing our tabs. Okay, Shift Escape. Let's try that again. It's just as soon as you open Task Manager, it's just like, oh.
Another.
Hang on. What's the issue? CPU usage is going up like a little bit. I'm like basically maxing out the CPU, which is causing the stream to lag. So we're totally not just doing CPU shopping right now.
Never leave a wrong to ripen into evil.
Oh, what's been adding the new update? Haven't read the dev notes. Why is Griffin so expensive? Griffin's always been that expensive. But yeah, new map, new story, whole bunch of new quality of life. Yeah, I want to... What would be compatible with my board? What even board do I have? Yeah, what socket are you? AM4. So anything that's available. Okay. $5,800. Okay, so 5800 3D. M-Wave. Should you update your i5? Yeah, I think that would probably that would need a big update. Hang on, 5800 X3D.
Everything has unfolded as I knew it would.
Sadly, the world remains a dangerous place.
Where can I even get that? Check if it's compatible with AM5. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. So where are we at? Yeah, it probs won't be. That's the thing. Yeah, I have AM4. You know what, let's just close all of these. Like, honestly, it's probably going to get to the point where it's a RAM, motherboard, and CPU upgrade, which I just did that with the server, so I don't want to do that right now. What I could do is just go back to manual encoding. Okay. And thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll try and do that. Yeah, let's actually do that here. Let's see here. Which you can find a 5700 X3D. Let's check. But yeah, thank you once again for that, Sparse.
Sharper still.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Vandal. Really appreciate you, mate. Oh, you're most welcome. Excellent. Catch you all later. Okay, now let's see what that does. If a normal playing gear was to a 5600X is more than sufficient, yeah, like our CPU for like regular play and honestly for most streaming is totally fine. I think it may actually have been Discord that was causing that to peak a bit. Yeah, Studio. Lish has a bit. Let's yeet Parsec. Yeah, just yeet Parsec. Why don't just straight up disable OneDrive? Razor Central? Oh yeah, you can just like go.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Hang on. What if I just turn off Razor Synapse? Stop moving. Ah. What if I just turn off all these random things? Can I shift click you? Oh no, I can't. Oh. Speed up my switch to Linux. Yeah, like, honestly, if it wasn't for any issues around DaVinci Resolve potentially causing me a problem, we probs would, like, far sooner. 600X, like, honestly, in Australia, if it's not on PC case gear, there's going to be a chance it's going to be super hard for me to get. M-Wave. And so let's go components and parts, AMD desktop. Give me, where's AM4? What do you have? Sort price low to high, or high to low. 600X, 5. Yeah, they're literally parity. Yeah, dual PC setup with server again. Yeah, that actually might be the better play. And Apara, yeah, that was a very fun first session. Well done to you as well. You're absolutely pumping on that. That was a good time. Yeah, overall, getting to 40% on the first night. Like, I don't know what's typical for prog, but, you know, that is pretty good. And yeah, once again, thank you so much, Sparse, for leading that. I super appreciate that, because obviously you'll know so much more about that fight than I will. Like, that is... like, I would not have been able to lead that in any reasonable way. We would be here for so much longer if I had to, like, you know, fully get up to speed and start commanding that. So, chef's kiss, you did fantastic. Really, really appreciate that. Let's also go take a look. Yeah, we got that there. The real fight begins at 10%. Okay. So I'll make sure that we watch some more guides of that, because I watched some guides of that this morning just to be like broadly familiar with what's happening, and that was definitely super helpful. That's expertise. Everyone who's saying nice for Pandrel selling million stones since he was well raised. He always thinks you politely nice. But yeah, like as DPS, it's not gonna, well, it's not so much mechanics you have to do as you're just reacting to things around you. So I think, yeah, once I get, honestly, the movement, like the walking back and then dodging forwards,
I don't have enough energy.
that's just going to take a little bit, because one thing I'm having is because I dodge on my mouse. Ah! Just literally threw my mouse just across the table. Apologies for that. That was probably very loud. But yeah, I dodge on my mouse. So that is like super quick and snappy because I'm using my thumb, whereas I'm using my, like, obviously index finger to dodge forward. So there's like, it takes longer for me to activate, you know, my move forward than my dodge. So I have to somewhat stagger them. Astricol, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So let's try illusions again. Let's get this in here. And yeah, thank you so much, Sparse. Like, I would not have been able to do that. Let's see what NA account can muster. Add boons, all of them. It's probably a slightly different build and won't have infusions. Okay, cool. It looks like stream is stabilized. No, hang on. Remove. Spawn goal. Okay, so let's try. What's our lead duration? That will probably be fixed. Okay. Made a few mistakes there.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Run him through.
Oh, I missed that.
Release. Slice him apart.
Yeah, because we were a bit delayed there, so we messed something up. Navid, how's it going? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you, Captain. I really appreciate that. And Al, how are you going? It is so good to see you. I hope you're having a great day. And also, prog went pretty well. We just did about 2 hours of it, and we got to 40% on our first night, which wasn't too bad. And Violet, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So 38.3, damn, yeah, that's like really good. I think what the highest I got to was like 35 point something, I think. Okay. Let's go blast.
Sharp blade, sharp monk. Dodge this. Sharp blade, sharp monk.
You grant 37.5. Okay, then yeah, I'm like really struggling this one. Yeah, I think it's actually something a bit off. Hang on. 903, that should be fine. Precision. Like obviously it's a slightly different build here as well. And no infusion, so we're probably missing a bit. And class we're playing Virtuoso right now. Also, it's probably most about getting the muscle memory in, because this is literally a slightly different build that doesn't have infusions. And a different food that will probably be a bit lower DPS. So let's just try get things quick.
Sharp blade, sharp monk. Dodge this. Try it.
A much better opener though.
Sharp blade, sharp monk. Sharper still.
Didn't actually press the skill. Not quite a correct shatter. 5.4.
Blade storm. Sharp blade, sharp monk.
I think also I need to not shatter when I'm about to weapon swap, or else I cancel the actual cast. And thank you so much, Thermac. I really appreciate the sub. Enjoy. No more ads and your wonderful ad emotes. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're chilling at our initial opener there. And let's see what that got to. Okay, if we can push that number higher. But our initial opener there was like 35.6. Okay. Let's make number go up more.
Sharper still.
That'll probably be a pretty bad one.
Dodge this.
Yeah, that one will be. Because we literally just... Yeah, that one was like way down. Let's get this up a bit more. It just needs to be more in muscle memory. There we go. Damn. We didn't even have all our blades.
Sharp blade, sharp monk.
That was a bit better. awful. D5.5 is also pretty good. This is Dota? No, this is Guild Wars 2. It mustn't shatter before weapon swap. After is fine.
Sharper still. Slice him apart.
Did you see the PoE announcement? No, I haven't yet. I've heard people are really excited though. What's your takeaway from it? Adding mercenaries to PoE 1. Damn, nice. Is that like a whole new class? That's sweet.
Sharper still.
About 35. Oh no, like Guild Wars 1 mercenaries. Okay, hell yeah, that's really cool. NPC helpers. That's really awesome. I like that. And yeah, sure thing, great dude. I might do that. I'm just going to take a quick break, go stretch my legs because we've gone a little bit over where we should have taken a break. So yeah, we'll see everyone in a few minutes. So sit tight. Learning how to play your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 so much easier. But it's hard to know where to start. So today I'm going to walk you through exactly how I learn a new class and show you just how quickly you can become an absolute powerhouse in Guild Wars 2. I've put countless hours into Guild Wars 2. I've spent the last 2 years making guides on YouTube and squirreled away hours learning build after build after build. So after all this time, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, a bit of time learning your class as early as possible is one of the best things you can do to get the most out of your Guild Wars 2 experience. Being better at playing and piloting your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 easier. And good news everyone, this learning process doesn't even have to take that long. Today we'll be focusing on practicing your PvE builds. It's also my area of expertise, so cool beans. With a bit of preparation, a can-do attitude, and me to walk you through the process, you will be mastering Guild Wars 2 in no time. To start off on the right foot, let's get you sorted with a good build. Making builds in Guild Wars 2 can be rather complicated. There are countless trait and utility skill combinations, not to mention the seemingly infinite armor, weapon, rune, and sigil setups you have access to. Fortunately, there are some insanely smart people in the community that have you covered. There's tons of great build resources out there, which I've linked in the description. They each cover different areas of the game, but no matter which build you pick up, at least you're off to a good start. For newer players, picking an already optimized build is going to save you a huge amount of time, effort, and heartache. Not to mention these builds have been thoroughly tested and have things like DPS benchmarks and DPS logs, which you can use to check your progress. No matter what build you pick, take the time, it doesn't necessarily have to be all at once, to read your skill and trait tooltips. Know what your skills and traits do, how they work together, and any other bonuses you need to be mindful of, and this will already put you miles ahead of where you would be otherwise. Now, Guild Wars 2 doesn't do the best job of telling you exactly how you're performing. If you're in a group of 10 people and the boss dies 20 seconds faster than it did the last time, do you know how much better you did? There's no way for you to know just how much you've improved. That's where Arc DPS comes in. With Arc DPS, you can see your total damage per second along with a whole host of other useful information over the course of an entire fight. This add-on has been an absolute staple of the Guild Wars 2 endgame community for years, and I personally can't imagine my life without it. I won't go into detail here about how to get it set up, but you can check out my previous video where I walk you through step by step how to easily install and customize Arc DPS. This is completely optional, but I do highly recommend it. Now that you're all set up, let's introduce you to the best place in Guild Wars 2 to focus in and practice your class, the Special Forces Training Area. Here you can summon a golem to whack away at until your heart's content. And as you go along, you'll get a readout of your DPS in the game's chat window. You can apply boons to yourself, conditions to the golem, and even toggle on different levels of damage to practice your healing. For your convenience, you can also use your special action key to recharge all of your skills if you want to jump right back into practicing as quick as possible. Before we dive in, we need to get the golem set up correctly. If you want to compare your performance to the best players in the game, we need to set up similar conditions. Fortunately for us, if you want the exact same conditions that the wonderful people over at Snowcrows use when setting the highest possible DPS benchmarks, there's a guide just for that which I've included down in the description below. However, if you want a quick way to get started, simply do the following. Come over to the right console and grant yourself every single boon. There are some cases where classes get extra benefits based on the number of boons that they have, so granting all of these boons can slightly inflate the DPS numbers of these specific classes anyway. For most cases though, especially when you're practicing, simply do not worry about it. If we want to practice on the golem, we need to remove as many barriers as possible. Just give yourself every boon and move right on. The same applies to conditions on the golem as well, which you can apply on the left console over here. Having conditions on the golem, especially vulnerability, a 25% damage increase, really amps up your damage. So again, grant boons to yourself, apply conditions to the golem, summon a small hitbox 4 million HP golem. This is what most people tend to use, then you're good to go. Also, if you want to have the best time possible on the golem, make sure you use the food and utility that your build requires. Food and utility accounts for a huge portion of your stats, and you're leaving a couple of thousand DPS on the table if you leave home without it. One of the most common questions people have when they start practicing on the golem is, why is my damage so low? Quite often it turns out they didn't apply boons to themselves, conditions to the golem, and weren't using any food or utility. Then instead of doing over 30k DPS, which they are more than capable of, they may be struggling to break 15k. Boons, conditions, food, and utility are important. Don't leave home without them. Now, how are you going to practice? First up, find a rotation guide. You can find these on websites like Snowcrows, my YouTube channel. There are so many sources out there that will tell you what skills you should be using at any point. Have this rotation section open in another tab and keep on referring back to it. Focus on a small section of your rotation and practice it over and over again until you start to feel it becoming muscle memory. It will feel awkward at the start, but after a few minutes, it will become easier and easier. Use the special action key when in the training room to refresh your skills. Do this so you can practice the section you're focusing on with no downtime at all. Once you're comfortable, pick a new part of the rotation to focus on, or simply continue your rotation from where you got to before. Before you know it, you're going to be working your way through your full rotation. Focus on pressing the right buttons in the right order. As you get more comfortable, try and press your skills faster and faster. The point here is to try and get the correct rotation at least partially committed to muscle memory. So when you take your class to open world, raids, fractals, or strike missions, you'll at least have a good idea of what you're meant to be doing. You'll also be able to pick up very quickly if you do something wrong. This little bit of practice you've done now will make any mistakes stand out like a sore thumb. You don't need all that long smacking the golem at this stage. Personally, I may only spend about 30 minutes getting a good idea of the rotation and getting that muscle memory down pat. Now, give yourself a pat on the back. Simply doing this step is probably going to place you near the top of your random pug groups when it comes to DPS. Make a mental note of what your DPS was in the golem, then take your build, run some raids, strikes, fractals, or world bosses with it, and leave this poor soul behind you. Now, every enemy you encounter is a chance to practice your rotation. After a while, you're going to start feeling really comfortable with your class. You know the order that you need to press your skills, you know the timings, how they feel to press, and you've even started making tweaks for certain enemies to make things flow that little bit better. Now, after a few days, weeks, or even months, come back to the golem training room. Practice your rotation just like you did before, and watch as your DPS has magically increased. By getting a rough understanding of your rotation, blasting through some content, you're now well ahead of the curve. Double check the ideal order of your skills in whatever rotation guide you're looking at and see if any bad habits have crept in. You might have taken to pressing some utility skills at different points in your rotation or skipped certain skills entirely. Now is the best time to iron out those kinks. Again, you don't need to spend long here, just enough time to get a few rounds on the golem in. See how much your DPS has increased and correct a few bad habits. Do this every now and again and you'll easily find yourself at the top of the DPS charts. Now for the eternal question, what exactly does it mean to be good? This has always been a bit of a moving target depending on how the overall balance in Guild Wars 2 is getting on, but let's pull some numbers to get started. Most of the top DPS builds in Guild Wars 2 have a benchmark number sitting somewhere in the realm of 40 to 45k DPS. If you're hitting numbers in this range, then congratulations. You are at the top of the pile in Guild Wars 2, and it's time to crack open your favorite beverage, put your feet up, and bask in your magnificence. From here on out, we're getting a nice big dose of my personal opinion, so buckle up. If you've got a DPS build and you're consistently pulling over 30k DPS on the golem, then for the vast majority of endgame content in Guild Wars 2, you're totally fine. You'll easily be clearing content, and people won't be side-eyeing you in raids or strikes. On the whole, if you join as a DPS player in a raid, and that's your level of performance, people will be happy. If you're below that though, then spending a bit of time smacking the golem is going to do you wonders. If you're on an offensive support build though, basically a DPS build that provides boons, think a Quickness Herald or an Alacrity Scourge, then I think if you can hit somewhere over 20k DPS while keeping up your key boons, then people will be happy with you. You're not going to be overly judged in terms of your DPS on these types of builds, but people really want to see high boon uptime for quickness and alacrity in particular. Endgame groups in Guild Wars 2 are fully built around having as close to 100% uptime of might, quickness, fury, and alacrity as possible. So if you can keep these boons up, or at least the boons that your build provides in particular, while doing over 20k DPS on a golem, you're golden. For healers, it's a bit different though. Benchmark I like to personally use is if you can out-heal the extreme damaging AoE on the golem while keeping all your boons up, that is a great starting point. A lot of being a healer in Guild Wars 2 is reacting to specific fight mechanics and being able to adapt your build to suit different encounters. This is a great start though. Another way I like to think about DPS numbers is in terms of percentages of the benchmark numbers. If you have a build set up correctly and you hit your damaging skills off cooldown reasonably quickly, that should get you about 70% of the benchmark. Pressing your skills in the correct order at a reasonable pace, i.e. doing the correct rotation, should get you to 80%. Performing the rotation correctly while pressing your buttons as quick as possible with minimal downtime will get you to around 90% of the benchmark. Personally for me, I consider this to be the point where I know a rotation. 95% of the benchmark means you've now basically mastered the rotation, and then there are only a very few specific trips for the golem in particular, or bits of RNG you need to push your number that little bit higher. 100%, again, you are the benchmark. These are just some rules of thumb I use to gauge my progression as I practice on the golem, either for our build guides or any other build that I feel like playing. Practicing, like I've worked through earlier with you, means that I'll hit 80% of the benchmark, usually within a few spawns of the golem. It might be an hour or two of practice before I hit 90%, and then honestly a lot more hours. A bit less if I'm practicing a build I'm already familiar with to hit 95% or above. However, like I mentioned before, if you can hit 80% of a benchmark, then that will get you above 30k DPS, and most groups you join will be totally happy with you, and you should be as well. And that, my friends, is exactly how you can practice your build in Guild Wars 2. And I guarantee if you follow this process, make sure to enjoy yourself along the way. Then you will be blasting your way to the top of the DPS charts and blitzing through all of the wonderful content Guild Wars 2 has to offer in no time. Let me know in the comments below if you have any more questions about how to practice your class, or what is your favorite way to practice your class in Guild Wars 2. Once again, if you want another leg up in terms of practicing and getting better at Guild Wars 2, check out my guide on how to install and customize Arc DPS. One of the best add-ons out there for Guild Wars 2. And with that, I'll catch you all next time. Cheers. Learning how to play your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 so much easier. But it's hard to know where to start. So today I'm going to walk you through exactly how I learn a new class and show you just how quickly you can become an absolute powerhouse in Guild Wars 2. I've put countless hours into Guild Wars 2. I've spent the last 2 years making guides on YouTube and squirreled away hours learning build after build after build. So after all this time, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, a bit of time learning your class as early as possible is one of the best things you can do to get the most out of your Guild Wars 2 experience. Being better at playing and piloting your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 easier. And good news, everyone, this learning process doesn't even have to take that long. Today we'll be focusing on practicing your PvE builds. It's also my area of expertise, so cool beans. With a bit of preparation, a can-do attitude, and me to walk you through the process, you will be mastering Guild Wars 2 in no time. To start off on the right foot, let's get you sorted with a good build. Making builds in Guild Wars 2 can be rather complicated. There are countless trait and utility skill combinations, not to mention the seemingly infinite armor, weapon, rune, and sigil setups you have access to. Fortunately, there are some insanely smart people in the community that have you covered. There's tons of great build resources out there, which I've linked in the description. They each cover different areas of the game, but no matter which build you pick up, at least you're off to a good start. For newer players, picking an already optimized build is going to save you a huge amount of time, effort, and heartache. Not to mention these builds have been thoroughly tested and have things like DPS benchmarks and DPS logs, which you can use to check your progress. No matter what build you pick, take the time, it doesn't necessarily have to be all at once, to read your skill and trait tooltips. Know what your skills and traits do, how they work together, and any other bonuses you need to be mindful of, and this will already put you miles ahead of where you would be otherwise. Now, Guild Wars 2 doesn't do the best job of telling you exactly how. And we are back, and Gamer Pro, thank you so much for the raise. Sorry, we're just on a Be Right Back screen there. How are you going? It's so good to see you. Everyone, go check out Gamer Pro over on Twitch. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Astro, great to see you as well. But yeah, what'd you get up to on your stream, mate? I hope you're having a very good day. I really appreciate you, mate. Thank you. We're just going to exit here right now. But yeah, it is so good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. That's so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for trusting us with your community. What did you snack on? We got another one of Jess's. And here we go. These are the cookies that we were up until about 3 AM last night making. These are Nutella chocolate chunk cookies. And they are absolutely phenomenal. Great dude, welcome in. Yes, feel free to... Oh, hang on, here we go. I'm online now. Hang on here, I'll invite you to the party. There we go. But yeah, thank you so much, Gamer Pro. I really appreciate you. Everyone, go check them out and go chill out with them if they're live. Really appreciate you. Let's go join in Great Doodads. Homestead, thank you very much for this as well. And it's good. It feels like we're starting to ease into the flow of things a bit. Because yeah, a little bit of an update. You know, today we went to the city. And yeah, after Jess had her bake club, for which she made these cookies, and yes, everyone go check out Jess's Twitch channel as well, where we've both been playing The Last of Us Part 2 as well recently, and that has been fantastic. Let's go grab everything here. Do I even have... Hang on, I'll go actually get some gathering tools. But yeah, after Jess went to her bake club, we then caught up with my nan in the hospital. Now, my nan just last Thursday had a hip replacement, like full hip replacement, so it's good that she's got that, and she should be getting home from the hospital tomorrow. But yeah, a little bit disorganized in getting there, particularly, you know, grabbing some flowers beforehand, because Sunday in Adelaide, everything's shut. But we eventually found some very nice flowers and made our way there, and we spent like, you know, I think about 2 hours in there just chilling in the hospital with her and my granddad, and that was absolutely lovely. And then yeah, we were a bit late getting back here as well, so we basically drove straight home, got in the door, and then you're like, okay, quickly get everything set up for stream. So we're very much like in a frazzled state, because like whenever, you know, I start running late for things, I do start getting like a bit just unreasonably stressed out as well. Not like proper stress, but always like, I would just like want to be that bit early for things as well, or else I start getting like uncomfortable. So yeah, we've eased into things now, and we're very happy to be here. Joining you quickly, excellent. And yeah, Arkanal, these cookies are so good.
Refreshing.
But my nan is doing great. She's very excited to get home, and I'm very glad that we're able to go in and see them in hospital today.
Nice gear.
We're just coming down off the mad rush of like getting back. And Jules a little, it's absolutely incredible. It's got like that little bit of nuttiness from the Nutella,
That looks valuable.
Yeah, doing this with quickness is much nicer. There we go. We're just going to grab this home instance. Then I think we'll form up for some strikes. I think that sounds good. Even if we just do on this account the daily EOD and Soto strikes, then we can head back to EU and start getting our farm on over there. Captain, thank you for the stretch, mate. Appreciate that. Now it's good as well on that slightly longer break that we just took, which is a good chance for Jess and I to actually like catch up and do like a little bit of the, just the chat after, being out and about for the day. So that was great. I'm glad Addie's eye is doing better as well. She's got a little bit of conjunctivitis in her eye. So she picked that up day before last. So I was like quite weepy and there's a lot of gunk coming out, but it's looking a lot better today. So for the last 2 days or so, Jess and I have both just been cleaning out Addie's eye, making sure she's all good, using a bit of a salt water rinse as well. And Shin, thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. You're an absolute legend. Let's also turn on, bam, 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 bam. Turn on everything, there we go. Need all that information on hand. Halka, thank you so much for that. Daily brain teaser. What is the next number in this sequence? 001 224 436 485 question mark. Okay. So 001. What is the pattern there? It's 610.
That looks valuable.
It's numbered in sequence, so 4. Wait, 10? Is it 10? So 6 to 5, or 6 to 4 to 8. Just goes down by 2, up by 2. Okay, so it counts every second number as a sequence. So sequence is 6. Oh, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And the other is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you think. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm a bit confused as to the... Oh no, the zeros actually make sense in that regard. Alcar, thank you so much, mate.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Fireball Annie. They have given 132 gift subs in the channel.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Annie, enjoy. No more ads. Thank you. And in a few minutes, given we just got back from our last break, we will come back as Corpse Bride Connor. Thank you for pushing us towards that. You're an absolute legend. We will come back with that. And thank you for the bits, mate.
Cheered 100 bits. Reasoning. There are 2 sequences mixed together. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 0, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Nice. Well done, Annie. But yes, thank you all so very much. I really appreciate all support over what has been an absolutely amazing week of streaming. I truly appreciate it. Like, it's still absolutely wild that I get to, stream Guild Wars 2 to so many people, not just, on Drops Week, but on the regular as well. Just the game that I have sunk a truly unreasonable amount of time into. Like, My absolute favorite game of all time that's been with me throughout all these different stages of life. So grateful that I get to stream it and share it with everyone. Like, it's absolutely just bonkers. So thank you. But also, we'll gather this home instance here, and then we'll come back as Corpse Bride Connor. Thank you, thank you. Just grab that there. And then I think we'll blast out some strikes. We'll do daily EOD and daily Soto. And then I think we'll head back to EU. And we'll tee up some giveaways. I think, yeah, we'll tee up a giveaway, do strikes, and we'll draw the giveaway on NA. Excellent, very nice. Let's actually remember to grab the gathering tools and also grab that. And I'll get a free ring, why not? Machete. Ah! And Mass is freaking out. Oh well. It will work eventually. Room bag's pretty good. And medium bag is good soup. There we go. Nothing particularly spicy there. Beautiful. Now we'll be right back. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Welcome back, friends. Since its release, BlishHUD has been the Guild Wars 2 add-on that I've come to rely on the most. I use it to speed up my map completion, control my mounts, find my items, and so much more. So today, we're going to walk you through exactly what BlishHUD is, how to set it up, and some of the best features you can add to it to take you to the Guild Wars 2 promised land. First up, BlishHUD is effectively just an overlay that you'll run alongside Guild Wars 2 and it will display things on top of the game. The best example of this will be the pathing module, which will display various paths and markers over your game that will update in real time. The more modules that you add to it, the more features that you can start to take advantage of. So let's dive on into the installation. First up, I am in no way affiliated with BlishHUD. It's simply a very cool tool that I use. It does not alter your game's files in any way and just runs over the top of Guild Wars 2, and I've used it for several years. I get asked all the time on my streams how to set it up, so the time has come to share this with you, so you can use it however your heart desires. Simply download the latest version of BlishHUD from the BlishHUD website. I've included the link in the description below. Extract the zip file to whatever location you prefer. I have mine saved in my documents folder. Simply click the BlishHUD executable and we're off to the races. Open up Guild Wars 2 and notice the cute little Blish icon in the top left of your screen. And that is it for the first part of the installation. Simply open up BlishHUD whenever you want to use it, and it should work perfectly. Now, without adding in any modules, BlishHUD is not going to do a whole lot. So let's go through and add in our first modules. Click on the BlishHUD settings and go to the module repo. From here, we simply work our way down the list and add in whatever we like. We'll start with the pathing module, which is easily one of the most useful ones I find. You can simply click on install or update in my case, given I already have it installed, and we are good to go. We'll then head over to our manage modules section and enable the module that we just added. You'll either see another icon pop up on the top left of your screen to the right of our buddy Blish, or within the manage modules page. Here you can tweak the settings for each module as you'll see fit. I won't be covering the settings for every module, or else this video will be hours long. However, I've always found the settings to be fairly simple and straightforward, so I have complete faith in you. Next up, it's a good idea to add in your API key to BlishHUD. Your API key is basically a code that allows different applications to read specific things about your Guild Wars 2 account, like what items you have, how many characters you have, what they have equipped, what achievements you had, things like that. A lot of the best Guild Wars 2 websites like Guild Wars 2 Efficiency and GW2 Crafts all need you to input your API key to function, so this is totally normal. You don't necessarily need to do this, so feel free to skip this step if you prefer. However, certain modules will not function without your API key, so just keep that in mind. There are some simple instructions included on this page in the BlishHUD settings to tell you how to set up your API key, so just go through, follow these instructions, and you'll be good to go. I have done this many times. It is a very simple process. Next thing on our list, now that we have fully installed BlishHUD, is we need to add some... And we are back. Thank you so much everyone for blasting us past that. I really appreciate that. And let's also set that overlay to be in the correct position. Indeed. Thank you all so much. I truly appreciate it. I think this is rather fetching, actually. We are now Corpse Bride. Thank you. I'm just going to enjoy this chocolate chip cookie as well. Okay, let's also tee up a giveaway. I think that sounds like a good time. We're going to do strikes on Virtuoso. A milestone moment, yes. We've crossed past our next sub-milestone, Corpse Bride, and we still have so many more lined up as well. So let's do a zap. Don't know why I'm copying the word zap. It's literally 3 letters and it takes me longer to remove the brackets. Oh, that's all good, Grey Doodad. We can always do them again. No issues at all. But let's create and start that giveaway. Astro, thank you. But yeah, if anyone wants a chance to win Zap, make sure you enter it by typing !enter in chat, and you will go in the draw to win. And subs do have an increased chance to win. So best of luck to everyone out there. Okay. Now, just see if there's any strikes going. If not, we will start a group. We will start a group. So we will do create squad, raid mode, purple tag, because Mesmer. Okay. Go. I've completely forgotten. Strike missions. There we go. IBS 5. IBS 5 plus DS. There we go. Plus EOD, D, and Soto dailies. Beautiful. We are on NA now, so if anyone wants to join us for strikes, come on here. Boon heal, Boon DPS, DPS, state roll. Red lipstick would be on point, actually. Also brings out my eyes. I wish I could convert legendary insights into more gold. Okay. Let's do a little bit of flax farming while we wait for this to form. It's just free gold. Oh. That started filling very quickly. Oh, hi, Addie. There she is. Okay. TY, go Q heal. Sunlight. Not enough sunlight, we'll go. Don't often get a Q healer, actually. Okay, let's remove, let's drag them in. Let's mix this. Look yum. Oh, they truly are. They're absolutely insane. Okay, I'm going to have to actually remove DPS. There we go. So we've got a whole bunch of DPS here. Slash D. Go a heal. So that is Azor. That'll be a healer. So now I need Q DPS, Q DPS, a DPS. That feels like. Quickly, let's see what we got. Move. So Drippy is Q DPS. So we'll go with the Alack healer. So now I need a DPS. Not a singular DPS, but Alacrity DPS. Now, A DPS may take us a minute to find. A DPS is always a bit spicier. So time to reload into a new map. Seems like things are much more stable now. Might make that.
I could outrun a centaur.
There we go. I just want them all on the same line, so I can just quickly click through them. Cool. Let's go remove, see what we got. You beast, let's see. Yep. Back we go. They joined and then left. And Jess is an absolutely amazing cook as well. And yeah, this month we are raising money towards the Rainbow Railroad. A fantastic cause that helps support LGBT youth around the world and helps protect them from state persecution. So any support you're able to give to that wonderful cause is hugely appreciated. Beautiful. Let's grab. We have someone. I'll just leave it up. We need a DPS, not Q DPS. Pepe, thank you so much for the follow. I will get an A DPS at some point. It's just a matter of time. And yes, those are Brando Sando books over my shoulder. Favorite author. I'm currently reading Shadows of Self, second in the Mistborn Era 2 series. Loving it. Darth Maul, thank you for the follow.
That's how it's done.
So just cycling through all the characters that are parked here. It's something to do while we're waiting for this group to fill. Nice. Oh, you just started Mistborn Book 1. Awesome. How are you finding it so far? The Mistborn series? Peak introduction to Brando Sando. I think that first series is just so well paced. It's absolutely amazing. Characters are like incredibly fun, interesting, and endearing. Yeah, let's go edit. I like DPS. The next person who joins who isn't an Alack DPS. Alack DPS, there we go. Will have to be replaced. Okay. Put a DPS. Edit and just pure DPS now. Perfect. Okay. That is Hoshi. They are Alacrity DPS. They go there. Perfect. You do your fractals every day? I should, but I don't. They are exceptional gold. You're absolutely right. You're loving it. Is never much of a reader because you have a Fantasia. No mind's eye. Okay, I'm really sorry to hear that. So you never understood people said they read things like it's a movie. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm sorry to hear that you have that. But I'm really glad to hear that you're enjoying Brandon Sanderson. I find he's such just a good modern fantasy author. His books are incredibly just easy to read there. I find they're just the right amount of descriptive because, conversely, I'm also reading the Wheel of Time book 10 right now. And Brandon Sanderson also finished off the Wheel of Time series after Robert Jordan, the author of the Wheel of Time, passed away. Robert Jordan writes a much more lengthy, descriptive style, whereas I find Brandon Sanderson's much more just like direct and to the point. Makes it a much faster read. It feels like you spend less time going through the descriptions of something and you're really just getting in and getting right to the action while still like being able to, picture everything that's going on as well. Fiery, it's great to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you and Dante are going great. And what's good? A lack DPS, you're casual, so not sure. Phenomenal question. Or not Dragon Response mission. Strike mission. Let's do Bone Skinner. So good Alack DPSs off the top of my head. Alack DPS Mechanist. Just whenever I say this class, assume it's Alack DPS. So Mechanist, Spectre, Chronomancer especially, Renegade. Willbender's pretty good.
I could outrun a centaur.
Scourge is really good. Do you think it's alright to read multiple books and series at the same time? I think that's totally cool. Angel Go DPS. Like, I do like reading, like, if I can, like, one book at a time, but I think it's totally fine to bounce around between, like, different books and different series, because sometimes you need a bit of a palate cleanser as well. And Chrono, particularly good with, like, 9 boons just baked into rotation. Oh, yeah, it's absolutely insane for it. To say in my case, Wheel of Time is 14 books and a prequel, and they're all long. Like, they're all, 600-700 pages long, so it's good just to be able to take a bit of a break between each book or two, and then move on to something else, and then come back. That's how I've sort of been treating it. Or else it's like the exact same series for a really long time. Which, if you're down for that, totally cool. But, sometimes you don't want that. But yeah, Continuum Split is fantastic. But also, it really depends on, what mood I'm in. If a series is, really, really good and the style just really gels with what I'm looking for, I might stay on that series all the way. I think that's what I did with the first Mistborn series. Because that series, it just absolutely grabbed me, and it's so well paced, it's so interesting, the plot progresses at a really good rate, the characters are interesting, the story's just wonderful, he writes incredibly well. That series I just couldn't put down. And I feel like that's going to be the case with Mistborn Era 2, especially because I think the Mistborn 2 books, they're about a third of the length of the original Mistborn books. So you have it feels just so fast paced all the way through, it feels like you can't just put it down. And just an Alloy of Law, first, watch that, Alloy of Law, first Mistborn Era 2 book. As soon as I read the prologue, I'm like, yep, I'm in. I'm locked in now, this is what I'm reading. And I've heard it just gets better and better as the series goes as well. Sidestep that. Okay, welcome in. Genuine question, how hard is Guild Wars 2 nowadays to get into? Looking for a new MMORPG to try, but looking at the amount of content this game has, you're kind of scared. Now is a really good time to get into Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 doesn't have a vertical gear treadmill, and the gear that everyone got back in 2012 is just as good now as it was back then. And even once you reach max level, which that in and of itself probably takes you like 10 to 12 hours now as a newer player, it's not particularly long as far as MMOs go, you can get endgame ready gear that is good for like 95% of endgame content within a few hours, really. It was not in the sense of some other games. But yeah, you can get an endgame ready build, fully geared up, honestly, just within a few hours. And because of that, it doesn't take you long to catch up. And basically all of the content in Guild Wars 2, especially in the PvE side, like generally, is still played by all players to varying degrees. There may be some areas that are a bit more quiet, like old dungeons, but even then you'll still find groups of them. But content like Heart of Thorns content that released in 2014, still massively populated. And that goes just sort of across the board, so you're always going to have people to play with, and you can just like work your way through the story at your own pace, which I recommend. Which it's kind of alt-friendly. It's not just alt-friendly, that is literally the best way to play the game. So much of what you do in Guild Wars 2 is account-bound, rather than character-bound. Like the best-in-slot gear, Ascended gear, you can swap between characters at will. You can just unequip it, drag it to another. And Legendary gear, which same exact stats of Ascended gear, so there's no, advantage there in terms of raw stats. So yeah, exact same stats, but you can stat swap it out of combat and you can use it on any character at any point. So once you get full legendary and everything, that is a very long-term goal. You never ever need to worry about gear again. Guild Wars 2 actively encourages you to play multiple characters. It's how the game is set up. So 100% like it is perfect for that. If you enjoy playing multiple characters, this is the game for you. I've got 25 characters on this account, and I've got 24 characters on my EU account, and they all get played to varying degrees. So yeah, 100% like, I think Guild Wars 2 might be the game for you, and honestly the fact that it doesn't have a sub fee either, especially if you're coming from other MMOs, that is a huge boon, and it's one of the main reasons I play Guild Wars 2. But the fact it really respects your time. It doesn't take long to get fully geared for endgame. Especially if you go check out some of my YouTube videos as well, particularly on making gold as a new player. Quite a few very helpful guides there, especially related to the Wizard's Vault, sort of the equivalent of the daily login or daily weekly quest system. So many ways to make just a mental amount of gold. But you can be up and running insanely quick. Oh, just came from one of my vids. Oh, thank you so much, Rush Chop. I really appreciate that. Ascended below is per character. Well, Ascended you can swap between characters. Legendary you can literally, I can showcase it after this fight here. But yeah, I can literally just go on any character and use it at any point. 100% I recommend you try it. You will love it. And yeah, if you have any questions about anything at all, feel free to come back in and ask. Most alt-friendly MMO, you would say, that is one of the big things about Guild Wars 2. Oh, I actually managed to dodge that. Well, I mean, I dodged onto my teammates and wiped them, but I dodged it nonetheless.
I feel good.
Where is boss? There it is. Hate that. Is one of these a stun break? I actually don't know. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 has an incredibly fun and engaging combat system as well. Very action-based, like how you move and control your character is incredibly important. Second minute. Oh, nice. I thought that it seemed to act like a stun break, so that's good to know. Only the same weight class, so Legendary Ascended. Yeah. That is the caveat. Like, you can't equip medium armor on a heavy class. But weapons, accessories, provided your class can use them. Accessories, every class uses them. You can swap between them at will.
Another.
I've got Legendary here. I can just stat swap it to anything. I can pick any upgrades I want at any point out of combat. And I can do that on any character. I've never done a dungeon, strike or raid, and heaps to do. Yeah, there's just so much to do. What DLCs are essential? If you want to get the most out of Guild Wars 2, buying all the DLCs is like the single best purchase you can make. But because I say the most essential would be Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, so expansion 1, expansion 2. You can only buy them bundled together now. The Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire bundle. So if you're going to pick one expansion to get those, because you're going to get basically all the really useful stat combinations. You're going to get the new class Revenant that came out with Heart of Thorns. You're going to get 2 rounds of elite specializations, and just so much content. Like, that is probably the essential combo. Like, nothing is truly essential. You could play Guild Wars 2 as a free-to-play player, and that would be fine. I wouldn't recommend it for the long term, but, like, you could. Alright, thank you for the hydrate, mate. One more question, what about meta? Been playing WoW and FF14 for a time, but become stale on game content because of the meta? Can you basically play what you want and still perform well in raids and stuff, or is the meta in game somewhat present? There is a... There is a somewhat meta where each class will have its best builds that it can play, but the amount of truly endgame viable builds in Guild Wars 2 is absolutely huge, and right now is actually probably the time in the game's history where there is just the most variety that you could, possibly have, particularly like when it just comes to build diversity. Every single class and every single subclass has multiple great builds that it can play, and yeah, there will be off-meta stuff there as well that you can run. That will be totally fine. The only places where the meta is somewhat more set and maybe restrictive might be in your really, really hard endgame encounters. Like, I'm talking maybe like 5 encounters in the entire game where there's a bit more of like okay, this is what you probably should run for it. But even there is still a lot of variety. So as long as you have a build that is like, somewhat coherent, you will do just fine. And no matter what class you play, there is going to be an incredibly just great, viable build for you to play.
Shiny.
But yeah, diversity in Guild Wars 2 is absolutely staggering. Even if I show Snowcrows, which is basically the website for endgame PvE builds, anything on here is worth your time knowing. I'll just grab this. The amount of builds on here, these are all, distinct builds. Every one of these is viable. And not just viable, there's even more viable ones. These are all like ones that are, okay, you should probably know about this one. And BK, thank you for the follow. And there's currently a big sale going for the expansions. Yeah, like right now, there's a giant sale going on. So now's a really good time to load up on the expansions. Or that's a long list. Yeah, the meta in Guild Wars 2, like that list of just what a... It's not even so much list of viable builds. These are just the heavily optimized builds. Like this is for... This is for Soul Beast. The builds that will do the highest DPS. And it's like 4 of them on there just for Soul Beast from DPS perspective. There's so much. Someone just pulled this far too quickly, but that's okay. Yeah, for instance PvE, literally unless you're doing Harvest Temple Challenge mode, but yet even that I agree, as someone who's done Harvest Temple, it has builds for basically every class, or Cerus CM. Even that, there is variety. You can play basically whatever you want and you'll be fine. But yeah, like if you want to get the most out of Guild Wars 2, just buy all the expansions. It's the single best purchase you can possibly make. A Wingman is Warcloth Fox 2.0, just because saying it's overrepresented doesn't mean you can't kill Doom CM with a core Mesmer. I mean, I killed Doom CM on a Shaman's Core Necro like last year. So don't tell me that you can't play absolutely anything. That build worked for the very specific thing I needed it for. I've not run that build since, but I did it. Yeah, that one was a little bit cursed, but we got there.
Shiny.
But yeah, there's so many viable builds. Like even there's quite distinct variants of the builds on that page Snowcrows that you could run that feasibly be considered a different build. Game crashed. I don't know why, it's always Iceberg Saga Strikes that do it for me. I really must do like a fresh install at some point. Oh well, back we go. There we go. We are back. That was a spicy build you made for Necro. Yeah, it was very spicy. Did exactly what we needed though. Okay, other people's crash there as well. Might actually be with the strikes. Meh. I don't know, is Janthir on sale? I haven't actually checked. Can I just distort this? Hooray! Yes, we can. Oh, Janthir and Soto aren't on sale. Okay, good to know. So it's like the deluxe of the Dragon Saga set, the one that includes the expansions. Oh, don't rush in, my guys. Gotta wait for people. And what's your process to learn all respect? You struggle with learning one class, but in PvP I feel it would be great to know more about other classes as well. Once I'm done with strikes here, I can go through and show the process for me learning an entirely new build. So we're probably done with strikes in. We've got 3 after this. Prob's about 20 minutes or so. So I can show you me learning an entirely new class, and I'll see if I can pick one up that I just haven't played before at all. And I can walk you through my process for learning. It'll be from a PvE perspective, but like some of the stuff will be transferable to PvP as well. PvE is my main game mode. And I don't do a huge amount of PvP, but even then, a lot of the things will be similar, and I'll try and describe it in a way that, you know, here's how I would do it for a PvP class as well. Yeah, I'll be able to like piece something together for that. Yeah, so if you hang around for about 20 minutes, I can sort of walk you through what that looks like, and I can go through and show you me learning one from scratch. Let's go private squad. Passion choices are trade me. Do ice. Free fire. There we go. And just hope that everyone knows what that means. It's fine. Let's go. I might run mantra concentration here. Just purely for a bit of stability. The stability, it sounds like a good time. Yeah, like Big Omens, welcome in, and thank you, Kira, for the follow. Last thing you can do is look at popular PvP meta builds for each class and learn what they can do and what their counters are, and have a good play 80% of situations, so deep dive into every class. It's a great way to do it as well. Quite often for a PvP build, I'll first just like grab a build from somewhere, be it from MetaBattle or Guild Gen or a YouTube video I've found. Find out just sort of like what the main combos are that people recommend using. I'll go like slap the training dummies and the PvP, like the profession ones, around just a little bit, just so I can sort of get those in the muscle memory. Then I'll start diving into, you know, matches, and then I'll be reflecting on, okay, these are the combos that I should be using. Am I actually executing them, or is this feeling really clunky? Am I fumbling my skills? Do I need to slow things down? Oh, I'm getting stunned a lot here. Where are my stun breaks? Okay, here they are. Let me save those, and sort of just trying to learn and observe a bit on the fly. But it'll be a bit different to how I do it in PvE.
Nice of you to clear out the trash for me, Commander.
Give us stability.
You picked a weak dragon you knew you could control. Coward. I'll show you real dragon power.
Jormak has not yet joined him, champion. You must draw them out.
We're long past excuses, Rylan. You made your choice. This needs to end.
That stability we do. Just using that whenever that shockwave comes up, or else it's going to knock me back. So here's another one I should use. I might just do distort there so I can save a stability for the next one, because there will be a next one.
You're finished.
Sure. This is not justice.
Let him leave. We can't get distracted.
That didn't go to plan.
He'll be back. His pride won't let him stay away long.
Wonder where he gets. In the meantime,
We're hands up, and I got knocked down.
Ram, are you?
Just do a bit of stability there. I'll jump that. I'll distort that.
We're not here to kill you. We're here to kill Primordius.
Stability this. Oh damn, I did it just before it recharged. Jump that shockwave. Are we going to get a Cerus log channel Discord? Yes, that is a definite thing we should have. I'll see if I can set that up. I'll set that up before we do it next week. Yeah, I just got to go and create the channel and assign the bot to do that. It's just, yeah, new instance of Planbot. A lot of the things that we had set up haven't carried over. So it's been a bit of a, you know, laying the train tracks as we're driving along kind of deal. I'm Reedy, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. But yeah, definitely Cerus logs, we need that. Oh, that's weird there, Sven. Oh well, you can get the benefits of Berserker without playing Berserker.
Just try it.
My temper will teach you to fear the frost. Right through reinforcements!
I've stayed my hand.
2 ice, 3 fire. I'm 3. Be fun to see how many pulls we're going to need. Be really interesting to see. So, how many, like, roughly how many pulls do you think we had tonight? Like, actual pulls? I'd probably say 15 pulls, thereabouts. Of maybe what I'd consider to be actual pulls. Maybe even less than that. I feel like with this group, it'll be sub 100.
One is not enough. We've got to bring Ryland and Bram down together.
Because we've already got quite a few people who've already, you know, cleared it. It's just like getting people on different roles, and it's like Sparks is learning Command Job and doing like a fantastic job at that. 17 in total seems okay. 17 in total. Okay, so honestly, maybe even maybe even like 10 actual attempts tonight. And we got to 40%. And obviously like that 10% base is going to be like chaotic as anything, but 11 below 9%. Okay, yeah, I'd say, yeah, honestly, like maybe like 12 or so also. Yeah, swings and roundabouts, really. And we're still deciding on unit or flower strat. I suspect it will be unit, just based on the number of virtuosos we have.
Use the prisms now.
But we will, like, we'll all be taking a look at the videos of flower and unit strat and just seeing what we want. Oh, character's just going to get nuked. Happens. Where is it? Oh, there. Just CM. Yeah, I feel like... Wow. Yeah, I feel like it will be sub 100 pulls for CM. Putting my bet in. But yeah, we'll be watching some videos of Flower and Unistrat, and we'll sort of be having to think about what exactly we want to do, and we'll come to a consensus as a group within the next 2 weeks, which is what Sparse said. Will we do LCM after? Yeah, of course. I think, yeah, we definitely should. Obviously, we'll see what the group's appetite is, but yeah, that was sort of my intention, but we'll make sure that intention is communicated, and it's not just me assuming it. And plus also, all the times we do LCM, I can make my, like, Australian snack jokes, and all the references to Rice Bubble and Cocoa Puff LCMs. Truly the peak of high school and primary school snacks. Sufferers, thank you for coming as well. I'm in the same boat as you, and honestly, like, everyone did really, really well tonight. Yeah, I agree about practicing the belt rotation, not necessarily that you need to practice it as well, but saying that, you know, I need to practice it, because so many times, like, things that I was noticing I was doing is I was chilling in focus for a lot longer than I should, because basically as soon as weapon swapped up, I should be getting back into Dagger Sword, because that's where so much of the damage is. And also, like, not activating my Signet of the Ether. It's just I need to get things into muscle memory, so then I can start actually doing the mechanics while still performing the rotation. Like, it's not far off. Like, Condi Vert's a very intuitive class. Like, it flows very well, and it's honestly quite chill to play. But it's just going to be getting it so, okay, everything's in muscle memory, we can just focus on mechanics now. Don't see a lot of Berserkers. Are they just a hater class? No, Berserker's actually in, a pretty good spot right now. It's a bit like Warrior in general. There's a bit of a history with Warrior. Warrior is a great class. All class and Guild Wars 2 are great. The balance is in a really, really good spot. I felt like we improved and that was nice. Oh yeah, you could see everyone getting smoother and smoother and smoother. So yeah, everyone was doing a fantastic job. So, once we get out of this strike, we'll just do a bit of a history lesson on Warrior as to why it is how it is. But long story short, Berserker's great. Berserker's actually really good. Blazemont's good. Spellbreaker's just bloody amazing. As long as you have good ping. It is a bit impacted by ping. But even without that, still fun. Varen, thank you for the follow. A lot of the Guild Wars 2 meta right now, you can sort of trace its origins back to when raids first came out in hub forms. We'll start from there and we'll work our way up until now. So when raids first came out, the meta for classes, well for raids, you would have Chronomancer for boons. It would be Quickness and Alacrity, because for some reason that thing did both of them back then. You would have a Druid for Grace of a Land, and it would be a healer. You'd have a Revenant for boon extension, and you'd have a Warrior for banners. Your Druid would also probably give you Spotter as well, or any other ranger would do it. But yeah, those were sort of the pinnacles of, or the pillars of it. And because of that, like Warrior, because it brought banners, which were its own unique buff. Here, let's see what we need here. You only ever needed one warrior in the group because of that. Not to say you couldn't bring more, but there was always a requirement of having one warrior, and warrior was basically the banner bot. Temple of Feb and OLC. Let me just update this. There were other, like, good, yeah, there were other good warrior builds, but more often than not, in a lot of groups, you just needed, like, the one warrior. So not many people really played warrior, because each group only needed one. Of course, there's 9 other roles that you need to fill. So there wasn't, like, a huge demand for a lot of warriors. There was demand for a few. And then after a while, and by a while I mean a few years, I'm just going to assume that everyone's here. After a few years, warrior got reworked, and a lot of classes got reworked, so that you no longer had those unique buffs, those warrior banner buffs, spotter, pinpoint precision, assassin's presence, pinpoint distribution. Did I say that already? I probably did. But those unique buffs went. Also a Frost Spirit, Sun Spirit, they all went. So a lot of the restrictive nature of Guild Wars 2, like endgame meta, was removed, because you no longer had to have these classes, or else your comp was much worse off. And as part of that, Warrior got a really big rework, because its banners no longer work like that. So banners just got a fundamental rework, and there was actually a big period of Warrior trying to find its feet, because the initial change to banners was really not well received. And yeah, it was really clunky to play, which the worst thing you can have as a class in Guild Wars 2 is for your build to be clunky. And it took quite a while to actually fix that, but there was a period there where it's like, okay, these builds that Warrior had have just been absolutely gutted. And it took a while for it to find its feet. We're kind of there, like we're basically there now, where, you know, there's great builds out there for Warrior, but Warrior's coming from that long sort of history of only really needing one warrior and not really needing many others, and it getting reworked, and then taking a bit of time to find its feet. And there's a huge amount of inertia when it comes to class choices in Guild Wars 2, because if people can avoid it, they don't really want to swap off the classes they know. People will stick to what they know. That's just a human thing in general. No. We will not CC the first 3. And what do I got here? I'll just run that. Whereas like now Warrior is in a really, really good state. Spellbreak is great. Berserker's great. Bladesworn I think probably needs a bit of love. But overall it's still good. Like it's still absolutely monstrously high DPS, and the burst you can pull off from that is just absolutely phenomenal. Oh, I forgot, this strike mission is absolutely cursed to pug, because if this gets CC'd, we're all going to die.
The compact is sworn.
Good. Dodge backwards.
Slice him apart.
And Baron, you just hit 80 on NG. Well done. Ultimately, want to spec as a healer support role. Wondering what you should do between fresh 80 gear wise towards that. What I would do in your case is I would, in the meantime, gear a power DPS build. Now, reason for that is power DPS gear is incredibly easy to get compared to condition damage gear, especially as a new player. So I'd recommend starting off with that. You can usually just buy it directly at the trading post, and it's pretty damn cheap. Green, red, blue. And you can run either like Power Scrapper, Power Mechanist, Power Hollow. All that are, you know, incredibly good choices. And then you can sort of gear up a heal Scrapper or a heal Mechanist on the side there, and you'll get that ready at your leisure. Because I think, as generally as a player, you want to be able to play multiple builds. Like, especially, you don't want to be able to just play a healer, because each group only needs 2 healers. So if you can only play one build, you're limiting the amount of groups you can get access to. So having just those multiple builds is going to make your life as a player much easier. The more roles you can fill, the more groups you can get into, because you just have more possible slots you can fill. So having like a DPS build and a heal build is great. And especially on NG in particular, if you get just Berserker gear, it means you can do like Power DPS Scrapper, you can do Power Hollow, you can do Power Mechanist, you can do Quickness DPS Scrapper, so you've got your Boon DPS build sorted, and then you can run a heal build on top of that, so then you can do either a Heal Scrapper or a Heal Mechanist, and they will both use the same gear as well. Did I say Heal Scrapper or Heal Mechanist? I think I did. I meant that. Heal Scrapper and Heal Mechanist. But yeah, get the Berserker build set up first, because that will be like cheap and easy for you. And it's also incredibly flexible. And then yeah, gear up your heal build in the background, because yeah, like when you're running around in open world by yourself, you don't want to be running a heal build if you can avoid it. It just means it's going to take ages. It's going to take you so long to kill random mobs compared to a power build or a condition damage build where you'll just instantly delete them. Yeah, you've made the right call on that. It's very wise. That was more damage to distant target, so I should have moved far closer. Move over here. Oh boy, this one's gonna be cursed beyond all recognition, but okay, we just gotta push it to 30. Just push it to 30. Don't think too hard, just push it to 30. There's like a few of us that can do. Okay, there we go. Let's get the res, get the res, get the res. Any suggestions? Mace for mech? Go like hammer, green, red, blue, grrr. You grab yourself a hammer for your DPS build. For your heal builds, you'll be talking like short bow and mace shield. And yeah, when it comes to like, you know, the over-representation of Vert and Chrono, one's because like Chronomancer is just like the single most flexible class in all of Guild Wars 2. And also for Virtuoso, it's just because it's incredibly easy to play. It's incredibly easy, it's consistent, its range is phenomenal, just like DPS and or power DPS and condition damage builds. It translates very well to open world. It's just a very easy, very safe, pushy build for people to play. Again, welcome in. You're a new player. I was wondering what's the best class and easy to main. You don't want to like a piano class. Every class will have easier. Yeah, there is no best class. The answer is there is no best class. There are only the classes that you like. Every single class will have easy to play sort of low intensity builds. Like even the class I'm playing now, Mesmer, I'm playing Virtuoso. It's elite specialization, so sort of like a subclass. Virtuoso, very easy to pick up. Super chill. Very easy time. You know, like full Chronomancer will be like a step up in difficulty for that. And Mirage at the moment would be even a step up further from that. So yeah, there's like a sliding scale of, you know, builds you can play. There's such a wide variety. Every single class will have that easy build for you to play. And it depends on the use case as well. And what I'd recommend as a player, if you want to know, you know, what class should I play, what you can do, just make a class, finish a tutorial mission, you can take it into PvP immediately, and you'll be level 80 with everything unlocked that you have access to, faction, what expansions you want, all that good stuff. Then you can have a bit of play of the class, see if you like the style and the aesthetic of it, and if you do, keep it. If you don't, you can just delete it. And then you can rest assured that there will be something easy and something that is not a big piano class for you to play there. And Ellie at the start can be a bit to pick up, so like if you're not wanting a piano class, Ellie might be one to avoid just at the start, but Ellie itself has some low intensity builds, like the fire camping scepter focus Condi Weaver. You literally just sit in fire attunement, spam everything as it lights up. It's super chill. Yeah, the best class, the one that's most fun to you? Yeah, absolutely. Gone. More damage to close targets, run away. Oh yeah, and initial like launch pocket raptors on Elementalist. Oh boy. Truly one of the experiences of all time. Bam, 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 bam. Happy days. That one is done. Very happy about it. And everyone make sure to enter the giveaway. After we do these strikes, we'll draw the winner. So you go in the chance to win a legendary precursor. Is it Temple of Bebe? Will this max out the CPU? Let's find out. Let's go on that journey. If you see the stream skip, it means I've maxed out the CPU. Not yet. It's behaving. Imagine just starting a game and winning a legendary precursor. Yeah, what better way to start your Guild Wars 2 journey? Like, honestly, you probably have time now to go and download Guild Wars 2, install it, create your first character, and start blasting. And go in the draw to win your first legendary precursor. So why not? Burp. ADPS, there we go. That ADPS is a bit annoying to get, but oh well. We'll just get it. We'll just get an ADPS. Do you have map load info on? I do, yeah. I try to always have map load info on. I mean, can I... Metro Oak. That's a chrono build. Sword, dagger, great sword. Yeah, that looks like a build. Let's just do that. Drag me there. Edit. Just purely go DPS. Soto daily. How do I spell daily? With a Y. Make sure I put a lack on. There we go. That fills instantly. I'm just going to put Well of Calamity. That's Senility. They all look the same. Hooray! Will I have the wrong food? Almost certainly. Oh yeah, map load info is great, because yeah, if I see just the loaded assets stop for an extended period of time, oh yeah, my game's like frozen, I'll just reboot it, that's fine. Or else yeah, I could be stuck on a loading screen for like ages before I'd figure it out. It's just like, oh yeah, that's a problem. I will practice it now. Evaded. Nice. Yeah, it's not like build. It is, yeah. Those dodges cause you so much headache with the ping. Oh, I know, you'd run like the same ping issues that I do. It sucks. It sucks with the ping. Like, this is actually the one encounter in the game where I'm like, oh yeah, my ping's actually a bit of a problem. But even then, like, we run Burn and we just work around it. Blocked, it doesn't count. Sometimes you press the store too late for the ping. Yeah, I did that a few times before. I feel your pain. I know exactly what you're talking about. And we'll get there. It's just a matter of getting it in a bit of muscle memory. I also feed. The ping is normally 250 plus. That's about what mine is as well. And yeah, like on Mesmer, there is stuff that can go wrong in the rotation, but part of the practice is just knowing how to recover from it. And once you get to the point where you just know the general rules for the rotation, good to go, and you can start to, you know, piece it back together. We will collect orbs. We're practicing for CM. And I was not paying attention, the boss died. How low is your ping? Honestly, mine's about 250, especially when I'm on EU. Yeah, it's literally 248 right now. EU will be 250, 260, depending. So I too relate to a higher ping. Oh, yours is 180, 200. Oh, nice. I have seen sub 200 ping twice in my Guild Wars 2 life. Once I'm convinced was actually an error, but there was one time years ago. I'm talking like 10 years ago. I remember it. I was sitting in my apartment. It was summer because it was hot outside. It was Australia. It was 40 degrees. It was terrible. But I was playing Guild Wars 2. Having the ping up, just like marveling at how bad it is, just constantly reminding myself of the existential dread that sits in when you have high ping. And I saw it. I saw 198. For a solid 5 seconds, 198 ping. Sub 200 ping. And it was glorious. And then I didn't see it again for another like 10 years. Do you use a Snow Crows build? Yeah, I'll use Snow Crows build or some super close variant of it. And I'll see most classes, most builds are incredibly ping friendly actually. There's only a few of them that do struggle a bit. Berserker being one. Not enough, like certain Revenant builds. Revenant builds aren't too bad, but they actually are impacted by it a bit because your Legend Swap is instant, and anything that has a lot of instant cast skills will be impacted by it a bit. It's so great you can never forget it. Yeah, and the thing was, I was just standing in the Mistlock Observatory. I wasn't even doing anything useful. I was just sitting there. I was probably flipping things on the trading post back in the day. So yeah, for that time, like I could flip things on the trading post, like, you know, 32 milliseconds quicker for that 5 seconds. So you can just think about all the extra gold that I made in those 5 seconds. I think I made like an extra 0.2 copper, and you know what? That's the 0.2 copper that started it all. It's at that point that we decided with our newfound fortune of 0.2 copper that we would start going towards full legendary gear on our NA account. And now we are basically there. Like, look at all these legendary things, and it all started because I had 198 ping for 5 seconds. You never know where life is going to take you. Yeah, look at me now. Probably don't tell my grandparents to look at me right now. It's just going to like require a lot more explanation. That's when we also became a wordsmith as well. Oh, look at that. That's 2 gold. Nice. Oh, sweet. Fancy pants hammer. Look at it. Oh, got the eyes as well. Big hammer. Dragon Slayer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, with low ping, Josh couldn't be contained by his mortal shell. Yeah, that's exactly it. See, the high ping for me, like if you ever watch early Dragon Ball Z, it's like Piccolo's weighted, you know, outfit. You know, his outfit's like hundreds of kilos, and, you know, rips it off and then just gets that power spike. That's exactly what it is. I have to have this ping, or it would just be unfair. I'd start just seeing into the future exactly, you know, a quarter of a second into the future at all times. Transcend the mortal bounds that Guild Wars 2 has placed upon me. Do you have a recommendation for when to pursue legendaries outside waiting for sub 200 ping? Well, if you're not able to wait for sub 200 ping, what I do recommend as, like, you know, first, if you're looking for pure quality of life, and thank you so much for the follow, Echo, I appreciate that. Start working towards, not this PvE amulet, this PvE amulet. the Prismatic Champion's Regalia. This is a great one to... Well, I've pressed everything wrong. This is a great one to work your way towards, because not only is this amulet free, you actually get paid to get it just by doing the Season of the Dragons achievements, which lives in side stories, current events, Season of the Dragons. You just do some relatively chill achievements tied to each Living World episode, and then bam! Free legendary amulet. And doing that is going to also work you towards Aurora and Vision as well, because these are tied to Living World Season 3 and Season 4 respectively. So you can basically work on these somewhat all at the same time. So that's a really good place to start. Another good place as well is if you open up the Wizard's Vault and you grab the Legendary Weapon Starter Kit. This is going to be about 600 gold worth of materials towards a particular legendary. So it's incredibly valuable for you to get. And honestly, if you just want to maximize your value from the Wizard's Vault, like, you want to grab this all the time, because the amount of gold that you can only realize once you actually craft a legendary and either equip it yourself or sell it, but the amount of value tied to that, it eclipses everything, like orders of magnitude. You should always get that. And even that's what I do every time as well. So if I come down to my bank here, see, here we go, here's a bunch of just things from those legendary starter kits I've just got sit here. They're not just luxury, they're incredible quality of life. They are, yes. But yeah, everyone make sure to enter. We will draw our winner, like, momentarily, as in right now. So everyone, last chance, make sure you type !enter. See, I've got like 2 things for Kudzu here. And a Dreamer. Oh wow. Dreamer and Quip. Yes. That's it. Everyone get in, enter, last chance, get them while they're hot. But okay, we're going to close this giveaway now in 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the follow, Fake Cooper. We're also delaying a little bit to account for the stream delay. That should probs do it. And we will draw our winner now. Congratulations, Luca. Luca, you are the winner. Luca, type your account name in chat, and I'll mail this right to you. Enjoy your zap. Congratulations. How much does that one go for now? Nice. Not bad. 53 gold. Any tips on how to collect clovers? You need the Mystic Coins as well for so many legendaries. Start off with the Wizard's Vault. What you should be doing with the Wizard's Vault, always grab your Mystic Coins. Always grab them. Also grab your Mystic Clovers here as well, like you just need to get them. And also, depending on the game mode you do, if you do World vs. World, get your weekly clovers from your World vs. World reward track, same from Fractals, same from Raids, same from Strikes. Again, I don't actually know if PvP does it. I keep forgetting. I will check and I will have the answer to that someday, probably not today. But yeah, do that. And also, you'll just get to a point where you have to just buy your Mystic Coins. Excellent. Thank you for that. I'll grab your name right now. We will mail this to you. There we go. It's got the 4 letters there, 9247. Enjoy. Congratulations. But yeah, do your Wizard's Vault stuff. Get them from the Wizard's Vault. Do whatever you can. Like, I'll try and do one right now. See, Mystic Clover's right here. Well, I can't actually because I don't have any Mystic Coins. Set them to the other account. Okay, but I would do this. I would buy all these right now. I can't, but I would. Thank you for the follow. But okay, what I will do now is take a break, stretch my legs, go refuel, and then we'll come back and we will learn a new class from scratch, and we will find one that I deliberately do not know. So yeah, enjoy a video, we'll be back in a few minutes. Are you tired of your team not having boons? Do you watch in despair as everyone around you falls to damage they should easily be avoiding? Do you lie in bed at night dreaming of carrying your entire team to victory, even as you're tanking the most challenging bosses in Guild Wars 2? Well, you're in luck. Today, we're covering the majestic Heal Quickness Herald. Welcome back, everyone. Heal Quickness Herald has been one of my favourite defensive support builds for quite a while now. Here, you have the easy to learn gameplay that comes with Herald, as well as truly insane healing potential. You can also trade off some of this healing to grant huge amounts of AoE stability, while still offering fantastic healing. Not only that, you have an utterly trivial time keeping up permanent might, fury, protection, regeneration, swiftness, and quickness. Normally, Power Quickness Herald needs at a minimum 25% boon duration to function. Today, we're pumping that all the way to 100%. To top all this off, Heal Quickness Herald is insanely durable, with access to blocks on each of our main weapon sets, and the ability to flat out ignore incoming damage with the Glint healing skill. All this comes together to make this one of the easiest to play healing and tanking builds in the game. So with that, let's jump into it. Before we jump into the detail about everything Heal Herald related, we'll quickly cover off on where your healing actually comes from. Your regeneration you pump out from Facet of Light will heal for a ton due to it being buffed by Elder's Respite. Generous Abundance will cause you to heal allies whenever you consume Facet skills and use any other legend skills. Your Staff Auto Attack will heal allies at the end of the chain, and this goes really fast when you're under Quickness, which with this build you will always have. Staff 2 and 4 give some nice burst healing, with Staff 4 also granting some additional Condi Cleanse. Shield 4 will give you a burst of healing and grant protection to you and your team. The trait Healer's Gift will make your dodge roll heal nearby allies, and having your Ventari tablet active will pulse healing to nearby allies for a surprising amount. Natural Harmony will also offer a huge chunk of burst healing, especially if it's the first skill you use after summoning your tablet. It's also on a super short cooldown. Now with that, let's cover off on the weapons. For our weapons, our typical loadout will be Staff, Mace, and Shield. Staff is what you'll be swapping to when you need some burst healing, Condi Cleanse, and catastrophic levels of CC. Your Staff Auto Attack will simply deal some strike damage and heal nearby allies on the third attack in the chain. This pumps out a surprising amount of healing and is a key part of your sustained healing. Mender's Rebuke will deal some strike damage, heal allies after a short delay, and heal even more if you manage to strike an enemy. Warding Rift will grant you a super handy 2-second block, which can come in clutch if you find yourself without a dodge roll. Renewing Wave will grant you a nice chunk of burst healing, remove 2 conditions from allies, and is also a blast finisher to boot. Surge of the Mist, as I will mention on every Revenant guide from now until the end of time, provides godlike levels of CC. You'll charge forward, attack 9 times, and deal 150 Defiance Bar damage for each strike. This is an insane level of CC. Use it. Mace is included in this build only for its ability to blast might with the 2 and 3 skills. Your Mace auto attack chain will deal some strike damage and inflict torment and poison. It's not overly relevant for this build, but use it whenever you have nothing better to do. Searing Fissure will deal some strike damage, inflict burning, and lay down a fire field. We'll be blasting this for might with our next skill. Echoing Eruption will inflict some torment and weakness, and lay down 3 impacts in a line, with each of them acting as a blast finisher. When you pair this with Searing Fissure, you'll typically grant 7 stacks of might from one round of this combo. It's only 7 because the last blast finisher usually occurs too far away from you, and you also grant an additional stack of might whenever you apply boons due to shared empowerment. This is incredibly useful in helping your team upkeep 25 stacks of might. Shield should be your default offhand weapon when using Mace. You have access to a very nice healing skill and an absolutely insane block, which gives you yet another way to avoid mechanics. Envoy of Exuberance will grant protection and heal both you and your allies, which is very handy for topping off your healing. Crystal Hibernation will block attacks for 3 seconds, which is an obscenely long block by the way, and allow you to regenerate health. This is one of the skills that lets you just ignore one-shot mechanics like the Mind Crush on Deimos, and makes your tanking life so much easier. If you need additional CC, I use this all the time in Fractals, then feel free to swap out Shield for Offhand Axe. This will trade the excellent defense and group support of Shield with some extra mobility and CC. Frigid Blitz will throw an axe at your target, inflict chill, and once your axe reaches your target,
you'll teleport to them and deliver a larger strike. This skill is exceptionally useful to move around arenas and chase after bosses that have an annoying tendency to move around. Temporal Rift will inflict some torment, deal damage, and pull enemies in to inflict CC. This is a very useful skill to group up mobs for your team to burst down. Now for our skills. Your glint skills consist entirely of facets, which you can toggle on to pulse boons to nearby allies. You can then consume them for additional effects, and with the trait Draconic Echo, will also apply quickness. This legend is critical for any quickness herald build, so never leave home without it. Facet of Nature is a massively loaded skill, and has different effects depending on your current legend. There's a lot to cover here, so for now, I'll just focus on the effects that are relevant to heal Quickness Herald. The passive effect while in Glint will grant you an extra flat 20% duration to any boons you apply. This is on top of the standard 100% boon duration cap. When you consume the Facet of Nature while in Glint, it will increase the duration of all your allies' boons by 2 seconds. When we consume this facet, we'll generally always want to do so when we're in Glint, for this massive increase in boon duration. The passive effect in Ventari will heal nearby allies once every 3 seconds. When you consume the facet in Ventari, you'll cleanse 2 conditions from nearby allies and heal for each condition removed. The passive effect in Jalus will reduce incoming damage to allies by 10%. This is separate to protection and the 10% damage reduction you get from Ascended Foods. If you start stacking these modifiers, you can greatly reduce the pressure on your team and have much smoother boss kills. This is a really underrated skill. If you consume the facet while in Jalus, you'll grant 2 stacks of stability to your allies. However, you'll generally use Inspiring Reinforcement for this. Facet of Light will pulse regeneration, and when you consume it, will convert all incoming damage to healing for 3 seconds. You can use this to flat out ignore mechanics that would otherwise down you. Facet of Strength will pulse Might and grant you a 15% damage increase for 10 seconds and deal some damage after you consume it. Like all versions of Quickness Herald builds, we're going to want to maximize the uptime of this buff as much as possible. So this will be the first thing that we use when we enter Glint, and one of the last things we activate before we leave it. Facet of Elements will pulse Swiftness and pop down a damaging AoE that applies Weakness, Shield, and Burning. A very nice damaging skill. Facet of Darkness will pulse Fury, and when you consume it, will apply 10 stacks of Vulnerability, reveal nearby enemies, and apply Blindness. It's also a stun break, which is super handy. Facet of Chaos will pulse Protection, and when you consume it, will knock back enemies and grant super speed to allies. This will be one of your key CC skills, so try and save this for CC bars if you know one's going to be coming up soon. Ventari will be your default legend choice if you don't need to provide stability with Jalus. Here, you have access to some insane healing skills, long-lasting projectile protection, condition cleanse, and great CC. One important thing to touch on before we chat about the Ventari skills is how to empower your tablet. When you take a look at the tooltips for all the Ventari skills, you'll see a section that tells you about the sweet effects that you get when your tablet is empowered. Now, Connor, I hear you asking, how on earth do I empower my tablet? Well, your first tablet will be empowered the first time you swap.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so what we need to do is take a look at what build we should learn. So let's go onto Snowcrows now. And let's take a look and see what we have. Now we need a build. We might do a DPS build. Oh, let's do maybe a power DPS. Condi Druid, I've learned Condi Druid like a bit before in the past. Like that one I'm actually somewhat familiar with. But for Catalyst with Relic of the Bloodstone, oh, that's not a bad idea. I haven't learned DPS Catalyst before Rifle Mech. I won't say that's a little bit difficult because yeah, like Rifle Mech I could probably roll up and play in my sleep. And you're most welcome, Luca. Enjoy. So let's go through the selection phase. So like, but honestly, like Power Quickness Catalyst, I could probably, like that one I definitely haven't touched. So Power Quickness Catalyst is definitely up there. Okay, so we'll pencil that one in. All those there we've kind of experienced. Power Untamed is also one we haven't done. Bloodstone Catalyst 42k has quickness DPS, which is bonkers. Yeah, that one's probs winning. You know what? Yeah, let's lock it in. Okay, Power, Quickness, Catalyst, Scepter, and Dagger. It does bonk indeed. Nice. Okay, so this is probably... Got 5 out of 5 in terms of what I presume to be difficulty, so this is going to be one of the more difficult ones. Okay, Fire Attunement, use many skills, Earth Attunement, and it's got a loop. Alright. So do we basically just take this and just slap Relic of the Bloodstone on it? And question, do I have Relic of the Bloodstone? I do! Okay. Let's go grab an Ellie. Do I have Catalyst on... Hang on. Do I have Catalyst on this one? Let's see. Hopefully I have it. Oh, I do. Nice. Okay. Perfect. What better fashion to demonstrate my point? Amy, do you think it's more reasonable to go for accessories first since they are more universal? Yes, they should be. If you're looking for pure quality of life and you're not concerned with like the appearance, yes, trinkets first. You go trinkets, then armors, then sigils, then runes, then either weapon or relic, depending on your mood. Heafy, how are you going? Welcome in. Relic I put quite low just because it is very expensive, but relatively low utility. But worth getting. Okay, so the first thing I will do, let's just go on this. Oh, there's a better look. Yeah, there's an actual, coherent look. And, there's that. And then there's that. What is up, Ben? How's it going? Okay, so first things first. We also just got to get the gear there. So let's do it. So all Berserkers, Force, Impact, Scepter, Dagger, regular food. All Berserkers and throw Bloodstone on there. Okay. Do it on this one for the meme. Yeah, the Fractal Backpiece is a great one to get as well. Okay, customize. So, Berserkers. Oh, it's already on Scholar. Is it Scholar or Dragon Hunter? It's Dragon Hunter. Dragon Hunter. And I will throw a Scepter on there. This is also the joys of legendary gear. I can literally just gear up any build variant at any point. Yeah, fractals are fantastic to do. Did you kill CM? No, we got to about 40% on our first night, which I think is pretty good. He's not bad. Everyone did a really good job today, and special thanks to Sparse who was leading that. Just going to set it all to Berserkers, and we're not going to think too hard about it. And Relic of the Bloodstone. Build is set up. I'm just literally going to copy the build template, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so the build is somewhat set up now. So, we need to... Just probably the first thing I'd do... So, completely new build. I have never played Power Quickness Catalyst before. It's also one of the more difficult builds in the game. So, let's try and figure this out together. Obviously, on Elementalist, we have our attunements. Now, in each of these attunements, there are going to be a few key skills that we are going to want to blast. So we just really, one of the first things we need to do, which we will get to, or we'll sort of bounce around a bit, but is figure out which of these skills are actually worth our time to cast. Because some of them are not. Some of them will actually be a DPS loss and are more there for utility. So I've got my build guide here. Like that sort of information is going to be here. So, you know, in air attunement, it's going to be Ride the Lightning and just general lightning strikes. We're going to use Ride the Lightning and Lightning Strike. Blinding Flash is there for blind. It actually doesn't do any damage, so there's really no point in you casting it if you don't need the blind or the weakness. And Updraft is there for CC. So your two damaging skills are these, and then we're probably going to kill some time auto-attacking. In Fire Attunement, it's going to be many skills. Just what skills? Yes. Okay, so it's going to be Dragon's Tooth, so it's going to be our 2. Firestorm, which will be our utility. That's where we're casting that. Is Relentless Fire. Relentless Fire is this skill here. Your attacks and conditions deal increased damage and your attacks are unblockable. And if it's casting range of your Fire Sphere, your duration is increased. So we'll be wanting to use our Fire Sphere before we use that. We'll do Fire Grab, Ring of Fire, and Phoenix. So literally we will use every single skill. Oh, there we go. And in Earth Attunement, we'll have Earthquake, Hurl, Dust Devil, and Churning Earth. Yep, that's literally everything except the auto attack. And in Water, we'll start on Shadowstone, which is there. We'll do Water Trident, which is 2. Frost Aura, which is our 4. Be careful to not use the second activation. Water Trident and Shadowstone. So we're literally going 2, 3, 4, 3, 2. So just down, 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 then up, up, up. And not using this because it's healing. But you can use it if you want. Like, it's a bit of extra healing. So, hey, it'll just be a bit of a DPS loss. But healing is good. So our skills that we're actually going to want to use, it's going to be Ride the Lightning, Lightning Strike. Literally use everything in fire. Like, basically everything that is not nailed down, we will use it in fire. In Earth, we're going to use everything. And in Water, we're going 2, 3, 2. No, sorry. 2, 3, 4, 3, 2. That's completely misspoke there. So yeah, that is what we are going to do to start with. So yeah, we can sort of piece that together. So the general loop is going to be Fire Attunement, into Air Attunement, into Earth Attunement, into Air Attunement, into Water Attunement, into Air Attunement. So always zigzagging back to air, and that would be because we're taking fresh air. So it's going to be quite a fast-paced rotation as well. So we're basically going to get into our element, blast our skills back to air, kill time, swap to our next element, blast our skills back to air. That's our loop. So fire, earth, water, fire, earth, water. So we start in fire, go to earth to water. So what I'm trying to do here in my head is imagine myself looping through this. And here I'm sort of starting from here, I'm going down to the bottom and then working my way back to the top. That's how I'll sort of conceptualize it. Because it's much easier, instead of remembering, for me anyway, okay, I need to go from fire into air, into earth, and back into air, and then to water, and then back into air. If I can just remember fire, earth, water, fire, earth, water. Best easy build for PvP Arena right now. I'm not sure about that. Don't do a huge amount of PvP. But I've been really loving Power Renegade with Shortbow. That's been pretty chill. But okay, so we somewhat know the order of skills that we need to use now. Now our Jade Sphere, that is this mechanic here, this is actually what's going to give us quickness. So yeah, we throw down our Jade Sphere and we do much quickness. That's basically it. Okay, aim to use Jade Spheres in every attunement, but it's not always off cooldown. Attunements can be swapped by casting skills. Use this to save time and do the loop faster. So basically we should be just casting Jade Spheres as much as is humanly possible. So we've got the basics of how that works. None of this is in muscle memory yet. That's actually going to be the trick. We understand somewhat conceptually how it works, but it's actually getting it into muscle memory. That's going to take a bit. It's got like a really long opener here, and that's going to be kind of just use literally everything off cooldown. And then this is also going to kind of be using everything off cooldown. Yeah, and also even just doing that, for the purposes of this is going to get us to a pretty good point. We'll probably be hitting somewhere in the 30Ks after a few pulls on this. So not all skills will be off cooldown after each achievement. Use what's available without waiting and swap back to air. Always use your Relentless Fire inside of your Fire Jade Sphere. So your utility skill here, use that there. And your Ice Storm there, use it when you're on fire. Yeah, that is basically it. Now, another good thing to do, you don't necessarily have to do this at the start if you just want to pick up, build, and blast, but what you should do, even just between encounters when you've got a bit of downtime, have a read of your traits and your skills and what they do. I won't read through all of these now. My main thing that I'm concerned with about getting up to speed quickly is what skills do I need to press and what does damage. Because it's a DPS quickness build, the skills that's telling me to press are going to be the ones that do damage. So I'm just going to skip over that for now. If I stick with this build in the long term, then I might go, okay, so Shadowstone, it does damage and it chills. Alright, that's good to know. Water Trident, it's doing a bunch of damage and healing. Cool, it's an ammo skill. And Frost Aura is going to give me Frost Aura, which is 10 seconds of reduced incoming damage. So we sort of understand how that works. And if we can internalize that, we're off to a good start. But I'll do that later. You don't need to do that at the start. Else it's information overload. It's good to get the basics down and then start drip feeding yourself the information later. You don't need to understand how everything works just when you're starting. You just need a rough idea of what things should I be pressing as they light up, and that will get you most of the way. And then you can start building on it. But traits are quite important because it will let you know of any particular interactions between skills. Say, especially if you are a boon provider, you need to know the trait that provides you boons. If you don't know that, you're going to have a bit of a bad time. Like if you're on Herald and you don't know how many points of upkeep you need to keep up to provide quickness, the answer is just always make arrow point to the left. Or I think that's left for everyone else. Yeah, it's mirrored. Yep, that's pointing to your left. Make arrow point to the left, and then you give quickness. And that's because of a trait. But here, minor traits usually aren't too important to read at the start. You can take a look at them, but you generally won't need to remember what they do. But the ones where you actually have choice, those are the ones that are more important. So, Burning Precision. Burning you inflict has increased duration, and your critical hits gain a chance to inflict burning. Now, this is interesting because we have a power damage build. Why would I care about inflicting burning on a power damage build? And the answer usually is there's not really much else to fill this slot. Because if we take a look down here, gain Fire Aura when an ally picks up a conjured weapon. Well, we don't have any conjured weapons, and honestly, this is a weird trait because you need an ally. It might even apply to you when you pick up your conjured weapon, but we don't have any conjured weapons, so this trait is useless to us. Okay, and cast... this is Burning Fire, so cast Lesser Cleansing Fire when you have a number of conditions on you. So this is basically going to remove 3 conditions when you get 3 conditions on you. It's not actually a bad trait, and if you're on a particularly condition damage heavy encounter, maybe something like Slothazor, you might actually swap out Burning Precision for Burning Fire because, hey, it's free Condi Cleanse, but this trait is really just here because nothing else here is worth it. And A-Round, welcome in. You're new to the game. What class is this? This is Elementalist. More specifically, Power, Quickness, DPS, Catalyst. Catalyst being the elite specialization of Elementalist. It has a 40-second internal cooldown, so it's probably not worth it. Yeah, that's a high internal cooldown. Very top right of that top little tooltip there, it gives you the cooldown for it. 40 seconds to remove 3 condis really isn't that great. So really this trait is here because nothing else here is really worth your time taking. Power Overwhelming. While at or above the might threshold, which is 10 stacks, it says it below, you get 150 power, and power bonuses are doubled when attuned to fire. Oh, thank you, Micah. I appreciate you. And yeah, for the month of June, we are raising money for Rainbow Railroad, a fantastic cause that helps support LGBT youth and help them avoid state persecution. So any support towards that is hugely appreciated. Yeah, and that's, yeah, I haven't seen that. I've been told about it, and that is why we are using this as a demonstration of a build that I have not practiced or ever played, and we're going through the process of me learning it and showing people how I sort of get up to speed on a build quite quickly. And yeah, it will provide quickness as a boon to the party. That is, yeah, what makes it a quickness DPS build. So yeah, this is a very good trait because you're a power damage build. So this trait, you can sort of just gleam at a glance here, like your power bonuses are doubled when attuned to fire. That's a lot of extra power and a lot of extra damage when you're attuned to fire and just in general. So you can see inherently why that is taken. But Smothering Auras is basically going to buff auras, you don't care about them. Then Burning Rage, Sunspot inflicts burning. That's a condition damage trait. So yeah, this is just straight up a power damage trait. That's why it's chosen over here. So it's quite useful as well at some point when you're doing this to look at the traits that weren't picked and try and figure out or try and justify why this was picked. It helps you understand. Yeah, thank you, PK. Yeah, that's the exact build there. This helps you understand, okay, why is this build how it is? And it also means you can then go to other classes and go, oh, okay, here are the traits I should probably be picking because you have now learnt it on some other build because you've seen what people have taken and what they haven't taken, and you can somewhat piece together why they've done certain things. So it means you can pick up really any other class and you'll probably actually get quite close. If you just go and pick the traits and spend a bit of time to go, okay, what makes sense to do here, you will come up with something that's probably quite valid as a DPS build and will probably be quite close to the actual meta DPS build. So there's that trait. Persisting Flames. Fire fields created by your weapon skills last longer. You use a lot of fire skills? Cool. Whenever your fire fields hit a foe or you inflict burning, gain increased strike damage for a duration. So the buff Persisting Flames is 2% extra damage and it has a maximum stack amount of 5. So this is 10% extra damage, and this is also triggered when you inflict burning. So now retroactively we can go back to our first trait and go, oh, why are we taking Burning Precision? We're a power damage build. We don't care about burning. It actually makes far more sense now because that burning we're inflicting is triggering Persisting Flames. So the traits are feeding on each other. So that is a very important little synergy to keep your, just keep in the back of your mind. You can go, oh, okay, that's why that trait is there. And looking at the other traits, Pyromancer's Puissance, gain might for using any skill while attuned to fire, when leaving fire attunement or finishing a fire overload, unleash a flame expulsion. It's a pretty cool skill, but as a DPS, you are not responsible for providing might. Your boon providers will provide you might, so you don't really need to care about it. So that's why Persisting Flames will be taken ahead of that. And Blinding Ashes. Inflict blindness on foes you burn. Like, that could be a cool thing in a competitive game mode, or it could be a cool thing in open world, but it should be fairly self-apparent why on a DPS build you are not taking this over the trait that makes you do 10% extra damage. Because even, say if you're able to do 30k DPS on a build, that single trait there is 3000 DPS. Okay, so that's why fire is how it is. It might be worth just taking a quick look at some of these things here, just super quickly, so we can understand why they are. And yeah, fresh air rotations can be very quick. So Empowering Flame, gain power when we're in fire attunement. Cool, more damage. Sunspot. Gain a fire aura and damage nearby foes, so gain a fire aura and damage foes when you attune to fire, more damage. Your fire weapon skills have reduced recharge and deal increased strike damage to burning foes. Okay. So, oh, a bit of a hiccup there. So this trade here, if the foe's burning, 10% more damage. Makes sense why we're taking burning precision. Now in group content, all foes will basically have burning on them at some point, but you can see the synergy between these traits here. Now, in air, Zephyr speed, your chance to critically strike is increased. 5% extra crit, that's important. It's very important for power damage builds to crit 100% of the time, as much as possible, because not only do crits like double your damage, will increase your damage, that is increased further by the amount of ferocity that you have. So every time you don't crit, you are missing out on a huge portion of damage. So it's very important for DPS builds to be trying to crit 100% of the time. So Ferocious Winds gain ferocity based on your precision, and because we are taking Berserker's gear, we have a ton of precision, this is a ton of ferocity, it's going to be a ton of extra damage. That is just a straight DPS gain, which makes sense as a DPS build. Now compared to Super Speed, when attuned to air, no extra damage. Zephyr's Boon, grant boons to allies you grant auras to, cool trait, not damage, we're not taking it. When you attune to air, Electric Discharge, you'll strike them with lightning, is damage. Nothing interesting. Storm Soul, deal increased strike damage to disabled or defiant foes. Now, disabled or defiant foes, so any mob that has a sort of persistent break bar, or any mob that can't be just inherently stunned. So this will be a lot of champions, this will be all raid bosses, all strike bosses, anything where DPS is actually relevant, that's just 10% extra damage. That's why you take it. And outgoing stun duration is increased. That's a 33% outgoing stun duration increase, and that also translates to more break bar damage. That's good. Adrian, how are you going? Now, Raging Storm, critically striking a foe grants Fury, gain ferocity while you're under the effects of Fury. Now that's actually like interesting, because you might look at this and go, okay, when I have Fury, which I will always have Fury, I have more ferocity, which means I do more damage. So like you would be, if you were a new player going through and trying to piece this together, you would probably be justified, or you could understand the reasoning behind taking Raging Storm over Storm Soul, because you go, okay, this is a damage increase, this is also a damage increase, which damage increase is bigger? It's a bit hard to tell. So yeah, you wouldn't really be faulted for taking that over Storm Soul. It's just a matter of people have figured out what does the most damage, and it will be that. But yeah, critically striking a foe grants Fury, that's great. It allows you to self-buff the Fury, so if you're in open world, you could actually take that, because if you don't have any other sources of Fury, it's actually pretty hype. But for raids where everyone else will provide you Fury, you're good. That's why that will be there. And this one's just inscription, it gives you boons. You're a DPS build, you don't really care about these boons, that's why you don't take it. Now, Fresh Air here, well, actually I'll circle back. Aeromancer training, gain ferocity, extra ferocity, more damage, gain additional ferocity when you're in air, more damage. Thank you for the hydrate. So, Fresh Air, recharge air attunement on a critical hit, gain a ferocity boost when you attune to air. So we'll get 250 extra ferocity, which is a lot, for 5 seconds after we attune to air. And because we're going to be critting all the time, we're basically always going to be able to ping back to air to keep up that buff as much as possible. It's also going to facilitate a very good power damage rotation, because air is sort of inherently a power damage element. So it means once we are done with our good skills, because say if we're in water attunement, we've used our good skills, we don't want to be stuck in water attunement any longer than possible. So we have Fresh Air, so it gets us out of there. Now, Bolt to the Heart, there are basically two branches of power damage elementalist builds. Bolt to the Heart or Fresh Air. So Bolt to the Heart is going to be a 20% extra damage increase, which is huge. We've been talking about 10% and 5% damage increases for a bit, but that's 20%. That's big. That's big kahuna. So it means your damage in the tail end of a fight is going to be really high. But yeah, it means you will not be able to cycle back to air attunement as much. So any Bolt to the Heart build will typically be a bit slower paced in terms of rotation. And it might actually be comparable or better DPS. This very much depends on the build you're running. Both of these would be valid. It's just that this particular build uses this one because it seems to work best for it. Don't really need to understand why at that stage, but it just does. And Lightning Rod cooldown, lightning on a disabled foe, so it's damage. So when you CC, you do damage. But you can sort of see why these two traits will be better. Now for Catalyst. Catalyst is where your boons are going to come from. And that's what we care about as a power quickness catalyst. So the main thing we are going to be looking out for is where are our boons coming from? Thank you, Bellows. Great to see you. Okay, depth of elements, build up energy when you strike foes. So whenever you deal with an elite spec, this first trait here is basically going to give you the mechanics of your elite spec. So this is giving us our Jade Sphere. So yeah, it basically just gives us access to this skill, is really what that trait is saying. And then yeah, you can right click on it and it will actually cycle through what each of the different spheres do. And where is it? So fire sphere is going to give us might. Water sphere is going to give us resolution. Air sphere is going to give us fury. Earth sphere is actually a poison field and it's going to give us protection. So, vicious empowerment. Gain elemental empowerment and might when you disable or immobilize a foe. So, 2% to all stats is pretty damn sweet for 15 seconds. So whenever we disable someone or immobilize them, that's actually like, it means we're getting 2% extra stats. So that's actually pretty sweet. So any of our skills that CC or immobilize are going to be pretty sweet. Do we have a bunch that do? There might be some in air, and not air, here. Yeah, they get Earthquake is one, that knocks down. Do any of these like stun? But yeah, that's just like some extra damage whenever you CC something. So if you CC, it's pretty sweet. And also if you do it in, there you go, that's a CC right there. There might be some others floating around. But yeah, that's more damage. That's pretty cool. And where's a bunch of immob? Might be some more here actually. That's good just to mouse over and just take a look.
A swift stream.
Oh, yeah, it's also the reason heal cattlers sometimes end up tanking. Yeah, because they forget the extra stats. Yeah, if someone's not running a bunch of toughness, it might force the heal catalyst to be above them. So other traits here, why are we taking this over some others? Hardened auras, damage reduction is increased when you grant yourself an aura. It's not more damage, so we're not taking on a DPS build. And energize elements, gain energy and boons whenever you switch attunement. It's not damage, we're not taking. Elemental empowerment, gain elemental empowerment while in combat, so that's just going to build up there. That's 3% to all stats, up to 10. Nice, that's just going to build up over time. Spectacular Sphere, your Jade Sphere is larger and grants quickness and an additional boon based on your current attunement to nearby allies when activated. So here is where quickness starts popping up. So whenever we use our Jade Sphere, we will provide quickness. Very important for us to know as a quickness build, this is just where it comes from. So whenever we use a Jade Sphere, we will do boons. So important for us to know. So other traits, evasive empowerment, gain elemental empowerment and vigor whenever you evade an attack. Good trait, more damage, but it's not a boon. Empowering auras. Gain increased outgoing damage whenever you grant yourself an aura. So that's more damage, which is cool, but it's not a boon, so I'm not taking it on a boon build. Fairly straightforward. If you're running a boon DPS build, you need the trait that does it. Elemental Epitome. Gain an aura based on your current attunement whenever you combo. So that will be whenever you do a combo finisher. So more auras is cool. Like, it's just nice. It's extra effects. It's Fire Aura, Frost Aura, Shocking Aura, Magnetic Aura. They'll do a bunch of useful things. We don't really have to dive into what they do, but it's good. Sphere Specialist. Boons provided by your Jade Sphere have increased duration, and you can now gain energy while Jade Spheres are active. And thank you so much, Dr. Zoro, for the follow. This change a while ago actually made Quickness Catalyst not absolutely awful to play, because before you would get your Jade Sphere up, which is what you'd actually do to provide boons, and you couldn't regenerate any energy for your Jade Spheres while you had it up, and it felt really bad, because basically you'd use your key mechanic that you're meant to use as much as possible, and then you wouldn't get the resource for it for a while, and it felt bad. So a while ago they changed it so that, oh, we just remove that for taking this trait, and all of a sudden Quickness Catalyst just became a thing, because now you can just spam those things as quick as it possibly can, and it feels great. And Gwen, thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. So other traits here, Elemental Empowerment. Elemental Empowerment is more effective, while at maximum stats of Empowerment, the effectiveness is increased further. That's a very cool trait, but it's not boon related, so we're not taking it. And Staunch Auras grant stability when you grant yourself an aura. Stability is cool, might be very nice in open world. We don't need it because boons. Cool. Now, in terms of our actual utility skills, important to know what your utility skills in the build do. Signet of Restoration, grant health every time you cast a spell. It's a bunch of passive healing you can activate to heal yourself more. Fairly simple. Relentless Fire. Augment. Your attacks and conditions deal increased damage, and they're unblockable. And if it's cast within range of your Fire Sphere, the duration is increased. So always use this in your Fire Sphere. It's more damage. Glyph of Storms. When you use this in fire, it's going to be more damage. Signet of Fire improves crit chance. More crit chance means more damage. And Glyph of Elementals. You're going to activate it, it's going to be more damage. So probably there's quite a few things here that you could swap out. You could swap out your Elite for something. You could probably even swap it out for Elemental Celerity if you want. So reduce the recharge of your weapon skills in your current attunement. If it's in range of your sphere, gain a boon. So you could use this in fire just to recharge all your fire skills. Could be pretty cool. You could use Tornado maybe for extra CC. You could use a Fiery Greatsword for memes. Couldn't swap out Signet of Fire because you need it for crit chance. As a general rule in a power build, if a utility skill is giving you extra crit chance, don't get rid of it. It will tank your damage a lot more than you expect. Glyph of Storms could be swapped out because, yeah, it's just damage. So generally if a utility skill is just damage, you can swap it out. And this one here is 10% damage. You probably want to avoid swapping it out if you can avoid it. So let's also take a look at our actual build page. And here we go, we can sort of see. Skill notes. Glyph of Storms can be replaced with these skills. And our Glyph of Elementals, our Elite, can be replaced with that. Conjure Fiery Greatsword, which we've sort of already picked up on. So we already sort of understand a lot of it. And using Raging Storm on non-defined bosses such as... what's Raging Storm? Oh yeah, so use Raging Storm here, which is this trait. So you're actually going to swap out different traits. Swap out these traits on bosses such as Conjure Amalgamate and the Harvest Temple boss, which aren't actually defined. So this trait actually doesn't do anything on those encounters. So if you're on those encounters, just swap it out. But okay, so now we sort of understand everything about the build for the most part. So we're going to cycle from fire, use skills. Then we're going to go to air, use skills, which is going to be 2 and 4. Then we're going to go to earth, use literally everything, and use our sphere. I'm going to go back to air. Then we're going to go to water, use our skills. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Back to air, then back to fire, and then we're just going to repeat. And we are going to summon Glyph of Elementals when we're in fire. We use it at the start of a fight because it's more damage. And we use Glyph of Storms in fire. And spam our Jade skills off cooldown. That's conceptually the build. And now not only do we understand how it actually works, or at least at a very high level, understand how it works. And thank you for the hydrate. Now we understand at a very high level how it works. We know what skills we should be pressing. Now we just need to get it into muscle memory. Now that's a lot of sort of, you know, homework we've done at the start. And honestly, what you can kind of do is, I'll just grab the build, throw it in there, figure out where your boons are in this case, and go to the rotation and try and sort of figure out what's going on, and just go, what skills does it want me to press? I don't even need to know what they do. I don't know what these skills do. I know Churning Earth is like a big channeled thing. I don't know what Dust Devil does, Earthquake does, or Hurl does. They just do stuff. We'll figure that out later. In terms of food and utility, I've actually got that now. So let's, just to see what damage we can do, just give ourselves all boons. We're going to spawn a golem. Let's go large, additional enemy act conditions, all of them. And spawn. We want all boons on ourselves because it does a ton of damage. If we're practicing our quickness rotation, we might just give ourselves alacrity and see if we can upkeep 100% quickness. That's basically it. And we give the golem all conditions, mainly because the 25 vulnerability is 25% extra damage. But okay, now we somewhat, you know, understand what's going on. Let's do it. I'm just trying to spam things in the rough order that I vaguely remember. And so much here is not in muscle memory yet, and we're also going through things quite slow. Yeah, and like right here, I've made a few mistakes already, and I'm somewhat picking them up. And I'm pressing things way slower than what I should be. It doesn't matter if we go through it a bit slow at the start. Once we start getting this into muscle memory, then we are okay. Okay, so we can sort of see we're doing about 27k there, which as far as a boon provider goes, that is pretty good. Now, we actually need to have a bit of a think about, okay, now we've just been spamming our skills. How can we refine this a bit more? Which is probably not spamming skills and actually use them with a bit of intention. And also, one thing I did notice that I was doing is not going back to air quick enough. So I wasn't actually rotating through all my damaging skills as fast as I should, which is tricky on a fresh air build because it's all about cycling through things quickly. Because yeah, I should have been just blasting through the rotation, and I wasn't doing it as quick as I should. Now, if we pull up the actual just hang on, it's a bit loud. Can't make it bigger? No, we'll just leave it there. So you can it's very hard to tell, but you can sort of just see how quickly the person who has done the rotation here is blasting through it. They're spending a bit of time in fire. They're getting in and out of their other elements as soon as is humanly possible. Okay. So we can sort of get a rough idea of the pace at which they're doing it. Okay. So for our opener, just blast all skills. We're not so much concerned about our opener, we want to get the loop in. Now, important things here. In Fire Attunement, we're starting on a Dragon's Tooth and we're ending on a Dragon's Tooth. I think you missed to go back to air after water. I definitely missed that at some point. So I'm missing out on the fresh air modifier and just a bunch of damage. So I don't want to be auto-attacking in water because that's just no damage. So I want to get back to air. So yeah, so the order of that. Dragon's Tooth, Phoenix, Ring of Fire, auto attack, maybe. I probably won't get to that. Fire Grab and Dragon's Tooth. So it is 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2. And now an Earth Attunement, it's going to be Rock Barrier, and then Hurl, into Dust Devil, into Earthquake, into Churning Earth. So yeah, just 2, 3, 4, 5.
1,000 storms.
And then, yeah, we're just going to go Lightning Strike. And here, what we probably want to turn this into is Water Trident first, into Frost Aura. Does that have an activation? It doesn't. So it's basically... wrong. We'll just wait until that expires. So it's 3, 4, 2, really quick. So, hang on. Let's just refresh our skills. 3, 4, 2. And then 3. Let's refresh. Let's get another refresh off. So 3, 4, 2, 3. And then we go back to air. So things were in a bit of the wrong order there. But okay, so now we can start to piece this together a bit. How was our food? How was our crit? Are there any assassins stuff that we are missing? Berserkers, berserkers. No. And do we have a bunch of blast finishers? That's a blast finisher. Okay. So let's go again. So we hit about 29k whatever. Let's see if we can push this more. Did things wrong again. So I'm noticing I'm doing things in the wrong order. So let's actually slow this down a bit. Back to air, use a skill. Over to earth, start using all our skills as they light up. Back to air, into water. 3, 4, 2, 3. Use our orb, should have done it sooner. Back to air. Go to fire, use our orb. Use literally all skills. Back to air, use our skill. Go to earth, use all our skills. So we can start to see where a lot of the difficulty of this build is. It says just, you're pressing buttons so quickly. Back to air. Now there I didn't actually use my... Dragon's Tooth first, so that's a big problem. So we need to tidy that up. the rotation looks complex. This rotation, it's a little bit more on the complex side, but the complexity isn't actually the problem. What's actually the problem is how fast it is. That's actually the problem that's happening. It's because literally you're pressing so many skills so quickly. The actual individual loops aren't that bad, because if we break it down, so what I'll be wanting to do, say if I'm in fire for the start, I'm going to want to like blast as many high damage skills, which for me is basically anything. So I'm going to use deploy Jade Sphere. I'm going to do actually first Dragon's Tooth into Jade Sphere. Then I'm going to use this skill to get the damage buff and then just spam everything. So it's going to look like and that's that. I'm going to go to air and use skills, which is just literally these two here, 2 and 4. And then I'm going to go to earth, and it's literally blast everything as fast as I can. I've done that. I go back to air. Use good skills, which for me is like my 4, my 2, and my deploy Jade Sphere. Then I go to water, which near this loop here is very quickly 3, 4, 2, 3. And that's, well, I didn't actually press it again after that. And back to air, use a skill, go to fire, spam literally everything that's not nailed down. Back to air, into earth, spam literally everything that's not nailed down, we're using it. Into air, into water, 3, 4, 2, 3, into air. Spam a skill. Start just blasting everything. So it's basically 4 relatively simple parts. Like in fire, blast everything. In water, 3, 4, 2, 3. And use this. In air, 4 and 2. Like 2 will always be up. Or if it is up, and use my Jade Sphere. Like whenever I'm in attunement, I'm using a Jade Sphere. Just if it's up, I'm using a Jade Sphere. Always use Jade Sphere. And in earth, like Jade Sphere, spam skills. I'm basically just spamming a few skills, so each individual section isn't complex. The tricky part is it's fast. Now this is also an instant where a build is going to be impacted by ping, because that element attunement swap is instant cast. And Deus, thank you for the follow. And that will be impacted by your ping, because the time for basically that information to be sent to the server for me is going to be basically a quarter of a second, because 250-ish ping. So every time I do a attunement swap, compared to someone who has like 20 ping, every single time we do that, I'm going to be a quarter of a second slower. And you can imagine how much that blows out over the course of an entire rotation. Now, here it's actually not that's causing issues. It's I'm not pressing skills quick enough because I'm not comfortable with it yet. But this is an instance where if you have high ping, there is a bit of a ceiling. Now, it's not going to be that much slower compared to what someone who's really experienced can do, but it's a thing. Deus, thank you for the sub as well. I really appreciate you. Thank you. You're an absolute legend. And Mikey, do you have to restart your rotation if your skill gets interrupted by enemies? Not really. You don't have to wait and start back at the start. See, one thing that, say in this case, is important to learn is actually this bit here, the rotation concepts. You're just cycling through. Fire, you're basically going fire, earth, water, and air in between. So really, wherever you're at, like say if you're in earth, you get knocked down, you go, oh no, what do I do now? Okay, so first I need to go back into air, do some stuff, then into water. Because it goes fire, earth, water, fire, earth, water. So whenever you play Elementalist in particular, one of the first things you should do is remember what order do I cycle through the elements in. Because on basically every Elementalist build, there is an order. And if you remember that first, then you can pick it up at any point. Because you go, okay, I've got knocked down in water, where do I need to go? Back to air, into fire, pick it up from there. So now let's try again. First, I'll actually give myself some food. Ah. And yeah, this build in particular is probably one of the hardest to execute in all of Guild Wars 2. And Luca, with Chrono, chaining shatters in the continuum split is really hard. With 300 ping, you're in Japan, that quarter second is added between every shatter. Yeah, I totally feel you there. I run into the same thing. And for builds like that where you have to get so many skills in a very rapid time, you may just have to forfeit getting a few extra skills off. But if you can just get the main skills off, you're going to be fine for basically all content. You might miss 1, maybe 2 skills, but as long as you get your high priority ones in at the start, you'll be fine. And it will be a very minor loss in the scheme of things. So let's just eat some superior sharpening stones.
Welcome. Feel free to approach the console and begin combat practice. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Okay. So let's summon this. Sadly, some builds are very ping reliant. Some are, and that's just a bit of a barrier you come up against. Fortunately, those builds are actually in the minority. So now what I'm going to try and do is progress through this, but a bit slower, a bit more deliberately, because now we understand how things are working. Now it's okay, I need to actually train this into muscle memory, because once you do that, that's when your numbers start really going up. That's when DPS climbs, is when you're not having to consciously think through exactly what you're doing at any point. So, I'm just going to go quite slow. I'm just hitting all the skills. I'm trying to get the order of my skills in. Made a little mistake there, but that's okay. Back to air, into fire. 1, 2, killing time, into air, use a skill, swap to earth, use more skills. Into air, into water, 3, 4, 2, 3, should have used the orb sooner. Into air, using skills, into fire. So I need to probably make it my priority, because I am a quickness build, to always be spamming my actual sphere skill, especially when I get into fire, water and earth, because that is when it's going to be up. So we need to train that little bit into muscle memory.
Don't get burned.
So it's not quite in there with water yet. That's something we're noticing. Gradually getting there. I'm also pressing a few skills in earth too quickly. I didn't do the orb first in water because I didn't trust that it would be there. So it's very slow there, but we're still getting to muscle memory. Okay, so even there, 26. Would a VPN help in Australia? You have 280-ish ping in Perth. Hard to tell. Most of the time for me, no. It depends, I think, if your ISP has done something really sketchy with the routing. So, like, if, say,
my ping to NA has gone some really roundabout route, just what my default ISP has provided. Maybe a VPN might get me a more direct route. In that case, it would. However, if your ISP has actually done things properly, then they will do the most direct route, in which case a VPN won't really do much. In fact, it might even just give you slightly more latency, or maybe slightly more skill lag, I feel tends to be my experience. So a VPN tends to work best if your ISP has messed something up, which has happened to me before. Where, okay, like my ISP has routed really weird, then using a VPN, even just literally a VPN to my nearest capital city, has just fixed it. Because it's done a different routing, which has cut down the ping. But at its core, no. Because you literally just have to travel. Arena tends to ban players with VPN. Yeah, like sometimes they will flag it as, account sharing or something, because they'll see like the account coming from a different IP. So I'd recommend avoiding using a VPN if you can, like, avoid it, just as though you don't want to be bothered with it. And like, it's been a very long time since I've done it, and personally I've never been like banned with it. And in other instances where I have heard of people getting banned with it, it's been they just contact ArenaNet support and go, hey, I was using a VPN, like that was me, like, could you unban me? They're like, okay, fine. But also, it's a use at your own risk situation. So that's why I avoid it, because just the sheer inconvenience of it, even though it is you. Same thing with like exit lag as well. So I try and just avoid it, just to avoid the hassle of it. I think the game feel different with less than 50 ping. Oh, it would be night and day. Most times it's fine. Okay, so let's resummon. Now let's try and go quicker. And I saw a useful comment here. And thank you, Guy. Try casting Earth 4 first, because it's a higher priority and sometimes you interrupt your skills. So yeah, let's do 4, 2, 3, 5. So yeah, I would suggest not using a VPN if you can avoid it, just because you want to avoid your account being mistakenly banned, because even though it is you, it's coming from a different IP, and ArenaNet could ban that from a security perspective. And then you'd have to go through the whole contacting support and waiting a few days. So I'd just avoid it. Okay, it's getting a little bit quicker.
Don't get burned.
So one of the biggest issues I'm running into now is just purely that things aren't in muscle memory.
An ocean trench. A brilliant ember.
But we started to actually push past 30k now. That's happening.
Ancient mountain.
I didn't get a skill off there because I wasn't quick enough.
Swirling cup. An ocean trench.
Oh, wrong skill.
See, and every time we delay going into an attunement, that is DPS that we are leaving on the table. So if you are a beginner with an Elementalist build, you might actually have a better time with a non-fresh air build, because, again, it's not that it's hard, it's that it's fast. But there were points there where that was approaching 30k. Are you streaming the Xbox Showcase today? No, I'm not. Yeah, just in case for sure. Yeah, like I would just avoid it. But yeah, literally, I'm just looping things indefinitely. Let's give it one more shot. Like, and honestly, this is doing like totally fine DPS for a quickness build. Okay. Fresh. See, it's actually the swapping into earth every time. It's literally just tripping up my muscle memory. So I just need to really focus on that. And as soon as this gets more and more into muscle memory, then we're going to be off to the races. We actually have a little bit of a breather in earth, and no, not earth, in fire, which is good. Fire as well as in earth, actually, so we can actually use that time to just sort of catch up with where we're at. See, just big delay there. Is Snowcrow's website guide better than other Guild Wars 2 build guides? They are the most updated source of Guild Wars 2 raid guides. And yeah, they will be like the highest possible benchmarks for a specific build, and they're updated very, very regularly by a group of incredibly dedicated people. So they have like the highest turnaround for very optimized builds. But how a build is laid out here might actually be not particularly helpful for you for, you know, how you want to practice it. So what I would probably do in this case, I would actually bring up meta battle as well. I'll bring this over here. So I'll go look at Elementalist, and I'm looking for quickness, catalyst, quickness, support, power, DPS. Yeah, that's probs it. Let's look at the skills. Yep, Scepter Dagger, happy as a clam. Okay. Is this Tempest? No, Tempest is Catalyst. Cool. Let's just look at this here. There's the hammer version. Okay, so now there's more information here. Okay, Jade Sphere use. During the loop, you want to use your Jade Sphere once in each element. Each one provides quickness and another boon, and pulses boons for duration. Unlike the DPS build, you can gain one while one is active, so some flexibility when you use them. Cool, good to know. Glyph of Storm should be used in fire or air. Optimal use will depend on phase timings as well as hitbox size. Fire favouring small hitboxes and air favouring large. Given the damage and cooldown, fire should be the most efficient option, but the rotation can line up somewhat awkwardly. It's good to know. A rule of thumb is to try and cast your last Glyph of Storms in each phase in air. So there's a whole bunch of optimizations here. So the Scepter Dagger loop is shorter than the cooldown of Relentless Fire, so this skill will drift in your rotation. Wasn't for me because I was slow. Try and use it when your Deploy Jade Sphere is active, though you don't have to be in fire attunement. Though there are 3 different air sections detailed, they boil down to using Lightning Strike once and ride the lightning and deploy Jade Sphere if they're available. Otherwise just auto attacking. You can precast Rock Barrier in Earth Attunement. Okay. Summon-Glyph Elementals. Throughout it you use Lightning Strike and Flame Barrage off cooldown. So fire, this one's actually giving us a different loop. Earth Attunement, Earthquake, Rock Barrier. And you would say, as a newbie, use Snow Crows to find the best builds and learn your rotations on meta battle. Super nice info combination. Yeah, they offer different bits of information, and like this might give you a very similar result. So it's good to look at multiple versions of it. Okay, so stay in water long enough if you have a second cast. Cool. So actually here, I could simplify this a fair amount by not pressing Frost Aura. Do I get any benefit from Frost Aura? I actually think I don't really gain... Oh yeah, we actually get Elemental Empowerment. So yeah, there's actually a reason why you do it. But yeah, there's a lot of information here. Sword Dagger Rotation, video example. Come on, ads. Yeah, to get the buff from having auras, yeah. Okay, and what's often quite good to do on these rotation videos is to grab the playback speed, turn the volume off, set it to half. Okay. So now we can watch this slower. Oh, this is a different build. This is a sword dagger one. Okay, so this one is very slowly, not very slowly, but it's very quickly, actually looks slow now. And yet this person's got 26 ping here. So we're going to air, using our skills, back to air, using good skills. Waiting, going to earth, back to air. They're actually slowing down quite a bit. Okay, so here, 2 millisecond ping, that's on the high side? Yeah. I might even change this to fireworks. Just to see what difference it makes.
Heart of a Vulcan.
See, right here, I'm actually just entirely fumbling my skills in Earth, and because of that, it's slowing me down a lot.
better than I expected. Swift stream. Swirling top.
But yeah, that's basically how I'll go through and learn the build. Now, honestly, at that point, we understand how it works. Then it's just a matter of bringing it into actual encounters. And then getting into muscle memory. And the more we're able to do that, the better we'll get. But that's, like, honestly, at that point, we kind of understand the fundamentals of the rotation. Then it's just, we need to do it faster. We need to do it faster, and we need to do it smoother. And it could also actually be a matter of, because this build has so many buttons to press, I might actually have a better time if I had different keybinds. If I had keybinds that really sort of emphasized the flow of it. But I'm not going to change my keybinds for one particular build that I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time playing. Or I might try a simpler version of the build. Because as you can see there, it's not so much as complicated, but you're pressing a lot. And quite often you'll find, especially as a newer player, a build that requires less actions per minute, a lower APM build, you may actually do better on than a build that has a higher DPS benchmark but has much higher APM, because there's less room for error. And it depends as well, like even though Snowcrows describes the rotations, maybe how they have described the rotation doesn't gel well with how you like to learn and understand the builds. And maybe the information that's on MetaBattle or Hardstuck or in a video guide out there, maybe that's the information that explains it to you in a way that makes sense to you and lets you learn it quicker. Because that's personally just how I'll go through and learn a build, and that might not be the best for someone else. And also, open world. Once you have spent that time in the golem, that's why I'll always go onto the golem to learn a build, quickly. Because even if I don't nail it on there, now I have an understanding of what should I be pressing, what should the rotation look like, and now every single mob in open world is a chance to practice that. So I might go around random mobs in open world, I might practice my fire opener. And, it's gone. Now I might go to air, and let's see what that looks like. Let's go into... And thank you for the hydrate. And now let's actually practice here. And actually going a bit slower and getting a feel for the actual cast times and how each skill feels to use. Once you spend some time practicing that in open world, you'll probably come back and realize, oh hey, I've spent a couple hours in open world blasting through this now. It's starting to feel more comfortable because I know how long Churning Earth takes to cast. I know how long Earthquake takes to cast. I can now internalize how that feels. Then you can go back to the goal and you go, okay, now I know the rhythm of the skills, because a build like this, it's going to have a rhythm to it. And once you know that, you're good to go. But yeah, things are straight up dying here before I even have a chance to, really start blasting. But yeah, the AoE cleave there, those pocket raptors, not a problem for us. We can go into water and do the same. So we can go into every single little mob we find here and start practicing our little attunement sections, our attunement excerpts as they were. Quite like doing big metas after learning rotation building the golem? Yeah, absolutely. Because then you actually have a target that's moving around, it's actually giving you something to fight against. It's another chance for you to practice your rotation. And thank you, Or, for the follow. Every single mob is a chance for you to practice. So that's what I think the best value is about, just going in and practicing your rotation first, so then you have at least a rough idea what you should be doing. And once you have that, then you can actually go and practice it. Because if you have no idea about what you're meant to be doing, you'll go into open world and you'll start practicing the wrong things. And then not only will you eventually have to go and learn the right thing, you'll have to unlearn what you've learnt before. And that's annoying. Okay, so here's a mob. Let's try and line it up. See, one thing I did, I actually pressed things too quickly. I didn't actually activate my Phoenix. So there you go, that's something for me to practice. Let's try and get the water opener here. And we got knocked down, so we need to keep that in mind. Dodge that. Don't forget E. Yeah, I need to be pressing that as well. See, I pressed the wrong thing. Now we need to adapt. Like, things are just dying so quickly here. There we go. Okay, it's starting to come together a bit. We're able to start adapting it. And because we know what we're meant to be doing, we now know what we should be adapting. Dodge that. And thank you, Gloria, for the follow. The sheer amount of damage that we have in fire is stark.
Not enough energy.
I have to reclaim control of the Wally point. Yep, that's it. We'll roll with it. It is what it is now. And as soon as I can start doing these skills without looking at it and just purely going off feel, that's when we know we're going to be in a good spot.
Someone, find us some backup before they come back.
But yeah, it's starting to come together now, and see, we're just practicing this constantly in the open world. Trying to get the muscle memory to work. Because there's a lot of skills here, it's going to take some time. And honestly, when I'm depending if I'm just on one mob, me swapping from something into fire and then using Dragon's Tooth just isn't that great. Because Dragon's Tooth takes a really long time to cast. So it might actually be, we go do Jade's Fear, use our buff, then into maybe Ring of Fire, Phoenix. So, let's go. And maybe we save that for like the next mob that we go to.
Storms. Kill rising.
Is that blind? It is. Blind is good. We can use that to mitigate damage on a bunch of mobs. Is that a blind? No, but it's a barrier.
Running out of endurance.
Let's go get our elemental up. See, one thing that's a bit tricky about this in open world is the fact that so many of your skills actually require a target, because you're bursting little mobs down so quickly. It's actually really hard to constantly find a target. So I'm getting like part way through my loop, and it's like, oh, it's already dead, I've lost target, now skills aren't activating, and it's real clunky. Blind it first, so then we can avoid any knockdown. So that'll be a great thing to start with on other mobs. This also blinds, so that's going to be super handy. So there we go, we'll blind it. Now it can't hurt anyone. Do the same thing with this mob. Don't have any crowbars, very sad. Let's precast a Dragon's Tooth. Same thing here. Precast the blind, go in, blind it again, water. Of course, now we're actually starting to make a few little adjustments for open world. We're starting to lead with blind on certain mobs because we actually have quite a few sources of it. And thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. But all of a sudden, this is starting to become pretty hype in open world. Those actually aren't mobs. But here's an actual, veteran. We can actually blind this with our earth. Start making some changes. Are you trying to make an open world build or just learning quick kata? Just learning quick kata. Just sort of demonstrating now the process we'd go through.
A swirling gust.
But yeah, it's working pretty well, and with a few trait changes as well. Like if we made the change to maybe this as well, because yeah, we're not really getting much damage from Storm Soul at the moment, so we can make that change. What other changes could be cool? quite nice. Like, honestly, even that change. And then if you put... Oh, no. This works. Pocket Raptors, everyone's favourite.
Urge to kill rising. Armored up. Thousand storms.
And how are we doing on crit chance there? It's 94%. Why is that not? Are we actually critting? Oh, it wants you to be on 10 empowerment. Okay, so then we, for open world, we might actually want something with a bit more assassins, maybe. I feel like even, let's see, for open world, we could also just put on Cerus as well, and that's going to be hype.
That feels good.
But yeah, that might actually be it. So what we're going to do now is take a quick break, stretch our legs, and then... Rune, welcome in. It's great to see you. Thank you for providing the items once again for the giveaways. We gave away another one tonight as well, the Zap. Thank you. But we're going to be back in a few minutes, back on our EU account. And also, it might be good to test out just some differences about Quick Catalyst on... maybe like Hammer or something, because Scepter's very fast, but maybe there's something a bit slower as well. So let's go take a look. We'll be back. When Chronomancer first launched with Heart of Thorns 8 years ago, it was the best and only quickness and alacrity provider in the game. And today, we're taking a trip back to a simpler time.
You've got to come back with me!
After 8 years of balance patches, expansions, pandemics, and economic collapse, ArenaNet has gifted us something special. So today, we're covering what is unquestionably the most flexible build in Guild Wars 2, the Boon Sharing Chronomancer. Welcome back everyone. Over the past few months, Chronomancer has been my go-to support class whenever I jump into endgame PvE. No matter which raid I do or which strike I'm commanding, I can change up my build to cover whatever the group needs. With a single trait change, we can go from providing quickness to covering alacrity to even pumping on an exceptional DPS build. No need whatsoever to change your gear. Not only that, you basically have complete freedom to bring whatever utility skills you need to hard carry your team to victory. Mesmer in general is known for having access to some of the best utility skills in the game, with Portal for team-wide mobility, Feedback for outstanding reflex, and Mass Invisibility for squad-wide stealth. Plus, with Chronomancer's access to Continuum Split, you can squeeze double the use out of each of your skills whenever you need. Guild Wars 2 has one of the best combat systems I've ever seen, and Chronomancer just lets you experience even more of that. To put it simply, Chrono takes the best that Guild Wars 2 has to offer and gives you even more of it. That's enough of my gushing, it's time to jump in. When you become a Chronomancer, you get access to Shield as an offhand weapon, which has an amazing block and the absolutely loaded Tides of Time skill. We won't be using it on this build, but we will on the new and improved Heal Chrono build. But that's for another video, my friends. You also get access to Well skills for some powerful AoE effects. Your Shatter skills have also changed. Mind Rack becomes split second, so now when you shatter, your clones explode twice instead of once. Rewinder replaces Cry of Frustration. You still inflict confusion and damage foes, but now the recharge of the shatter is reduced by 3 seconds for each clone that you use. Time Sync replaces Diversion, so you now inflict a shorter duration days compared to Diversion, but you now also apply slow to enemies as well. Most importantly, you now get access to Continuum Split, which is the single most unique skill in Guild Wars 2. And if I were to describe it simply to someone I met on the street, it would basically be... You activate it to save your current health, position, and current cooldowns. While it's active, you can use whatever skills you want. It will last longer the more clones that you shatter, and when it runs out, you're reset to your starting position with your health and cooldowns intact. You're then free to cast your skills again straight away. It basically lets you travel back in time and use your skills twice. There's countless ways to use this skill, and each one is more incredible than the last. And now we'll touch on our gear and food. For our gear, we're using a mix of Berserkers and Assassin's gear to hit 100% critical chance. I've included the exact combination of gear that I use on the screen, and I'll also include a link to the build in the description below so you can check back on it later. Hitting 100% critical chance when you're fully buffed with Fury is incredibly important to power DPS classes. Every time you don't crit, you're missing out on a huge amount of damage due to your critical hits being powered up by your ferocity. Chronomancer is a class that needs a lot of help to reach crit cap, so you'll be using more pieces of Assassin's gear than you're used to. There are lots of different combinations of gear, runes, sigils, and food that will get you there. This one I recommend because you can use the standard power and ferocity food that all other power classes use, so you don't need to buy a separate food. We'll be taking Rune of Infiltration for the extra power and precision you need to crit cap. As is the case for a lot of power builds, we'll be taking Sigil of Force and Impact for the flat damage increase you get to strike damage. If you are struggling to keep up boons, you can swap out Sigil of Impact for Sigil of Concentration. This will give you an extra 10% boon duration at the cost of some damage. As a boon support build, the most important thing you can do is make sure that your team has 100% quickness or alacrity uptime, whichever is the one you're providing. So Sigil of Concentration can give you a nice cushion if you need it. We'll be taking Relic of the Thief for a simple 5% damage modifier, and for our consumables, we'll be taking Sous Vide Steaks and Superior Sharpening Stones, or any power and ferocity food that fits your budget. For our weapons, we'll be taking Dagger, Sword, and Greatsword. If you need to group mobs together, you can run offhand focus instead of Sword. However, Sword is going to be your highest DPS option. The best thing about Chronomancer weapons after Secrets of the Obscura is launched is that we can also equip Dagger instead of main hand sword like we used to. This means that each of your weapon sets is fully ranged, and Dagger is far easier to use compared to Sword. Being able to attack from range sets this build apart from the incredible Power Quickness Herald, and means you'll likely be able to achieve higher damage on boss encounters where you can't always be in melee range. For our Dagger skills, Flying Cutter will launch a blade at your target, and if you hit them 3 times within a few seconds, you'll cause a flurry of blades to hit them. This attack pierces and works from 1200 range, which is incredible. Blade Call will throw a cone of 3 daggers in front of you, which will then return to you and strike your target again. If you hit an enemy with this attack, you'll generate a clone. Even though this skill has 1200 range, you want to be somewhat close to your target to make sure that all 3 blades land, due to it being thrown out in a cone shape. Unstable Blade Storm will create a storm of daggers that will attack nearby enemies every second. Just some nice AoE damage overall. On Sword, Illusionary Riposte will let you block and create a clone if you're attacked. You can also activate it again to fire Counterblade, which will fire a bolt to daze your target. Phantasmal Swordsman will strike your target and summon a Sword Phantasm. If the first strike hits, you'll gain 8 stacks of might. The Phantasm here actually does a few things. It will first leap towards your target, which creates a leap finisher for itself. Then it will attack 8 times with Blurred Frenzy, the Mesmer Sword 2 skill. This skill is important because it provides you with a ton of Fencer's Finesse stacks due to one of our traits, which just translates to extra ferocity. If you choose to equip Focus, Temporal Curtain will summon a wall of energy that will give swiftness to your allies and cripple enemies. You can then activate it again to pull nearby enemies together. This is the main reason you're going to want to take Focus, so you can pull groups of enemies together for you and your team to burst down. Phantasmal Water will summon a Phantasm that attacks nearby foes 12 times and blocks projectiles as long as you stand in it. On Greatsword, Spatial Surge will fire a beam of energy at your foe, which will deal more damage the further away they are. Mirror Blade will make you throw a blade towards your target and generate a clone. The blade then bounces between enemies and allies, which will either damage foes or grant might to your allies. It also inflicts some vulnerability for good measure. Mind Stab is just a simple, meaty spike of AoE damage that you can aim freely, which also cripples foes. Phantasmal Berserker will make you throw your Greatsword at targets, deal damage, remove boons, then summon a Greatsword Phantasm to attack multiple times.
This is one of your highest damaging skills, and the Phantasm will typically want to refresh with Signet of the Aether. Illusionary Wave will simply knock back foes in front of you and deal a small hit of damage. Due to your trait Vicious Expression, it will also remove boons from enemies you hit, which is a very nice feature of any power Mesmer build. One of the best things about Chronomancer is that you can typically swap out any of your skills to suit what you and your team need. Except your heal skill, but we'll get into that in a moment. So many other builds have 1 to 2 skills that are set in stone, and you can never change without seriously hindering your build. Chrono doesn't have this problem. We'll start with your default loadout, and then you can tweak it from there. First up, we have Signet of the Aether. The passive effect of this is that you'll heal your skill whenever you summon an illusion. And when you activate it, you'll heal yourself and instantly recharge all of your Phantasm skills. Never change this skill. It's needed to recharge your Phantasms and make your rotation work properly. So if you ever think about changing it, just reflect on your words and deeds, what got you to this point, and then leave it alone. You can either run Phantasmal Disenchanter or Mantra of Pain depending on your preference. Mantra of Pain is just here for a nice burst of damage and will give you the highest overall DPS. You'll just be using a single charge of it, wait for it to restock to 2 charges, and then using one whenever it's available. This is the first skill that you can swap out when you need a bit of extra utility. Phantasmal Disenchanter is my personal preference. Being a Phantasm, it also gives you an extra source of your key boon, either quickness or alacrity. It also generates additional clones that can make your opening burst with Continuum Split far easier to execute, which we will touch on later in this video. On top of some decent damage, it also removes boons from your target, so some nice extra utility baked into your build for free. This is my personal recommendation, as I find it makes the rotation far easier to pull off. For the rest of this guide, I'll be assuming that you've equipped Phantasmal Disenchanter, particularly for the rotation section, but you can replace it with Mantra of Pain with no issues if you prefer though. Just a matter of personal preference. Well of Calamity will do some big pulsing AoE damage and also apply Cripple and Weakness, which reduces the damage that enemies do. Well of Action, again, is some pulsing AoE damage. It will apply slow to enemies and super speed to your allies when it expires. It also grants Might and Fury to crank your team's damage. Gravity Well does even more pulsing damage. Each pulse applies a different type of CC. First you'll knock down, float, and then pull enemies towards the center and deal tons of breakbar damage. You can use this skill for damage off cooldown, but you can also save it for breakbars if you need. If you want to swap out your skills, swap them out in this order. Mantra of Pain and Phantasmal Disenchanter first, Well of Calamity, and then finally Well of Action. Mesmer has tons of great skills, so we're spoiled for choice here. Portal is obviously great to portal your team around as needed. There's so many different uses for this skill, so use your imagination. Mantra of Concentration is great for providing extra stability and aegis to your team. Feedback is your go-to skill if you ever need to reflect projectiles, incredibly important on raid fights like Matthias. Mantra of Distraction will give you extra breakbar damage against single targets. Well of Senility will give you extra breakbar damage for multiple enemies as well as some extra damage. Mimic is a fantastic skill. Once you cast it, you can then use your next utility skill twice before it goes on cooldown. Use this if there's a utility skill you really want to get another use out of. Portal is a super common use for this. Signet of Humility, or Moa Signet as it's commonly referred to, is great for truly insane levels of breakbar damage on single targets. Mass Invisibility is incredibly useful to provide your entire squad stealth. Notice that this has a target cap of 10 people instead of 5 like most skills do. Time Warp is nice for a little bit of extra quickness. It's great if you're running the Alacrity version of this build and you need to pad out your team's quickness a bit. For our trait lines, we'll be taking Domination, Dueling, and Chronomancer. Domination is here for a lot of extra damage modifiers, the single most important thing for a DPS build, and gives you an insane amount of boon removal baked into your build for free. Bountiful Blades will cause your Greatsword 2 skill to bounce additional times and your Greatsword 4 skill to summon another Phantasm to attack your target. This trait makes Greatsword 4 the single most important skill in your damage rotation and the skill will be resetting with Signet of the Ether. Egotism will simply cause you to deal increased strike damage to foes at a lower health percentage than you. Damage modifiers on a DPS build are always a good thing. Vicious Expression will cause you and your illusions to deal more damage to enemies without boons. It also makes it so that whenever you CC an enemy, you'll remove boons from them. This trait gives Power Chronomancer, or any Mesmer build that takes it, truly insane levels of boon removal, which I might add is fantastic for things like Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, which we are working our way through at the moment. Dueling is all about improving your critical hits and granting Fury to yourself and your team. Phantasmal Fury will simply grant Fury to your Phantasms so that they deal more damage. Fence's Finesse will grant you stacks of Fence's Finesse, which grants you additional ferocity whenever you or one of your illusions attack with a sword or spear skill. Your Sword Phantasm will be solely responsible for this buff, so feel free to swap out this trait when you're not running sword offhand. Master Fencer will grant 50% Fury uptime to you and your team, so a nice little bonus. Superiority Complex will make your critical hits do 15% extra damage, and given that we'll be critting 100% of the time, this is just a flat 15% extra damage across the board. You'll also deal an additional 10% strike damage to targets that are affected by CC.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, let's take a look now. We are back on EU, and one thing we might do now, just to ease our way into things, is go and level up some more of this character right now. And we'll also take a look at some open world power, quickness, catalyst builds. It's just a bit of a palate cleanser because honestly, I am actually having a pretty good amount of fun on Power Quickness Catalyst. And it is probably something I would actually like to do a bit more of. So a good way for that is doing some shenanigans in open world. There we go. Let's go open world Ellie. I just went and grabbed a wheat bag as well because it's like super cold here right now. And you can also see I'm also wearing a jacket. Because yeah, I was actually starting to shiver a bit before. Oh, no, I shouldn't do that. I am literally level 45. I should probably not face that legendary bounty. I don't think that will go well. Oh, if we can go Power Catalyst for open world. To what weapon? That's Scepter Dagger, okay. So we got some more Condi Cleanse here. Oh, honestly, like straight up, this is just the regular build. Okay, we'll take a look at that actually, because yeah, we're straight up just doing the Power Quickness Catalyst build in open world, like why not? That could be good fun. We just nab that. Let's go down a bit. Down a bit more. Up we get. Cool, that one is now done. So we go out here. Hey. Oh, coming up we get just a bit more. One of the joys of doing this, especially in Desolation. Desolation I find is the worst for this. It does not take much to die. It takes almost nothing. Oh boy, let's stay well away from those. The exact same... Oh shit, H, I really don't need to see arc for this. A scepter is nice because ranged sword's also nice too. It would be nice to practice some sword as well. As well, because you have so many skills on dagger that are just melee, so even though scepter is truly like a ranged weapon, so much of what you do is melee. Mm-hmm. 16 seconds, that was one of my quickest that I've done. We land on... Yeah, there we go. Just enough to regen all our endurance. Up we get. Griffin again. Oop. That was a bad one. Should have actually glided down far sooner. Oh boy. That was a really bad one. I don't know how we actually got gold for that. That was a few kinds of cursed, but even then we still did it. Once we eventually get all our characters leveled, actually parking a character at every one of these will be a very, very good way to actually farm up some extra spirit shards. Bit too much height. One tap of the glide, of the boost. Get some more height up. Down we go.
I love watching the skimmers play.
I know. They're so graceful and majestic gliding around.
25 seconds. Nice. 125. We did 18. We are going to face down in this direction. Do the Springer into Skyscale trick. Into Griffin, get some boost, and then just glide our way towards the next one. What are Spirit Shards good for? Spirit Shards are one of the most important currencies you need for legendary weapons.
Joko must keep his workers alive longer to make up for the loss.
Oh no, I've missed. Can we stand here? But yeah, Spirit Shards, you need 200 of them to typically buy a Bloodstone Shard, which is a key component of legendaries, and then the Mystic Forge recipe for Mystic Clovers will require Spirit Shards as well, either converted into Mystic Crystals or Philosopher's Stones, depending on the recipe that you do. So I think roughly, depending on the legendary you're going for, it can be in the realm of like 100 to 300 or so Spirit Shards that you need. And if you craft a lot of legendaries, and also if you don't do a lot of game modes that typically flood you with spirit shards, they're actually one of the more annoying currencies to get, because it's really just, you need a ton of experience. And welcome in, Wake. You're a new player, just finished Path of Fire. Is the Griffin hard to get? The Griffin isn't so much hard to get. Oh boy. Yeah, the Griffin isn't hard to get. It's 250 gold though. That's the hardest part of it. Aside from that, it's just a few collections. But yeah, the hardest part about Griffin is the 250 gold.
Destroy their tombs, or they won't stop rising. There's so many of them.
But if you haven't crafted a lot of legendaries and have played Guild Wars 2 for a while, because legendaries are generally the biggest sink for spirit shards, you'll probably find you have thousands of them. Whereas oh, what's that? I take it fractals are the best way to get gold. They are a very, very good way to get gold. The best is a very subjective term, and generally the best way to make gold in Guild Wars 2 is by doing the content that you enjoy, and then figuring out how to make gold from it from there. Because making gold doing stuff you don't enjoy is a recipe for burnout. And I think, like, strictly speaking, honestly it depends, but probably the best way to, like, consistently make gold in terms of gold per hour could actually be something like literally opening and identifying and processing insane amounts of unidentified gear by, you know, opening up tens and tens of thousands of bags at the same time, taking a look at the gear, very rapidly deciding what to use the upgrade extractor on and whatnot, and then basically converting all of the salvage materials you get into more things. There's like really in-depth crafting chains that people have come up with for it that only a very select handful of players actually have the patience to do. But that's just like one way to make gold, and that type of playstyle is not for everyone. Whereas fractals, for the time invested, give you a ton of spirit shards, give you a ton of karma, give you a ton of gold. They're great. Raids give you a good amount of gold. Strikes give you a good amount of gold. Farming open world gives you a good amount of gold. Doing your Wizard's Vault dailies and weeklies gives you a good amount of gold. Actually, the main way I kind of make gold these days is actually by doing stuff tied to the Wizard's Vault across my various accounts. That's where basically most of my gold comes from, at least the rapid fire gold. It can be quite a tail chasing loop if you're not careful, for sure. Yeah, it really can be. Like, there's, you know, that process that I described, like, that's basically what the Guild Wars 2 streamer Enko does for all their gold, and the spreadsheets that I have seen them make are absolutely, you know, crazy in terms of the level of detail that they go to and the time they spend, you know, processing max, just refining materials. It's absolutely bonkers. Whereas that style of play isn't for everyone, and that is okay. Enko's an amazing person, used to be a friend and still into a friends list. Oh yeah, Enko's great. Like, always love catching their discussions, especially on tea time as well, because you do learn a lot about gold making in Guild Wars 2. And yeah, farming spirit shards is mega important because they go so quickly to start using them, and you need max masteries in that area to get them again. Yes. Let's just get up here, and then I'll do standing desk. Thank you for that. Wizarmoid, welcome in. You're new to my stream. Are you Aussie? Yes, indeed I am. I'm gonna go stand up now. You can see here I've actually got a wheat bag on because it's very cold here. It's a wraparound wheat bag that actually ties around my waist. It's very toasty. Oh wait, thank you for the follow. get the height. Perfect. It's good to put those legs to work after a few hours of sitting. It is really nice. And yeah, thank you for keeping me on track with that, because it's super easy for me to forget that it's there. Wizard's Vault was insane. It's low effort, maybe too much low effort if you ask me. Depending on the number of accounts you have, like, honestly, it is still more effort than what it used to be. You made that look so easy, thank you. I've probably done these Griffin adventures hundreds of times, because it's my favourite way to level characters. Compared to the old system where you literally just log in and you'd get somewhere in the realm of like... what was it? It used to be something like 50 to 70-ish gold. Maybe even more, maybe even closer to 100 gold per account per month. I can't remember what the exact number is. If anyone knows what the old daily login rewards were per month, feel free to chime in. But yeah, it was literally just log in, open the chest, log in, open the chest. And yeah, if you had lots of accounts, if you had dozens of accounts, if you had hundreds of accounts, which there are people who have hundreds, because that system was incredibly easy to use. Just logging into the game would give you mystic coins, laurels, tier 6 materials, all of that. Whereas now, hey, if you actually want to get value from the Wizard's Vault, you actually have to play your account. Even if, especially for the first weekly, what's actually super worth it is if you have some other accounts. Doing the very first weekly of the season, because you can get all the mystic coins and a good chunk of the cheap gold, and thank you Daklight for the follow. You can get to around about 150 gold. 150 gold if you do the first weekly, and you'll end up doing the daily in that time as well. But it will be an hour's work for 150 gold, which is really good. It's really, really good. Your next weekly is going to be worth less. Next one, less. And less and less. But just doing that first one is insanely good and is actually well worth your time. But compared to the old system where literally you would just log in, do nothing, and get gold, it is a better system, because now you actually have to play the game. Like you actually have to go into PvE, PvP, or World vs. World, depending on what you have. If you have a bunch of other accounts, you probably have it set to PvP. Loin, thank you for the follow. Now, good thing about this Griffin adventure, the next one's up here. Griffin races are probably a favourite thing to do. They're so good. Once you get good at them, like the Griffin just feels exceptional to use. This is just fun. How often do they do the XP bonus the first time they see it? The first time you do it each day on a character, you get it. So if I just go open up everything there, character's level 45, it's now level 55, just by doing the Griffin adventures that I did. And in terms of character age, oh, what am I doing? Hang on, I want to type here, /age. Please let me type. This character is 2 hours, 31 minutes old, and a good chunk of that time has been AFK, and it's level 55. Like honestly, this character should probably be about 40 minutes old in terms of actual time I've spent playing on it, and it's level 55. Insanely good. It's so good to see you galvanized. How are you going? Okay, let's get an open world catalyst rocking. Open world quickness catalyst. Let's go. Oh, such a accuracy. Okay, let's go into a place where I can actually put a build together. So when you see Snowcrows here, they've actually got a variant of Power Quickness Catalyst specifically for open world. Honestly, it's like exactly the same build with some different information provided here. Or even burst rotation, that's fun. So Fire Attunement, Firestorm, Relentless Fire, Fire Grab, Ring of Fire into Phoenix. So you're not waiting for that second Dragon's Tooth. Is Quick Arrow still good for raids? It is not just good. It's damn fantastic. And honestly, for most groups, I'd say it's the best. I'd say it's the best overall boon provider for most groups. Because of the ease at which it provides boons. Just by turning on a bunch of facets and turning on your upkeep in your other legends, you will pulse quickness, and you'll pulse so much quickness on such a short interval. Like every second you pulse quickness, and it stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks at an incredibly wide range. And when you're in glint, you do a whole bunch of other incredibly useful boons, and it's very simple to play, and it's very durable, and it actually has pretty good burst damage as well, and it's incredibly flexible. You can run it as power or condition damage with a bunch of different weapon variants, all that work, incredibly well, and there's great access to CC. It's incredibly consistent. It is just a good boon support. And because of how easy it is to play, how durable it is, the number of boons it provides, the range at which it provides boons is just so consistent. Even builds that do significantly more damage of it. Like there's a reason why you see people run Herald over running, Quickness Deadeye, or even, this build, Power Quickness Catalyst. Power Quickness Catalyst does 42k DPS. That does more DPS than a DPS Condition Virtuoso. And this is a boon support build. You don't see that many people playing it. One, because it's an absolute nightmare to play. At least to execute at that level. Because like we spent a good chunk of this stream practicing it, learning it from scratch. And it's probably about an hour or so of practice. We were just barely scratching 30k. And that was getting quite difficult because it was so hard to pull off. Let's see what we got here. That's Scepter Dagger. Okay, yep, that's the build. Nice. Okay, did I just salvage a bunch of stuff? Yeah, it needs a lot of practice. Yeah, Herald doesn't. Herald doesn't. It's like, oh, you want to provide quickness? Just literally turn on a skill and you provide quickness and you pulse it and you pulse it and you pulse it and you pulse it and it builds up and up and up and up and up. It's so good. Okay, so let's turn this in. All berserkers, but with an assassin's back piece. Okay. Wow, it's actually chosen that, and that. It hasn't actually chosen the coat or the boots to put the runes on. Fascinating. Yeah, you just turn the two facets on. It's about everything else that you extend to knowledge from Herald. Yeah, that's all you need to do a good job. Whereas this actually requires, so much more practice. I need me 2 runes of the Dragon Hunter. You know what? I can actually be a bit cheeky. Yeah, like you will just do decently. And also because when you're a boon DPS, you're not really being judged on your DPS. That's a nice secondary bonus. You're being judged on your boon uptime. Like, because yeah, you can do 25k DPS on Herald and still pump out like a ton of boons, or you could do like, I don't know, 32k. I can't say that Quickness Deadeye actually has a bit of a monster benchmark as well, but yeah, you can do like significantly more DPS, but if your boon uptime isn't there and you don't provide as much of a wide variety of boons, your group's going to be less happy. How Spectre doesn't lack DPS, it's really good. It's actually really, really good. It's underrated. A lack DPS builds, like honestly, there's a lot of lack DPS builds that are really, really good. What's actually sort of held back. It's not, okay, hang on, it's got to formulate my thoughts on this. There is a reason that you see a lack heal and quick DPS builds, and you don't typically see the reverse as much. It still happens. And awesome, how's it going, Cerus? Yeah, we did that earlier tonight. We got up to 40% on our first night, which was pretty damn sweet. Did you miss it? Yeah, you missed it. That was a bit earlier. You can scroll back in the vault and you'll be able to find it, though. It was good fun. It's not 1 AM in Australia. It's 12 AM for me. But quick DPS and A heal. Quickness feels fantastic to play with in open world because it's immediately impactful. And Alacrity doesn't really feel as good to play. Still feels pretty good to play, but it's not as impactful as Quickness. Like, you immediately feel Quickness and it feels great. It takes you a while to actually feel the benefits of Alacrity, so that's one reason that Quickness DPS builds have typically... Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. That's one reason why Quickness DPS builds have been just historically more popular than Alacrity DPS builds. Because, yeah, they just feel better to play in open world, and people are going to play the builds that they can tend to play anywhere, which that is Quickness DPS builds. And also, actually, Herald is also partially responsible for this as well. Herald is just such a good, consistent DPS, boon DPS build that you can just throw on any group. And it's going to be great. It's going to make your group better by it being there. You get so many other boon DPS builds. Like I say, if you look at Quickness Deadeye in particular, it does Might Fury Quickness. It doesn't do anything else aside from damage. So then it's a whole bunch of other boons that your healer or other members of your team now have to provide, that have to make up and make sure they're covered. Especially if you have a healer that doesn't provide a lot of protection. And this is also where Herald comes in. Whereas Herald is incredibly consistent, incredibly easy to play, and does Might, Fury, Quickness, Protection, Swiftness, Regen, on-demand stability uptime basically, and boon extension for the entire subgroup. So all of that just means that for the longest time, Herald was basically just the go-to quick DPS build. And because of that, then that really sort of goes, okay, this Q DPS build is very, very popular. To pair with that, we now need an Alacrity healer. So then Alacrity healers get more and more sort of entrenched. And also when you look at your healers, you have, well, Chronomancer does both Quickness and Alacrity. Havaro, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that with coffee this time. So you have Chronomancer, which is the best healer in PvE. You have Druid, which is the second best probably, Alacrity. And you have Scourge, which is the, probably I'd say the third best. And is just the hardest carrying heal spec. Well, at least it has been. It's going to be less so after the next balance patch. But so on one hand you have your Quickness Herald that has just been insanely dominant and very oppressive because it's just, you can just throw it on every group. And it's amazing. And also for like Heal Scourge and Quick Herald, they pair perfectly, because Heal Scourge actually struggles in a few key areas of boons, which Herald just covers perfectly. So those two you can just throw on and be like, oh cool, this group is just going to win now. Oh, Scourge, yeah, the amount of barrier, condition cleanse, now stability access, now has Aegis and the revive. It's an incredibly hard carrying spec. So we started off with the oppressiveness of Herald, which then necessitates your Alacrity healer, of which your Alacrity healers are typically really, really, really good. Just a bit better, I think, than your Heal Firebrand, your Heal Herald, your Heal Scrapper, definitely your Heal Harwich. But yeah, so then you have your Quick DPS and your Alacrity healer that are sitting there. That as soon as you pick one, it necessitates the other, so you have two instances of things being really, really good, and as soon as you pick one, you're locked into the other. So then you, if you want to play an Alacrity DPS build, it then means either you have to find someone who's playing a Quickness healer, which yeah, people can do it. They can play Chronomancer, they can play Herald, they can play Firebrand. They shouldn't play Heal Deadeye. Or you have to find someone who's already having that in the group. So then it's just, each one of those just makes it less and less common. Scholar. Do I just throw Scholar? I think I do, actually. What I'm going to do is literally just put Scholar there. So what is a... I think I missed a message here. What's a good, easy, quick DPS to study and learn strikes on? Herald. Herald. If you're going to learn one, just learn Herald. Like, that's easy. I'm not sure if Spectre can provide any quickness, so Alacrity is the only way you know how. Can't provide group quickness. It can provide itself quickness through taking the Relic of the Chronomancer and using your well skills, which is what I tend to do in my open world Spectre builds, because then you can give yourself both quickness and alacrity, so then you feel pretty stacked. It's really, really good for that. It's actually one of my favourite open world builds at the moment. But quickness will be done by Deadeye. Now I love quickness Deadeye. I've made a guide all about quickness Deadeye, but quickness Deadeye will only do damage and Might Fury quickness. It won't do anything else. No, that's only quickness for yourself, unfortunately. Although, if that was for allies, it would just be completely oppressive. Like, you do not want that. We want it, but we don't want it. It's a bit like saying, I would love $100 million, but that $100 million comes from everybody you have ever known. You literally just take it from them. You're like, yeah, $100 million would be nice. You don't want it in that instance. That would be stupid broken. Yeah, that would be stupid broken. That would be a return to one of the darkest times in Guild Wars 2 Balance, where Chronomancer did both. And every single group had a Chronomancer, because that was the only way to get quickness and alacrity. So we have had that, and we do not want to return to that. That is a very sad time. And Flameton, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And honestly, condition damage Spectre is one of the top DPS builds, I think. At the moment, it's quite high up the list, because one, it's actually quite easy to play. For a condition build, you can actually manipulate it and do some tricks on it, so you get really, really good burst damage, which that's actually quite rare in a quickness build, not quickness build, a condition damage build. It actually has a lot of baked in group support. It's fully ranged, it has a second health bar, it has monumental levels of CC, and if you take spear on that, you can have just absolutely biblical levels of CC. I'm talking more CC damage than any other class in the game, aside from maybe a Chronomancer who's running as much CC as they humanly can, and Paralyzation Sigil and Mesmer Runes. And you just literally just spam your forward button just over and over again, just spam it, spam it, spam it, spam it, spam it. Like it's crazy. Like, Spectre's really good, and Heal Spectre is actually going to get quite a significant buff in the next patch. Heal Spectre's getting Aegis. Like, honestly, now is a really good time to be a Spectre enjoyer. And Alacrity Spectre is great. Condition Damage Spectre is great. Heal Spectre is actually pretty good right now. It's been steadily getting better. Plus, Spectre can be ranged with Scepter, which, being ranged, is already incredible. Like, I really enjoy Spectre, and it's actually one of the builds that when I'm like, oh, I'm going to pick this up and play it in open world, I'm legitimately like, oh yeah, this is going to be a good time. Have you played the Mass Effect trilogy? I have played Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Never played 1 because I was a PlayStation kid at the time that it came out. But yeah, I played 2 and 3 and absolutely love them. They sit in my upper echelon of games that I've enjoyed. Haven't played Andromeda, no. Heard mixed things about Andromeda. But yeah, Mass Effect 2, God tier. absolutely love Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 3, pretty good. Actually, no, it's really good. What is super jank, though, is the fact you had to do a whole bunch of the online play in order to get the perfect ending for it. For reasons that I can only assume were, like, hardcore drug-related. Have you seen trailer for the Expanse game? No, I haven't. I did not even know there was an Expanse game, but I quite enjoyed the TV series. Do you think Amazon is making it? Okay. Well, yeah, they published, well, at least I know Expanse is hosted on there. Oh yeah, the Mass Effect trilogy is so good. The characters in that are brilliant. Like, yeah, it's great. And obviously, like, the Mass Effect 3... Obviously, I won't spoil the Mass Effect 3 ending, but, yeah. It is not without its controversies. Oh, you mean the Mass Effect show? Okay. That would be good. Like, some more sci-fi shows would be absolutely fantastic. Because, yeah, we're between sci-fi shows right now. The last one we watched was... Well, don't know if you call Andor sci-fi. That's more science fantasy. The last probably sci-fi show that we watched was The Expanse. Oh, they make really good RPG games? Okay, nice. And before that was probably the Three Body Problem. Was that before or after Expanse? Three Body Problem was hype. The Three Body Problem show was actually better than the book that it was based on. Because, yeah, the Three Body Problem book series is fantastic, but the characters in there are not the reason you read it. You read it for the plot. Want a link to the Expanse game trailer? Oh, feel free to DM that to me on Discord. I can check it out later. Horono, thank you for the follow. I haven't read the... Actually, I started reading the Expanse after Jess and I finished watching the show, because I'm like, oh yeah, we enjoyed the Expanse, would like to read the source material. But at that point I just stopped listening to it on... Was it Audible or Libby? I think it might have been Libby because I had it for free, so it would have been through Libby. But yeah, I stopped listening to it for... Just because I was like, we have just spent like the last few weeks going through all 6 seasons of The Expanse. I don't need more Expanse in my life right now. But yeah, I've heard it's really good and I've enjoyed it. Thank you, Violent. I really appreciate that. And don't worry, I can talk for hours, as is evidenced by our timer right now. And even then, if you go back a couple of VODs, on Wednesday when Drops launch, we stream for a total of 18 hours. Also, is it worth getting a tier 6 to 10 Jade Core? Definitely worth getting a tier 6, and like, at the end of the day, if it's a character you play a lot, get a tier 10. But also, if you're really cheap, like I am, what you can do is get one tier 10 and then give every other character a tier 1 JBot core. Then what you do, I don't actually have it set up on here, but on my NA account I have a shared inventory slot that has a tier 1 JBot core. So then, like, the character that has the tier 10 JBot core, this one doesn't even have one, but yeah, I'd double click it and then it would swap the tier 10 for the tier 1. So tier 10 will be my shared inventory, go back to the next character, double click it, it would equip it. But yeah, absolutely loved Expanse. Oh, I was talking about the 3 body problems. Yeah, we've got them. 3 body problems there. We've got Dark Forest and Descent there. Because they're an interesting book series, because they are originally written in Chinese and translated over into English. Chixin Liu is the... I think he's... Because obviously won a whole bunch of awards, but his like reputation is like China's best sci-fi author. But one thing I found is that because it was written in Chinese and translated to English, and I don't know whether this is a symptom of like how the characters were written or how the translation was done, but the characters and the, I don't know, I guess say the language they used and the just the characterization of them, it felt like it didn't quite land. It's a bit of a hard thing to describe, but yeah, if I take the characters that, say, Brandon Sanderson would write, or even that Robert Jordan would write, or that George R. R. Martin would write, or that Tolkien would write, and then compare that to the characters that Chicks and Lou would write, when they translate to English, it seemed off. Whether that was the translation or whether it was the actual writing of the characters. But I digress. It's the actual plot and the story and the things that happen and just the mind-bending events that happen and the existential dread that that series inflicts upon you. That is, yeah, just especially reading through Des and just sort of sitting there and going, oh my god, what just happened? Like, that is an experience I haven't had in any book series. Like, nothing has come close to that. Just sitting there and going, ooh. So yeah, like 100% I recommend it. And what the Three Body Problem TV show does way better is that it actually takes the awesome events that happen in the book and actually gives you a dedicated core, well characterized just group of characters in there that you can grow attached to. So it actually addresses the big issue with the Three Body Problem books. Like, Three Body Problem books are great if you are more interested in the plot and if you enjoy books that are more plot driven. Exceptionally well written, like plot driven books. If you are in there for the characters and their motivations and like character growth and stuff like that, you're probably not going to enjoy it. And circling back to some other questions, can you run full Ritualist, or can you mix up Ritualist and Viper on Spectre? How much damage will you be losing? Minimal. You can run full Ritualist instead of Vipers, and you might lose somewhere in the realm of 5 to 10% DPS. This may even be mentioned either on the Snowcrow's build page or maybe Meta Battle. Certainly there's been discussion of it in Reddit posts before, but because Spectre in particular doesn't do... the Spectre doesn't actually do a lot of power damage, so when you lose the power and the precision from Vipers, when you go to Ritualist, you actually don't lose that much. So yeah, you actually only lose a minimal amount of damage, and you get an insane amount of health in return. So I would not judge you at all if you just ran full Ritualist on a DPS Spectre, because honestly, I do that occasionally as well. I even did it a good couple of streams ago just to prove a point. And yeah, my point was well proven. So yeah, you can do that. Do you think you can main dual pistol Deadeye instance PvE content endgame? Yeah, you absolutely can. I've also done that. It will give you entirely acceptable DPS. It is an acceptable DPS build, and because it is so easy, you'll outperform a lot of people on it because you don't have any actions to mess up. So this build right here that I've been somewhat tinkering with on tonight's stream, Quickness Catalyst, it has a benchmark of 42k. I could barely scratch 30k on it after the practice because it is complicated to play. Whereas I can pick up Pistol Deadeye. And thank you, Genesis, for the follow. I can pick up Pistol Deadeye, and I will just do 32k, because I have no choice. I am forced to do 32k. Or you can even take that a step further and actually run Pistol Daredevil, which that actually has like a 38 to 39, maybe even like 40k bench for not that much of a step up in difficulty. So you actually do have a option that will give you more damage. So you could absolutely do that. Personally, like, from my perspective, I wouldn't main that build because I like classes that at least make use of Guild Wars 2's amazing combat system, which that build does not, because you literally set one button to autocast. To me, it just gets boring after about an hour. I'm definitely planning to make a build guide on it at some point in the very near future. That's actually what I was just jotting down some dot points about today. But it's not a build that I play a lot myself, it's a build I play to prove points on stream. And for me, you can, it's just that you have a hard cap for how much damage you can do. Is that cap enough to do by endgame content? Yes, but you'll fall behind many players without the ability to outperform based on your skill. Yeah, absolutely. There is not much room for growth on it, and that is one, personally for me, that is one of the cool things about Guild Wars 2, is that you can take a build and how you perform on it is dependent on your skill as a player. It's very cute as well, little J-bot. Like, I could take this build and I could spend ages practicing it, and I could see and feel myself getting better and better and better and better, and that feeling in and of itself is addicting and satisfying, and one of the best things about Guild Wars 2, because you can actually feel yourself getting better. You can feel things dying quicker. You can feel yourself moving through your rotations smoother and smoother and smoother, and it feels great. That feeling of mastery, that is like almost like a deep fundamental human level. That is good. That just sets off the little dopamine receptors in your brain. You're like, whoa, I just did so much damage. So, and you miss out on that if you play Quickness Deadeye. Not Quickness Deadeye, no. Quickness Deadeye is the opposite of that. Pistol Deadeye. So many builds that I have rattling around in my brain, it's hard for me to keep track. But yeah, you don't get that experience, which is okay if you don't want that experience. But just be aware, you might not get that. Force accuracy. Yeah, big number, big good, yes. Yeah, with that being said, you would be top 80% of DPS all time. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I might even just get this build set up and we'll go take Pistol, Deadeye and something and just go prove another point. Once I actually do this, what's an impact? Force and impact. Oh, I already had force and impact in there. Look at me. How exciting to be me. And this one is assassins. This one, I think it was now Bloodstone because memes. And let's just copy. Our DPS cattle, let's just replace that. Yep, that is indeed one of the builds of all time. Yeah, your build maxing out at 33k is an issue and people around you can barely hold 30. Yeah, absolutely. I think that build's set up now. Probs is. I'm probably forgetting something else. Meh. Future Josh's problem. He's a busy boy. Oh, why is that? Hang on, just bam. There we go. I am now happy with this build. Yep. I'll put that there. Yep, put that there. Yep, that's correct. That is indeed one of the builds of all time. Show me a strike. Also, I'll go online. Why am I not online? Oh yeah, it's because I was like recording footage in a video yesterday. Raids. Wing 7 full clear CM 75 KP. 1 pylon DPS. Yeah, screw it. What's my kill proof? Hang on. Alt Shift K, I think, is the thing. Alt Shift H, Alt Shift K. There we go. Slash D. DPS and pylon. Caps lock. No cap. Yeah, caps lock. XQZ 8B. There we go. Nordenheim, how are you going? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Hope you're having a great day, mate. Everyone, make sure you go drop Nordenheim a follow over on Twitch. ConnorConCarne 2, I love it. But here we go. I'm going to get into a wing. A wing 7 CMs group on Pistol Deadeye, and it's going to be great. And there we go. Just look at all my kill proof. Check my accounts, please. Don't look at this account. Look at both accounts. And you know what? It's going to be fine. Everything about it, it's going to be fine. And honestly, I could meme even harder and do Core Thief. What's new in Guild Wars 2? We have had a new patch drop last week, so we got drops going at this point as well, so you can get some free loot in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, we got a new story patch, the final patch for Janthir Wild, so finish off the story there, which is great. New map, new meta, whole bunch of nice quality of life. Super nice thing. Thing I was most excited for. Wizard's Portal Tome here. I can click it, and this combines every single portal tome that I have into one convenient location. So I just get to pick where I want to go. I don't have any for this one here, but like Heart of Maguma, there's like Living World Season 3. That's there. Season 4, Iceberg Saga, it's all there in one. And there's a bunch of other nice quality of life as well. Honestly, I think the best things about this patch are the quality of life features. Yeah, Janthir Wild's X-Pack is fully out. The summer will get the next X-Pack announcement. It comes out in October. It's a bit of a chill time till a new drop. Yeah, exactly. And you should come back to Guild Wars 2 on Violent. What secondary weapon is good for Spectre? You use Scepter Dagger as your main. Staff. Not Staff, I'm sorry. Spear. Spear is insane. Or Pistol. Pistol's also really good for CC. I really like Spear, because Spear is also absolutely bonkers for CC. And I think Spear is also like really, really fun. But yeah, Pistol's a good option. Does Spear have better CC? I think it does. The 4 on that is just mental levels of CC. And even you can just put a paralyzation on there and you'll be top of the break bar. Just without issues. But yeah, try it out, see what you like. I don't love Pistol just because it changes the 3 skill, so like ports you back, really annoying. Whereas Spear doesn't have that issue. Spear does have a more complicated rotation because you obviously have to basically use your 2 and 3 as an auto attack, and you change your order of the skills you use depending on what you want to do, so you have to be aware of that. You basically turn off your auto attack on the weapon because it will actually screw with you. But it's insanely fun, and as a weapon swap, it's great. And then you're stuck on Spear for 10 seconds, so it might be worth learning a bit of the DPS rotation on Spear on top of the CC one. Yeah, like you honestly just have to learn like 2 combos. You'll basically do like 2-2-2, 4-2-3. Then you'll go into stealth, then you'll auto attack, and you'll get your stuff back. You'll get your initiative back because that's how the stealth attack works. And you'll go into Shroud, burn some time, come out and swap back. Or swap between Longbow and Spear on your Ranger. Great choice. I love Longbow on Ranger. I haven't tried Spear on it yet though. Should I try Core Thief? Nah, in a CM group, that's a bit cheeky. I can literally turn this into a no-button build. But I feel like in a CM group, that's taking the mickey a bit. I can do it on... Yeah, no, I can do it on Kadim. I can do that on the final boss. No one's going to judge me. Well, if they do, I'll do it silently. They'll probably do it silently. Oh yeah, and if the cooldowns for Longbow were shorter, that would be good. So just give it axe cooldowns. Actually, no, just make rapid fire have no cooldown. Just make it once. Make it like unload. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, just make it, if you finish the entire cast, it resets its cooldown. I would play the shit out of Longbow then, that would be good. Yeah, you reduce cooldown of every arrow hits. Oh my god, that would be so much fun. Unload Soul Beast would be so good. Just do it for an April Fool's joke. Like, I would actually just like, I would Wallace and Gromit just like sit upright in bed after the bed just like tilts to flick me out of bed, and then I would Tom Cruise run directly to my computer, turn it on and start just blasting Unload Soul Beast. Triagiri, thank you for the follow. Or if anyone who's played Pokemon Sun and Moon, like the Snorlax Z move, I would be that Snorlax. And for anyone who doesn't understand that reference, just go to YouTube and type in like Snorlax Z move and you'll get it. Oh, April Fool's updates, they should include meme balance patches, they should. Iris, thank you for the follow. I won't show the thing on YouTube because, like, honestly, it needs the audio to pull it all together, and because I'm like streaming to YouTube as well, it will instantly like cause me copyright issues. So I won't do that. Okay, cool. I'm going to take a quick break and go stretch my legs. While this fills, I'm just going to refill my water because I'm getting a bit thirsty. See you in a minute. Remember in our previous Herald guide where I said it was easily one of the best builds in the game?
Did I? I didn't realize that.
What if I told you after that, Herald got some of the most generous buffs I've ever seen for a single class?
Okay.
Now, what if I told you you could provide permanent quickness, might, fury, swiftness, vigor, and protection to your team with full DPS gear and still be rocking a fat 40% boon duration? Well, then buckle up, Herald enjoyers. It only gets better from here. Welcome back, everyone. The time has come to revisit the almighty Quickness Herald. Back in the June balance patch, the way Herald applied Quickness got a massive rework. It used to be that you would only ever apply Quickness when you'd consume one of your facets in Glint when combined with the trait Draconic Echo. This meant that you could only apply Quickness when you were in Glint. And we're back. Another thought while I was filling up my water. That Soul Beast Unload build, also make it so that you land every single hit of your rapid fire resets the cooldown of Sikkim. I want just perma Sikkim rapid fire Soul Beast. That would be just wild. Have I done CMs on this account this week? No, I haven't done CMs. Have I? Yeah, just Sikkim salivating at all of that. Yeah, there's no just like burst rotation, that there is only the burst. You were talking about Conti Spectre earlier. Is it with Spear or Scepter Dagger? Scepter Dagger will typically be your main set, especially if you're learning Conti Spectre. I like having Spear as a swap. If I'm in open world, I'll be using Spear a lot more because Spear is like absolutely cracked in open world. It's also really, really good in raids. It's just a bit more annoying to use in raids because you have to very rhythmically execute a particular skill order that if you mess it up, it's actually a bit annoying to fix. It's fine in open world because you only have to do it for very small bursts. It's a bit annoying in raids because you're having to keep track of where you are, which is a bit hard to do when there's so much going on around you. Whereas Scepter Dagger, it's incredibly easy. What do we got here? We've got a Dragon Hunter. Yeah, I'm going to be doing the thing. I'm going to be kiting things. But here we go, just pistol, 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 Deadeye. I think the build's right. Let's find out together.
Come then. You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or
We have holes.
Safe from harm. My pain.
No, GG. Very good. Lotus, how's it going? Welcome in. See him reminder, love it. Oh, you're in my right. Oh, hell yeah, Lotus. I apologize in advance for my memeing.
you won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine.
That was a
Might
blast.
and glory.
A
Splendid
thousand.
combination.
A ripple in the earth.
Haha. No mechanics for me.
I can move mountains.
The new dawn will find you one earth shall inherit all
See, we just don't deal with the mechanics at all.
of water and fire.
It'd be even better if I was actually doing something that had a proper build. I wouldn't be surprised if I actually get kicked for that. We'll see. Target of shame. I know, target of shame. Yeah, I'm going to be having a bad time. So my ability to not walk into a sand wall directly in front of me is not improved by running a low intensity build. Hang on, I'm actually... Oh cool, I'm actually running like the thief. That's good. Yeah, like probs just GG like this early on. I mean, we'll see. We might actually get hard carried. Well. That's where we've got a few people here to keep me company. They're doing very well. Kicking you would be funny considering the other two didn't make it past the split phase. I think that's probably the only reason that I didn't. I've got company now. You kick one of us, you kick all of us. We're going to stand in solidarity. The proletariat shall unite. After school. Yeah, just GG, comrades. I guess I can read the Snowcrow's build page on this. Google GG and done a prop pull. Yeah, after 3 people do it on this, after... At this point faster, yeah, like... I mean, you can do this, but... Like, sometimes the snapping windows doesn't normally work. Oh, there we go. You know someone did this fight solo? Poor soul. There's no like beginner thief builds on here now. Did they just move it all to the raid section? There is no pistol Deadeye on here now. I can't read the page. Yeah, just screw it, there you go, just get rid of it.
To see Kadim's Dominion. Or mine.
Safe from harm.
Now burn! Barrier burn! 1,000 stroke, a swift stream!
Did you see that?
Oh, it's in the accessible tab. Oh, I should check that. Yeah, it's probs where it is. It's not so much a beginner build as an accessible build. I'm not gonna touch the line. Yeah, big CM gameplay. I'm not gonna fall in a hole. I'm not gonna touch the line. Whee!
Ready for more. Splendid company.
Braver, don't worry. I ran into the beam. It's okay. Join us. Join us in our shame. Oh boy. Got the heebie-jeebies there. That was a nice Aegis. That makes me very happy. I hate this. Just moving around 3. I don't have the room I normally would, and it makes me sad. Oh no. Ooh. Almost jumped in the hole. And the less people means the more time there is actually for my power DPS to ramp, which is not something you want to hear when it comes to a power DPS build.
That was a blast!
Did you see that?
This is my spot. Oof.
Splendid company.
I'm going to stack it on both of these and let's see what happens. Genius things happen. Sometimes my genius is almost frightening.
You're fun.
All rise under the forearm. With one alone can command the power.
Oh, look at like just no spots to jump. We have one. Our only choice is to succeed. Should have taken Shadow Step. Ah, no. I have no idea which one's actually destroyed. I actually might take... Can I take Shadow Step? How you doing, Lotus? Do you come here often? I should have actually used Shadow Flare to port myself over to the other group. It would have been less cursed. I should actually. Having a fun time. You see, I'm going well. I'm going very well. And oh cool, I've actually got Spear on this one. Let's go customize and put Para. It's actually what's actually different in CM. You get 3 pillars, not 3 lines of sand to dodge instead of 2, and if you fall into the sand, you insta die. That's what got me. Nice Tyria Pride still being carried? Yeah, it is. And yeah, for the month of June, we are raising money for Tyria Pride. So if anyone wants to support the Rainbow Railroad, a fantastic cause, that would be massively appreciated. Oh, and Pillars Delete Tiles, yeah. What's your opinion on Conde Celestial Untamed? Celestial Untamed is one of the best open world builds in the entire game. It's damn fantastic. I haven't really played that much Conde myself, but yeah, if it's anything like the Celestial version, it'll be great. Do you have a guide to it? I'm not sure what weapon to use. I don't have one myself. Best bet will be Snow Crows on meta battle. Your braking tires light up in orange color when the phase changes. Yeah, I should have actually paid attention to that. Like, I'm at least aware of that concept. I just completely forgot it in the moment. And thank you, Fish Toy, for the follow. %. I don't even know what digits. There we go. We earned that kill. Not even close. Not even.
You sure impacted the city's energy. Stop being evasive. My guys kill a cardinal and you and this pylon light up like chalk.
Of course. A lesser gem cannot hope to inherit a cardinal's power.
Basalt Arena. Okay, let what's happened here not be a demonstration that quickness. Pistol, Deadeye is bad. It's more that I'm bad. They're two different things. And now I'll actually try and do something really useful. No auto attack on Spear. I wish the thing you set to auto attack actually carried across build templates. It doesn't, which is actually super annoying.
I feel furious. You're wasting your time and mine. I make a pretty good team. Push against me and taste in your hands.
There we go. See, look at that break bar damage we just did. We out CC'd a Chrono.
When I can acquiesce to the inevitable and survive.
I literally won't be able to get a hit off on these though.
Just a bit of insult. Who's next?
Hey, thank you so much for the donation as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Where is it? Thank you so much, Flame. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Is it starting missing a few people? Probs is, yeah. Oh, hey.
Splendid combination.
I can move mountains.
Splendid combination.
I can move mountains. Reach the whirlwind. Rebound.
Your spirit is mine.
Oh, how did I double take that?
A little to the left. I'm petrified.
A brilliant ember. A thousand storms.
Splendid combination.
You cannot kill me!
I think I already did this one on CM.
I have a theory I'm gonna test, and I'd rather have you all as backup. Just in case.
What?
Yeah, people out CC'd you since they used SAC. Yeah, they did. I should have actually, like, properly used SAC. Since you're doing about the same CC as a Tempest. Yeah. Probably could have, like, done more CC if I was a bit more, like, strategic with it.
You're not playing Zomeros's foolish games today.
You underestimated us last.
But yeah, like, you can do just monumental amounts of CC with it.
I am something you've never faced before.
And let's... Do we meme? Don't let our memes be dreams. Trying with Thieves Guild 2, yeah, I know. Could have literally like upped my CC so much. It would have been great. Oh hell, I don't even know. Like, what even is the skill I put here? Do this for Chrono. Yeah, I'll just grab this one. Core Thief. Mickey Strat, I have no idea what they're doing. Oh well. It says in the NG called Cape War? Okay. Will they notice that we're playing Core Thief? Lotus, don't tell them. I'm just going to need everyone to put just like a little Deadeye sticker over that section of their screen. Just where you see like Core Thief being rendered in the squad UI, it's actually a mistake. It's a bug. This is actually an uber DPS Deadeye. Like this big sweaty like rifle camping, no invigorating precision, and Zakios relic rifle Deadeye. Do arrow. I have no idea. You know what? I'm just... Oh, shit, they noticed. They noticed we have Core Thief. Oh, hang on, no, I pressed steel. Actually, I can't press steel. It's actually gonna mess with me. Yeah, I'm actually not gonna do that anymore. That's actually like really bad. Okay, let's get the ready spaghetti check. I'll actually do a thing properly now. Oh, that was a bit of ping there. And thank you for that, Alka. I appreciate you.
Step aside. Every moment has been leading me to this victory. Over my inferiors, over the king, over other sheep.
I feel furious!
You had great potential once, Kaboom, despite the flaws.
Oh, I actually don't remember any of the CM mechanics. What are the CM mechanics I actually need to know? I've forgotten. Unironically, I have no idea. Oh no. Please send help. Oh, go south? Oh.
Are you so ruled by the past that you've destroyed the future?
Yes.
The key's right. All the
Oh, breaks pylons, go south. Good, thank you.
Emerged from the forge with greater vision. The future will be what I deem it to be. Since you have the
Oh, I get hit by lightning and it's like super bad. And after he breaks the pillars, do I go and like stand near another pillar just to get the buff? Well, it's gonna hurt. Oh well, we did our thing. I think you won't need to care. Yeah, I won't need to care now. I should have actually just like used Shadow Step just to get across, or actually done a proper dodge. Okay, so they're all running there. It takes extra damage per person, linked to the good tell us it's ideal if you take Taylor Impudent of Pylon. Okay, I thought so, because I was actually reading through like a Kadim guide the other day and I saw that. I'm like, oh, I never knew that. Yeah, it's a good time to check this fashion. It does leave squad instead. Why are they next to each other? It's very etherbound. Respect. I do enjoy the etherbound stuff. I hate that leave squad is right there. Like the number of times I leave squad, it's actually been a little while since I've done it. Oh, I'm mousing over it, guys. I'm doing it. Good char fashion. I like it. Good Lotus. I might actually steal that. That's actually hype. Yeah, just hear the void call to you. Come join us. Itty bitty noggin, I love it. You think Condi Scourge is easy to play? Relatively, yeah. Yeah, the leave squad button is whispering your name. I'm just feeling the call towards it, like, oh. Oh. But hang on, like, this is actually like the most cursing. Why? Why? I ask you, why? Actually, no, I'll do that. I'm gonna make it through this entire encounter. I will do it. Just watch me. Watch me like not wipe to the fires somehow.
Step aside. Every moment has been leading me to this victory. Over my inferiors, over the key, over
I feel furious!
You had great potential once.
I'm out of endurance.
Now you are not even human. You are an outsider.
Because you passed me over, you have hurt lesser Jin. Now reap the seeds you've sown.
The Condi Scourge thing is quite easy to play. Simple to learn, just pressing a lot of buttons quite quickly.
By the past that you've destroyed the future?
Yes.
The key's right. All the power you've taken has corrupted you.
I feel
I
furious!
emerged from the forge with greater vision. The future will be what I deem it to be.
You can see people in the main group using special action keys get tethered from the pylon for extra damage. Okay.
Since you hunger for my power, have a taste.
Yeah. Look at that.
I feel furious.
I did it. Okay, now I don't know. Oh, we gotta go pick up things. Oh boy. Ooh, good block. Good block.
I feel furious.
It's too late.
One more for the mission.
This is my power. My destiny.
So I just have to use special action key when it pops up, correct?
What have you been up to defeat me now?
Oh, bugged out. Okay, so they picked orbs too fast. Okay.
For my power, have a taste.
Yeah. Oh, instead of locking a tether sack, it locks your special action. Okay. I was sitting there just thinking, oh no. Sucks, Anium never fixed it. Good to know. Okay, here we go. This time we'll do it.
I may not survive.
Oh boy.
Step aside.
I'll do better next time.
Leading me to this victory. Over my inferiors. Over the king. Over others.
It's actually getting us for that.
You had great potential once, despite your flaws. Now you are not even human. You are an outsider.
Because you passed me over. You preferred lesser kin. Now reap the seeds you
Yeah, I think we missed an orb. I assume that's what that was. I assume that's why I was profoundly unhappy. No, we missed another one. Oh. Friends. Oh boy. How long stream? But we'll go like until we get like too tired tonight, I think. No, we're just going.
I feel furious.
I will not drop an orb. I will at the very least not do that. Big number. Look at that Unga Bunga DPS.
Step aside. Every moment has been leading me to this victory. Over my inferiors, over the king, over the scene.
Might and glory.
Great potential once in you, despite your flaws.
Weird dodge timing. But we made it work.
Because you passed me over, you preferred lesser kin. Now reap the seeds you've sown.
Ouch. Is this your main? No, this isn't my main. Oh cool, I got this mechanic. Nice. Stack him up. Stack him tight.
He's right. All the power you've taken has corrupted you.
I feel
I
furious.
emerged from the forge with greater vision. The future will be what I deep, since you hunger for my power. Have a taste.
Boop. Boop. Now I will have to do something at 40. Ouch. Got some tethers.
I can move mountains.
I would have pulled us into the light.
Give it my all.
Since you hunger for my
Might
power,
and glory.
have a taste.
Those lightning strikes hurt. Oh boy.
This is my power. My destiny.
History is mine.
Might and glory.
Since you hunger for my power, have a taste.
My pain is easy.
Jox, how's it going? Welcome in.
That was a blast.
Yep, someone missed the thing. Let's reset instance. Maybe they might do a thing. Can no one open the instance? Spring button masher, thank you for the follow. I'm just gonna wait. So I know that the instance is clear. I can sell 2 of these. Yeah, I figured someone probably loaded in a bit too quick. No one can open the instance. Nog, what's up? How's it going? It's great to see you. Late night, yes, we are streaming later on into this evening tonight. How many spirit shards do I have? 35. And how many clovers do I have? Literally none. I'm not often when I wake up. I know, yeah. How's it been? It's been really, really good. It's been an epic week of drops streams. Like the first day of drops, we streamed a combined sort of 18 hours that day. So it was a big day. Had a fantastic day with that. Then we streamed the Thursday, the Friday, took Saturday off. Now we're back again today. But it's been a little bit of a hectic day today. Jess and I went to the city earlier today. Yeah, I went to the city today. What are we doing? Yeah, we were in there for she was going to a bake club where a bunch of people sort of, bake certain things and then like share it, and yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Then yeah, I just chilled out in the city in the meantime. Then we went and caught up with my nan. Thank you, Macfish, for the follow as well. I caught up with my nan who just had a hip replacement last Thursday, so we saw her in the hospital. And then we got back, and probably about, I literally just got the stream set up and we started streaming. But it was like super hectic for the first part of the day, especially like, because yeah, we spent like way longer in the hospital, which absolutely like glad we were able to. But then we're like, oh, okay, gotta like get going. Not so much gotta get going, but as soon as we like get in the car, like, oh, okay, we're like really, really late now, but it's fine. No, let's go grab that. Sage, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, or you can catch me on my YouTube channel there, where I do all sorts of Guild Wars 2 guides. Everyone, make sure you go drop Sage a follow. They're an absolutely fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamer, all around just amazing human being. Had a great time when we raided out to them with Fireball Annie the other day. It was absolutely awesome. Sage, thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for trusting us with the community. What'd you get up to on your stream? Tell us all about it. And Ada, how are you going? Hey, we're going very well. We are... What are we doing here? Not quite sure what's going on here. We were doing Wing 7 CMs. We were sort of memeing a little bit on Pistol, Deadeye, but things are sort of going awry. I'm not quite sure what's happening now. Yeah, Sage is fantastic. So yeah, everyone make sure you go check them out. But how has your weekend been? How has Drops Week streams been treating you? I was like, please come with me to Ray. I'm scared. No, everyone will absolutely love you, and 100% they will if they go and check out your streams. You won't be disappointed, everyone. I'll think behind you. I'll do that now. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, for some reason our Kadeem CM instance was bugging a ton, so we're redoing Gate for some reason. I'm really not sure what's going on. We're just along for the memes. Oh, we did some Cerus CM prog earlier today. We did that as well. That was the first round of CM Cerus prog that we have done. And we got to 40%, so it was a pretty good evening overall. The stream was hot, messy fishing and rambling and lighting lanterns. Hell yeah. What legendary are you going for that is requiring, such lanterning? What am I targeting? Like, I have no just ground AoE, so I don't know what I'm targeting when everything's up in the air. Thank you so much for raid. I super appreciate it. But yeah, curious to see how long it takes us overall to do Cerus CM prog. My guess is 100 pulls. I could be wrong, and I'm probably drastically underestimating it based on how tricky sub 10% is going to be. Everyone keeps telling me. But I don't want to just linearly extrapolate out oh, we did 15 pulls tonight, we got to 40%, so we'll just need 30 to finish it off, because I know that's sure as hell not how that's going to go.
You're in my sights.
Must have been a lot safer here back when the Bobby Princes hid from Joko.
Adashi wasn't erected as a refuge.
That's all good, Sage. No issues.
We were here well before Joko. And after, it seems.
I feel like these rifts are just waiting to spit out more bad guys.
Oh, we spent this evening as well learning some...
So, knock knock.
What is the word? There is a word that goes with this trophy. Power, quickness, catalyst. That's it. What even mount am I meant to be using? Hey, thank you so much for the donations as well. I super appreciate that. Supreme Button Masher, thank you for your support for the Rainbow Railroad, a wonderful cause that helps support LGBT youth out there, protecting them from state persecution. It's a fantastic cause, so thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. It's so generous of you. Absolute legend. Anti-Magic, thank you for the follow. Grab that. do we have a healer? I think we... Oh no, I've got a healer in... Not my subgroup, I don't think.
You'll be doing that one for days.
It's always good when you can find a good ad as well. Tell you what I miss. Mid-2000s Australian beer ads.
The Jinn are not an exotic species for firing.
What was it? The It's a Big ad for Carlton Draft. That is truly one of the ads of all time.
Unstable readings here. Shouldn't your cardinals be trying to stabilize the city?
I should have had again. It should, yeah. But yeah, she is sleeping at the moment. She's off in her room having a snoozle.
It is a Jinn affair.
Well, given the crowds of living Jinn in here, I'd say we're your best option.
Alejandra, welcome in. It is great to see you. Hope you're having a great day.
Wonderful. Now be on your...
You don't have to wait dialogue. I think I have no idea. I'm just going to exit. Hey, thank you all so much for the donations. I really appreciate you. Everyone's been so generous. Okay. How are we sitting on currency? We're sitting pretty low. Can I do anything with Ascended Shards of Glory? Should check. Hey, thank you for the stretch. Boys, installing Windows 10 on your PC now. Best of luck. Hopefully it goes okay. Do you happen to know overall what the fundraiser is at today? I could certainly check. Let me take a look. Let me know once it's going in. It is at 1,982. And that's... So yeah, we're doing very well. I think that goal has been like significantly raised, if not like doubled. So hell yeah, we've blasted through it. That is great. And yeah, you are absolutely crushing it there, Sage. Well done. Oh, cool, we got QTP here. Nice. Challenge mode's activated. Sweet. Yeah, over 1890 go team. Yeah, everyone's done fantastic. And the month's just starting as well. We still got like all of June to go. It is June. Yes, it is June. Sorry, just lost all concept of time. Drops week streams will do that. You crush nothing, you're just riding the shoulders of giants? I don't know. Those numbers are saying otherwise. But so good to see, you know, so much money raised already. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can all cross, you know, end of the month. Why do I have a celestial pistol here? Why? Oh yeah, and everyone has been just, you know, so supportive, so cool, and yeah, you're right, so generous as well. Okay, there we go. Let's go get this. I'll test out this Elementalist, Catalyst, Power Quickness. Oh, that was a load on my noggin. Okay. That's all there. Rightio. So we've got... Let's just like cleanse condies every little bit. Okay, let's go G. Alright. Defensive Amnitas is up. Night Bosses is up in 5 minutes. That is a treat. Let's do that. Do I have the waypoints? No, we're going to have to get them. That's right, we have time. We have 5 minutes to get there. I totally won't miss Verdenberg Matriarch because I don't know how to get there. No, 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 no. Oh, actually, I might have to do some sketchy mount shenanigans. Boom. I don't have a Jade bot mount. Hate to raid and lurk, but even if you have to go to work, he'll leave you on to get the fur baby's company. Well, thank you so much, Sage. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. You're an absolute legend. You rest up. Take care. And I hope you have a good day at work. Where is it? Needn't worry. It's just going to be in the last place I look. And if I zoom out on this map, I'll be down. So it's not that way. There it is. Hooray!
I could outrun a centaur.
You live by my whim.
Also, probably let's go mess around with some of our fashion a bit. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we can do the dragon stuff. That's always fun. If we do that, and then if we get dragon boots, and then if we get dragon torso, yep, skidoos. What's that? Rhaenyra spun. Oh, I haven't actually seen that armor. Let's take a look. What's that looking like? I do have the Rhaenyra spun set somewhere. I did need to get it. No, there it is. I just need to scroll. You know what? That's pretty hype. Yeah, okay, now in terms of what we got here, do I have any cool scepter skins? Not really. Sabir's scepter, that's pretty nifty. White mantle's also cool. Oh, Tengu scepter, that's pretty nice. Or do we just go like Sarix? Do we go full Cryptus cosplay? Really? Oh, the Spectre's scepter. Yeah, that's probably like my favorite one that we have. And in terms of fancy pants daggers, I'm gonna need something that goes with that. So we're gonna want something dark, like Aether Blade Shank will look pretty good. Sarix dagger's a bit sort of meh. Sorrow's Claw is fine, but also a bit odd. Sunspear Carver's nice. The Lonian Carver probably works the best thematically. And I don't even know what I have on spear. Oh, we have like... Why do I have an exotic spear when we have a legendary one? Oh well. It's a problem for future me. Future me is going to love it. Okay, now randomize. Cool, let's just keep going. Nope, not that. We want dyes. It does a phenomenal job. Look at that. on point, I'm probs want to get a bit of purple going. It heard me. It heard I wanted purple, and it delivered. It's probs a bit too purple though. Whoa! We're gold now. Lock it in. Lock it in, Eddie. Oop, did the wrong thing. Learning all the skills as we go. Catch you later, Ames, appreciate you. We'll move out of that. Oh boy.
I see the pattern now.
We'll grab that. Then if we go hit up this one in the meantime. And cool, go Alt Shift H, don't need to see that. Alright.
Time to do some real damage.
I'm just going to apply that. Honestly, it's getting there. It really is. Oh, is that it? It's close. And thank you, Just Asri, for the follow. I appreciate that.
Teamwork is key. The more you collect, the better everyone does.
I'll bring that in the center so we can actually see.
Come, Sasha. We're a mess. We need to get you cleaned up. Yes, we do.
Yep, that's Cryptus. So the problem with the randomized dies is that, yeah, you just get so close to what you actually want.
Amazing! We've reached the second reward tier.
You looking for a fight?
Now just give us the confetti infusion. Meantime, do I have these? Oh, I don't have these. Yeah, I might just go do these hero points while we wait. What do I have unlocked? Answer's like nothing. Can I turn on pathing? All markers, Lady Alice's guides, hero points, path of fire. Yeah, we'll just go do. And do I have equipment? Let's change this to Cerus. Where was our build stuff? Our catalyst, yep. Okay, so trait notes. No, it's from the fireworks, Cerus. Cool, we got someone in.
these coins won't gather themselves, jump on your mount and work together!
Why do we get in combats? Let us out of combats, please. Hello?
You looking for a fight?
Come, Outlander. Learn of King Joko, bringer of peace. Give
They'll have to hit
yourself
much
to
harder.
King Joko.
A swirling gust.
Not bad,
Nice.
Outlander. Maybe worthy of awakening.
Okay, so we got 4 minutes. So at about 1:48 my time. This one's also like invulnerable for like 2 trillion years. Are you doing map count? No, we are just doing some hero points while we wait for this group to fill.
I could outrun a centaur.
Which actually gets me some spirit shards. So we're trying to do a Kadim the Peerless challenge mode, which yeah, we got super close last few times, but yeah, the special action cube we need to actually complete it bugged out. And also we'll be doing, if I do this hero point, then I can go back and get the pinata.
Don't get burned.
The air attends my... Even
They'll
the
have to
power
hit
of
much
God
harder.
is at my command. The magic here is unstable. I'm returning to my...
Yeah, like Witness Catalyst is quite fun. Oh, that's got like so much time. 2 minutes. So just give us the Festive Confetti Infusion. Then we can probably buy like almost all the Orient weapons we need. Well, today's your marriage day, and your wife's going to be angry if you don't spend time with her day. Well, congratulations, mate. And yeah, absolutely. Sure you spent time with your wife today. So happy for you. That's great to hear. Got 9. Hopefully we don't get 10 before I get my pinata. Oh, QDPS. No. I'm not going to make them wait. I'll miss out on my Festive Confetti Infusion. I will sacrifice that 10k gold infusion. Need to work on Skyscale? Recommend it. Hell yeah. Skyscale is so worth it. Props could have done it. Oh well. Let's go check that CM is on. Cool, that's on. Let's just go one pull Kadeem CM. Hoodwink? Yeah, we're doing Deadeye. You saw videos of a Jupiter that has like 250 of those B in chat confusion. I think I did see that as well. Was that a Fandral video or a short by Fandral? Because I think I probably saw the same one yesterday. And oh, good Lord, you're still here, hanging around. Would you pick dual rifles or dual rifles? That'd be great. Dual pistols or rifle? I prefer dual pistol, but honestly, rifles are great. Just has a bit more of an involved DPS rotation. But if you're looking for a good ranged option, I'd honestly just stick with pistol. But both are great. Rifle's really, really fun in open world. The range on it's fantastic. And PK, yeah, wow, just streaming times, yeah. Tomorrow we'll probably be back to something similar to our normal schedule. The pistol for DPS, rifle range. I think you need range. Oh, can't target that. Oh, cool, actually, was okay. But yeah, honestly, like if I'm looking for a chill range build, I'll just take this for the sheer just ease of it. Get ready for next fire. It's gonna be right now. Just plop that down there. Cool, that's gone. And dodge. Next mechanic. Plop that there. Back we go. And thank you, Sufferance, and thank you for coming along for Cerus. I really appreciate you joining. Appreciate everyone joining as well. And thank you to Sparse for organising and, like, you know, and recruiting a whole bunch of people as well. Like, it's amazing. Would not have been able to pull this together without you and everyone else who's joined. So truly, thank you. I gotta do a mechanic.
Are you so ruled by the past that you destroyed the future?
Yes.
The key's
Oh boy.
All the power you've taken has corrupted you.
I emerged from the greater vision. The future will be what I deem it to be.
Don't like this.
Since you have
I've got my spot. Cannot move from my spot. So the only spot I have. And even though you technically have infinite initiative when you run this, Mercy is still really, really good to regenerate a bunch of initiative as well. And thank you, Aravana, for the follow. Hopefully this instance doesn't bug. Let's just assume that it does not. Ouch.
Safe from harm.
Oh, this is going to be a bit of a spicy meatball. Oh boy. Up. Up. Ouch. Just wait. There we go.
Perfect shot. Splendid combination. I don't have enough energy.
Do I have vigor? Oh, I do. Just enough. Just enough. I can't jump those, like the timing is just too cursed.
I make a pretty good team.
Kadeem the Peerless is done. Nice. Okay, it did get us a few extra provisioners tokens, which is actually pretty hype. Okay, what can we do with Ascended Shards of Glory? Let's take a look. So Ascended Shards of Glory. So with marks we can buy some weapons probs. League vendor can buy relics. Not really anything we can use them for. I mean, ascended armor, ascended weapons will be good. Actually, we have no use for armor, so that's good to know. Gating crystals. Could convert though. No, I mustn't just start converting all my random currencies. Okay, I think what we might do now, let's go and tee up a raid, I think. Dude, that's a pretty good point for it. Okay, so let's go tee this up. We're going to head out to Fandral today, who was coming along for Cerus CM, which was a fantastic time. So yeah, let's go and tee this up. But beautiful. Thank you all so much, everyone, hanging out this evening. It has been absolutely fantastic, and not just tonight, but honestly every night for this drops week. It has been so good. We've done some Omega streams. Everyone else has shown such wonderful support. Thank you so much for all of the subs. Everyone who's raided, everyone who's just chilled out, lurked. Thank you to everyone who's come along for Cerus CM as well. It has been incredible. And yeah, we're going to be back again tomorrow as well. I think the way it will work is like the first part of our stream will probably be like technically drops. I have to check the exact time. Actually, let's check that. Guild Wars 2 Absolution drops. The wiki should convert this to my time zone. Let's go Guild Wars 2 Twitch drops wiki. I have to actually check this in my scuffed time zone. Absolution to June 10th. Hang on. Oh. That actually, June 10th, that's in my time zone. Okay, we're probably going for a little bit longer, I think, tonight. Oh, not tonight. Oh, yeah, tonight. Yeah, later tonight as well. Excellent. That is going to be fantastic. Looking forward to that. So yeah, tonight we'll be coming back. Obviously, we'll start on raids on EU. And then we'll probably see where we go from there. It'd be good to actually dive into some open world stuff. We're also going to have the weekly reset. Oh, hot damn. I'm actually like super excited about that because we have a whole bunch of gold waiting in our mail. Thank you so much to Alatheriatica for sending that through. But yeah, we capped out on our gold this week. So we've got about 250 gold waiting there. And we have, just wait. Waiting on this loading time. Glad they aren't as fast as they were. As long as they were before. Good lord. Okay, let's go and tee this up. Wrong guild. And yeah, we have 90 gold waiting for us there. So let's actually, we will raid out soon, but I'm just contemplating. I'm just doing some quick head math about clovers. Clovers and gold. $605 gold. We have $110. We have 90 in our guild bank. We have about 200 from Alatheriatica, so that is 400 and something gold. We have some mystic coins that we can sell. Hang on. We need 14 more spirit shards and 33 more provisioners tokens. It is coming together. There is a chance that we could craft 2 legendary runes tomorrow, and that would put us at 6 of 7. It's actually, I think, surprisingly achievable. Not just with the... I'm actually not planning to sell the... not planning to sell the coins that we have. I'm planning to utilize the weeklies that we can do. It actually, I don't think it would actually require that much. I feel like at the very least we could do 1. Yeah, I feel like... Hang on. Put this down at 1. 281 gold. Yeah, but 1 is entirely doable. You should sleep on that, and I will sleep on that, and I will sleep like a baby. Dreaming of my 6 legendary runes. I won't be counting sheep, I'll be counting legendary runes. But yeah, we'll have a think about that. I think we maybe at least craft 1. These are our sort of current goal, and yeah, that wouldn't actually require that much. But thank you once again, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. This has been fantastic. We're going to make sure we leave you in the safe hands of Flandre, another fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamer, and just absolute god tier YouTuber. I love their YouTube videos. Like, unironically, one of my favorite Guild Wars 2 YouTubers. They're so good. And they deserve to have the biggest damn audience over on Twitch as well. So let's do our part to make that happen. They're absolutely fantastic. But yeah, you will take care. We're going to go rest up. Going to have a nice little sleep in tomorrow, so that's going to be absolutely wonderful. Got to go take Addie outside so she can do a wee before I put her back to bed. We'll do that, and then also go check in her eye. Hopefully her infection in her eyes like cleared up a bit more. And Bans, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Your good news, her like eye's been much better over the last 2 days as well. So yeah, it was like it was a bit bad 2 days ago, but it's been like improving day after day after day. So that's good. Because tomorrow is also a public holiday in Australia, so I'm glad that it's actually like getting better, because or else getting into a vet gets like very expensive. So very glad that's doing better. So that's a big old win. I'm very happy about that. Okay, that's it. We're gonna go head out now. You take care. I'm gonna leave with Fandral. They're an absolute legend. Take care, team, and cheers. Everyone keeps talking to me about machines coming to take our jobs, but you know what? I just don't see it. My job is so demanding, so technical, so difficult, there is no way the robots will come for me. Not a chance in hell. Oh. Well, it's time for Hill Mechanist. I, for one, welcome our new Jade Mech overlords. Ever since End of Dragons launched, we've been living in a world ruled by mechanists. We have 2 outstanding DPS builds, a phenomenal Alacrity DPS build, and today we're covering the absolutely incredible Heal Alacrity Mechanist. Here we have a build that has an absolutely trivial time keeping up 100% Alacrity, grants 25 might, and covers off on regen, fury, vigor, and protection. Not only that, you can also give your team stability and Aegis in a pinch. To top things off, you also have insane amounts of barrier and Condi Cleanse to carry your team through even the sketchiest encounters. All these things come together to make this one of the premier healing builds for all of Guild Wars 2's endgame content. While some other healing builds need to pick and choose what kind of support they can give their team, Mechanist is a greedy little piglet and can do it all. Once you pick this up, you will have a spot on essentially every encounter in the game. And with that, let's get cracking. Mechanist is one of the elite specializations for the Engineer, with the others being Scrapper and Hollowsmith. Once you equip the Mechanist trait line, you'll get access to Mace as a main hand weapon, which offers a good amount of condition damage and barrier application. You'll get access to a new set of Signet skills to mess around with as well. We'll be using a few of these in today's build.
You'll also replace your typical engineer toolbelt skills with mech command skills. Oh yeah, you'll also get a new swanky AI controlled mech bot to follow you around and aid you in combat. Your trait choices in the Mechanist trait line will let you decide whether your mech is focused on power damage, condition damage, or applying boons. It will also change what mech control skills you have access to at any point. This makes Mechanist a very customizable and very fun trait line to play with. We'll quickly cover off on where your healing on Heal Mechanist actually comes from. Heal Alacrity Mechanist by default runs 3 kits, which gives you access to 5 additional skills each, so you'll be dipping in and out of them often for healing. Medkit is your default heal skill and gets buffed by the trait Health Insurance. Here you have access to Med Blaster, which will spray healing to allies in front of you, Bandage Blast, which will fire bandages ahead of you, heal allies and apply regeneration, Vital Burst, which will provide a single burst of healing around you. You also grant regeneration with Infusion Bomb, with a particularly long base duration of 10 seconds. The 5th skill in Elixir Gun, Super Elixir, will provide a burst of healing and then pulse additional healing for 5 seconds. The 5th skill in Mortar Kit, Elixir Shell, will lay down a water field which you can blast for additional healing, and it will also pulse healing for 5 seconds. You'll also heal allies whenever you use a mech command skill due to the